A drop of dew fell down because the weather was not the best and these small bushes were already completely wet. The weather really doesn't make anyone happy, especially if you are fighting at this time. After all, if you are fighting at such a time, then you are much worse off than everyone else. You must be a powerful warrior who is ready to fight at any time and keep your weapon steady. This is quite hard work, and it was raining. It was as if someone had simply poured a huge amount of water onto the ground. From there, it was clear that a huge sword was flying high into the air and landing very quickly. This battle was very long, but still this man managed to kill everyone who stood in his way, and he remained alone, invincible among this entire crowd of corpses. But suddenly, just as he was ready to continue the battle, someone was able to simply kill him in one fell swoop. The guy shouted that he was in a lot of pain and he didn't want to die because it was a really unpleasant feeling. He understood that these were bad things and something had to be done about them. Meanwhile, before this, he told his wise people that the enemy was already advancing very strongly and therefore they would have to prepare. The man wanted to ask his captain if he had a plan, but he didn't want to run away like the last cowardly mouse, and he would still fight until the last drop of blood. The sage said that the commander must ensure that preparations for battle proceed without problems. There is an old Murim strategy, and the fact is that everyone who uses this strategy knows how to win well. Also in this legend you say that if they want to win, then the commander must lead the attack, and thanks to this he himself will be able to punish the opponent. These two were ready to do absolutely anything to save their people and also gain a good reputation. Everyone understood that this attack was forced because they needed to gain some time. After all, thanks to him, they will be able to do incredible things. They went into battle and fought to save their people and the lands that had already served them for many years. This guy felt fear but understood that if he did not fight like a real warrior, he would die like a coward. It was difficult for him and he tried to fight, but he still didn't understand who he was on the same edge with, and he had to work very hard. He felt how every blow passed next to him, and it hurt him to realize that he was a murderer who had already killed several thousand people. The drops continued to fall and the soldiers died after another because it was a war in which there were no winners. Unfortunately, all this turned out to be useless, and even if he was able to buy everyone else, he still had one problem. He felt how hard it was for him and that only more dangerous things awaited him next, but he had no choice. The guy wanted to continue the battle, but he understood that the opponent standing in front of him would be of a completely different level, and it was unlikely that he would be able to win. The weather was very bad, and the rain continued to make a very bad situation, which made it difficult to concentrate. He was unstoppable, and he killed one after another because he wanted revenge for what they did to his lands. The drop continued to fall down, and he destroyed people who were not to blame for the fact that some people declared war on each other. But still they were able to punish him, and even God himself made him pay for what he did with his weapon. He fell to the ground and barely felt alive, although he understood that he was doing this only for good purposes. He could not understand how he had not died yet, although he understood that death was already very soon, and he would be dead without any options. He said that these nonentities fled in a huge hurry, and no one was even left to help him, although they promised. He stretched his hand up where there was huge rain and understood that this would be his life, and he had no choice other than how to come to terms with it. The man felt pain because he gave his life to save the earth, for which he was ready to do anything. He barely controlled his body and said that everyone who was born with a golden spoon in their mouth only knows how to wag their tongue, so he was not at all surprised by this. He was coughing up blood because he was already almost on the verge of death, and therefore he understood that these were the last minutes of his life which he should have spent with pleasure. The pain was visible in his eyes, and he understood that he would never be the same again and also could not change anything. He held his family with his hand so as not to cough up blood again, because he knew that this way he would lose her and things would become much more difficult for him. He said that this was his end and there was no longer any chance of living in an ordinary life like the people for whom he gave his life. Unfortunately, everyone knew that a demon had suddenly appeared. That is why everyone was ready to defend their homeland, and even the best fighters could lose their lives. He began to remember those moments when he was told to try, because in his efforts he would receive the true truth. His teacher really tried to do everything to make him a better fighter. He said that his efforts would not be in vain, and he just needed to pull himself together and continue training. He also told him to be patient, because even if he has a gift, the most important thing is to work on himself and have discipline. He told him that luck often accompanies those who train hard. His father was indeed a very wise man who told him the right things, and he should have appreciated them. But after the demon took his hand to kill him, he said that his father was mistaken and he was completely wrong. He said that he trained until he had bloody calluses on his hands, but in the end nothing happened. He had bad luck and said that as a result he became a scapegoat. And this was his last attempt in which he could prove everything. The demon killed him, and the guy said that this was his last attempt even though he was born with a wooden spoon in his mouth. He was already really dying because the demon was able to pierce him completely and to the end because he was not yet as pumped up as a demon. After he died, it became known to everyone that Tang Yusong could not cope with this task and died. Happiness was just Murim Online because this is a world in which you level up and work hard and complete missions. After that, he created a new character in order to start a new mission and also put an end to the past. The man fell down because the game started checking the connection in order to save all the files and also return the character to the place where he died. He tried to do all this but nothing worked and he was barely able to do anything. Still, he was able to open his eyes, and it was written that this was a reconstruction based on the player's memories. After all, this was not his last battle, and he would still be able to show himself. Suddenly the guy found himself in some kind of bed and woke up. Someone called him and he couldn't figure out where he was. Character loading has been completed. The guy tried to understand where he was and began to look around because he had recently died and would like to know where he ended up. Some older man appeared in front of him and said that this brat was still sleeping, so he needed to be punished. He swung and extended his fist right in front of his head to strike him, and he realized what he was doing. The man said that the sun is already high, but he has not woken up yet. Therefore, he must immediately stand up and go help his loved ones. The guy didn't understand what was happening and why he had a huge bump on his head after he hit him. He realized that it was his father because he lived so straight and also looked like him. He couldn't understand why he was here because his father had died a long time ago. Finally, he began to understand where he was and realized that this was his room, and also could not understand what happened to them while he was trying to wake up. The guy can't accept that the path to the next world begins from his room, and he didn't want to die here because it would be humiliating in front of his father. But suddenly something confused him as soon as he was able to notice that the walls were somehow very terrible and similar to what had happened before. He also noticed that the room had the same smell as before, and that his pocket money which he had been saving was lying on his table. The guy continued to lie on the bed and thought that he could be born again because for him this is an incredible joy. He thought that he was already dead anyway, and in any case he could sleep because he wouldn't do anything to him. The guy just started to fall asleep and told himself that there was no war, no smell of blood, but he completely forgot about his father who was flying to kill him. He jumped up to punish the lazy man because he ordered him to get up. The guy was weaker than his father and fell out of bed after such a blow. He didn't understand why everything looked like it did in his childhood. His father told him that if he didn't get up right away and hurry up he would definitely be late, and also didn't tell him not to forget to take the money to register the collection. The son said that even in this world his father continues to be the same as he was in real life. He clearly didn't like it. Yusung suddenly thought about what his dad said because these words were already very familiar to him. He began to think about what was happening and realized that most likely he had been transported to childhood where he lived his very first days of life. Yusung looked that the money was on the table and the amount of it was exactly what he should have brought to school even earlier. He said that this was some kind of nonsense. But the reconstruction was already completed and the game was about to begin. Still, he had to come to the very school that masters him with his incredible skills and also with the teachings that take place there. This pavilion had the greatest fame because it was created by a student at the Wasen school, which also had its martial arts masters. This man was the best in the pavilion, and that is why he taught the techniques of physical and spiritual practices only to officially registered students of the school. The other city, of course, was also one of the best and was the reason for martial arts joining this alliance. Peace has been maintained in this alliance for hundreds of years, and thanks to all this, it was simply impossible to achieve success and recognition as a master of combat without engaging in it. The idols of all children were the masters of the alliance, and from childhood boys and girls all wanted to become martial masters. But unfortunately not everything was so simple here either, and martial artists were also divided into different guilds, but in the world the most important thing is strength. But the one who was born rich and talented was struck by the golden spoon, so they were not very loved. There were also those who came from the upper strata of society but did not have enough talent for money. There was a proverb about them being born with a silver spoon. Yes, there were also those who had neither talent nor money, and they were called with a wooden spoon that is like him. But he still had a chance to change his status before he was accepted into this school, and one of the best martial arts schools could take him if he was not 16 years old. His father worked all his life to ensure that he studied at this institution because he wanted only the best for him so that he could achieve success. But it bothered him because it all happened exactly 30 years ago, and it was completely different from what he saw yesterday. The birds flew as usual and the weather was the best to show all their skills. He got out of bed and realized that this was definitely not a dream and everything was too realistic for a dream. He couldn't believe that it was true after all. The guy looked at everything that was happening next to him and he realized that most likely this really happened. He understood that just recently he was crying because a demon killed him, but now everything is completely different. Upstairs and realized that the weather was just great and his father continued to work in order to give him everything he wanted. The guy walked towards his father so that he could talk to him. He was sure that he would be glad to see him. His father said that he must perfectly master the art of combat and also his goal is to become such a master that people will sing songs about. The guy accepted his order and realized that he needed to try so that his dad would not need anything later. But suddenly he noticed one very important and also dangerous thing, namely that this was not all that different from his past. The money was exactly the same as then to join this school. His father still worked tirelessly because he wanted his son to have a good future and not need anything. He noticed that it was all like the good old days and most likely he turned back time. He didn't like it because he had returned to the past. He also remembered that every day his father forced him to eat potatoes for breakfast and threw them at him. It was already cold, but he had no choice. The guy began to think about what happened to him and could not believe that it was really true. It finally dawned on him that most likely he had indeed returned to the past and now he had to go through everything again to become who he was. A mission was displayed in front of him where it was written that within the allotted time he must register for admission to school. He was surprised and did not understand that this was happening to him. After all, this had never happened before, but now he had something to do and instructions were displayed in front of him. The father began to worry very much about him and asked what happened to him. He did not understand what was happening to his son. Most likely, he had completely gone off the rails. The guy asked, "Can't he see this?" and pointed his finger at the void. The father thought that he was some kind of abnormal person, but the guy saw it. The father exhaled and told him to calm down because there was nothing in front of him and he was just talking nonsense. His father shouted at him to move his rolls faster because he might be late for the exam, but he had to get there on time because the money had already been allocated. He had no other choice and went forward in search of new adventures to get to this legendary school. He chewed potatoes on the way and thought what was happening to him. After all, this had never happened before and he lived an ordinary life. He was finally able to come to the very school where he studied in a past life and he really liked it there. He understood that now he would have to go through this terrible exam again in which he would have to spend all his strength. It will be very difficult for him because now he is not in his own body in which he knew every loophole and understood how to contact it, but in the body of some little guy. He went into the center and noticed that most likely there would begin a division into two factions which you were supposed to join. Black color, this is for official students who have a future in martial arts and who have the opportunity. White is for novices who are only a source of money for the school and bring in good money. In truth, this is where their paths diverge because officially the students are taught directly by the head of the pavilion. And those who are in the white faction pay only money and hardly do any training on the training field. They had no future and they just came here to give money. He too was like those people with the white faction who could only become one. He said that if he ends up in the black faction it will be victory. The girl began to be surprised and asked what exam would be this time because she could at least understand what would happen now. He noticed that there were a lot of people in line and not everyone would get here officially. The older one said that last year there was a spiritual strength exam. Those who stand in line at the black flag and wait for the exam to become an official student. You also need to pass this exam perfectly. They were wondering what it would be like this year. After all, everyone wanted to get there because everyone had hopes that they could become one of the best masters. The girl said that the exam changes every year, so they will have to show all their skills, and even what they prepared will not be suitable. Suddenly he walked forward and realized that the exams change every year, but he was already able to pass it exactly 30 years ago. You most likely will be able to so what to do. He said that then he failed to pass it, but now everything will be different and he will learn from his mistakes to become better. Finally he was called, and he had number 70. He needed to pass this exam correctly. Suddenly he noticed that some numbers were flashing in front of him. The first time the number was larger, and apparently it's a timer. If the first number indicates the hour, then there are only 30 minutes left. He understood that he needed to get ready immediately to save his life. After all, if he loses in the exam, he will die. He threw all these thoughts out of his head because he needed to remember what happened in the past years of his life and now perform it perfectly. The teacher told him to hurry up, but also followed all the requirements and rules so that everything looked great. In front of him stood 3 great masters who had incredible capabilities, and each of them could teach the most ferocious techniques. The guy said that he was very interested in what would happen in the exam. Although he already knew everything himself, he wanted to talk to them. The chief teacher asked him what he thought about the exam and what it would be like. The guy said that the exam would be on acupuncture. The old man asked him why he thought so and realized that they could figure him out even before he raised the curtain. The guy said that he guessed it when he saw the figure covered with fabric and realized that thanks to this he could do it. The figures were indeed covered with cloth. There were a lot of them and they were all different, so it was impossible. Guess what these figures are worth? This is why it was very small. The old man realized that this guy was somehow unusual because it was almost impossible to guess about it, but for some reason he was able to do it. He said that all the tissue-covered figures are different in size, so he could guess that it would be acupuncture. He couldn't understand what kind of connection there was in this, and he also got angry with the guy because he was already very nervous because he had figured out his performance. He began to explain to him that the main thing in mastering martial arts is to learn to determine the position of these points because it could be understood depending on the age and height of a person's physique. He also said that in a real battle you need to be able to quickly and accurately determine these points in order to win it and also understand all the subtleties of the skill. He said that it was because of this that he needed dozens of dolls of different sizes so that the students could practice and also be able to learn everything themselves. The old man said that he really explained everything to him very well and was also right. Therefore, he has no questions. In addition to check how good he was in battle, because these words could mean nothing if he really didn't know how to do anything. He raised his hand to take these towels with which he covered it all and throw them off to begin testing his abilities. The towel flew far away and the guy had no chance to lose. After all, if he had done that, he would not have had victory. He was ready for the worst and most problematic moments of life, so nothing stopped him except his heart. Guy could not deal with these warriors. After all, he was already much more experienced than they only thought about him. He was calmly able to choose the best position for himself, with the help of which he would continue to look for only the best options for attack. He said that he was very uncomfortable in the body of a little boy, but he was slowly getting used to it, although he didn't have enough strength at all. He said that this was all much better than yesterday because then he just wanted to say goodbye to this world. Meanwhile, 10 minutes before, they were trying to do something new to test how good the fighters were, and they said that number 69 lost. The old man was very disappointed because he understood that he could not defeat these dolls, and now I can't tear someone away. His assistant said that these dolls were much more effective than expected. The master said that they were brought from the mountain specifically for this exam. He also said that these dolls are not simple wooden pacifiers and they are incredibly expensive. You can also invest spiritual power in them, which is why they will move as if they were human. In addition, the dolls react to blows at the right points, so they are well suited for training according to a special program. The old man was very disappointed and didn't even know what to do next because no one could cope with it and there were already 70 participants. He continued to think about it and tried to do everything so that his students could still pass this exam. He yawned calmly and realized that most likely they would not exist. Therefore, he would have to continue to sit without heirs. Another assistant asked if anyone would pass this year. After all, if no one is accepted into the school, they will not have a job. Another assistant told him not to worry. There is one girl here who is really very strong and capable. The old man said that there really was nothing to worry about. After all, he already had everything under control and he understood that this girl could really save them. The old man said that if she doesn't have friends, it will be very difficult for her to grow and develop. That's why they need to recruit new people into this sect. The assistants did not know what to say to him next and tried to somehow get away so that he would not be noticed and also would not be punished for this. So the man said that most likely someone would appear and asked that the next person come further. The old man understood that this guy was just a disappointment because he had never been to school and was in their art. You can't expect anything from him at all. The assistant asked whether it was necessary to let him go because he would simply be useless and would take away their precious time that they should not have given to just anyone. He said that he would fail the exam anyway. Therefore, it was necessary to let him in so that at least someone would disappoint him to the end. The old man began to look at this guy because he wanted to understand who he really was and why he came with no experience at all. He noticed that this guy was very weak and most likely he would not succeed due to the fact that he did not have money. He also noticed that his eyes simply ran around and he could not find a place for himself due to the fact that he was still completely inexperienced. The old man told him to hurry up and also asked where he was looking and answered that he wanted to deal with him. The guy replied that he was just wondering what he would have on the exam. The old man asked what kind of exam he would have because he wanted to fully understand. Maybe this guy doesn't want to predict something. He said that he would have an acupuncture exam. That's why he could easily cope with it, because he already knows his goal. Well, 5 minutes and the old man was shocked after he noticed that he really had physical data and skills. The other masters noticed how these robots calmly lagged behind this guy in development and he calmly dealt with them. The guy moved as quickly as possible to kill another robot that was almost able to hit him very hard. He was able to calmly return from his powerful charge, which he wanted to send straight to his head. Still, these robots were not entirely real, and if you hit these points, they become immobilized. The guy was glad that he could do it, but he still felt very tender because he had experience. But suddenly he remembered that, in a past life, he decided to attack this huge monster and lost it. He activated his legendary coverage method with which he thought that he really managed to figure it out so easily. The guy did this move and it looked very impressive as he was able to hit his opponent perfectly on the head. After that, he pinned his opponent with his legs in order to do a spin and throw him out. He even did it very well, and no one expected that such a weak guy would be able to show this in the exam. This robot had no options at all. How to escape because they could take him by surprise. The guy continued to twist his arm to defeat him because victory was already very close. It was quite hard work that was beyond everyone's strength, so not everyone was able to do it. He was able to throw this monster away and also save himself, although he understood that he still had a very weak body for such battles. He was angry that he could not completely neutralize this monster and he wanted to end it. The old man didn't notice that he was using the 8 methods of fixation technique, and it was a very famous medical technique. He understood that this guy was doing a great job and would get out first so that there wouldn't be too many things to target. Also, due to the physique of this boss, the special point method does not work for him. Therefore, it is very difficult to deal with him, and the guy will have to find another option. He began to remember that in a past life he introduced the technique of 8 methods of fixation, and thanks to the fact that he knew how to do it now, he was able to remember it. He also understood that this giant had much more spiritual power than him, and even if he did not know where the special one was, he still doesn't have enough strength. He thought about how he could live and cope with this guy, and so he went into battle. The old man watched this and did not understand where he got so much energy and willpower to fight against such an opponent. He still activated this method of 8 methods of bone fixation to defeat this monster. He made a special pressing method to finish off his special point and also send it to lie on the bones. The old man couldn't believe that this guy really succeeded because he thought that he couldn't do it since he was much weaker than the others. After that, the guy got even more angry and began to attack this monster from behind and pressed another point on it. He activated and did not press through the meridians to finally finish off this monster. All 3 were in shock and did not understand how he was able to get through this because no one had ever succeeded except one girl. Even the bald teacher was shocked that he hit with his fist and he survived. It turned out to be some kind of magic. In fact, he did not hit with his fist, and the smarter assistant told him to look more closely because he had not noticed something. Still, this blow was made with just a finger and he managed to do it quite cool. He said that he had finally succeeded and was glad that he was not yet useless in this world. The monster was stuck at the top and the robot did not want to move further, as if the guy could knock him out but leave him to do his orders. And the bald man began to doubt and wanted to ask what he should have seen after the guy did this. The smarter one was able to understand that she attacked using a special massage technique, and thanks to it, he was able to knock out this robot. Everything the teacher already said that this is a tactic of 8 methods of fixation and this technique is used in treatment, but he was able to use it in the attack method. He was able to press on a special point that was able to relax the lower back, and thanks to this the opponent does not move. The smarter ones didn't understand how it could be used with an attack because it was a healing effect. The teacher said that only geniuses can create, and this guy was really able to show a good level. The masters began to think about how this guy could fool them so easily. They were disappointed because the guy really showed an incredible level that they didn't even know about yet. He said that it was even very interesting that this guy most likely has an incredible future that could change his life. After that, he went to a special room that belonged to students who had already passed the exam and wanted to know the results. He said that thanks to today he would be able to change history, which he really didn't like because of it he had already lost a lot. He understood that with the help of a special book, he was able to use at the same time ingenious tactics that were still unknown to people. He was happy because thanks to the fact that he used this pharmacy for the first time in 40 years, he was able to do something useful for himself. After that, he decided to look into this system thanks to which he could improve himself and make himself much stronger. He noticed how his mission was completed, and after that he pumped himself up and became much stronger than before. His hand became much stronger and more powerful, unlike what it was before. He understood that his strength had increased thanks to this. He would be able to show incredible results. But suddenly he noticed something else interesting and also received a special award in which there were 3 awards. Thanks to this he will be much stronger. This notification was displayed to him and he did not understand what else it was. Because he had never had this before, and now that he is in his new life he has such strange things. He decided to figure it out himself because he understood that it was someone he was seeing, and then his father really wasn't lying and understood that there was nothing there. Suddenly he was finally able to understand that he could really get all these things and tried to figure it out, but there was a man standing behind him. They hugged him and said that they were very glad to see him. But the guy didn't even have time to take anything, although he had a chance to do so. Due to the fact that they took him by the arm, he pressed and chose exactly what he did not want and chose option number 3, which gave the Eye of Wisdom. He didn't understand who dared to take him and stop him from choosing what he wanted. And it was another guy who joined this sect. Suddenly the guy realized who this man was, who hugged him and screamed so hard that even the birds flew up. His new acquaintances stopped approaching him because they realized that he was somehow abnormal and was behaving very stupidly. Therefore he should be wary. The acquaintance could not understand how he recognized him. And in general, how is it possible that these people had never seen each other before? The older guy couldn't believe that he was already famous even in this place, although he didn't live here. He waved to him and said that he was very glad to meet you, but he already had a lot to do, so he had to go. Yu Sung had already lived for 40 years and understood that you really were. This person he met was much stronger than people could imagine. But suddenly he noticed that he had the 9th level on his head. And the guy asked him how he knew him and what his name was. He wanted to know everything about him. The guys had very surprised eyes after he was able to see and understand his level. It was written there that he even had the 9th level, and he asked him what his real name was. Finally he introduced himself and said his name. She also did not understand what kind of letters were above his head. This frightened him very much and he wanted to deal with it as soon as possible. After all, they did not give him peace. Most likely he realized that he was seeing these inscriptions most likely because of his eyes, but he could not understand what the numbers meant, which were like a level. He looked out the window and realized that if you were really true, then a lot of opportunities had opened up for him that would give him good results in the future. She noticed that other people also showed their level, and he understood that in the stronger ones, he would be much more than special. He understood that since he could understand levels, he needed to decide what level he had. The guy who was lying on the bed and said that most likely the 2 of them were only able to do what no one else could do and pass this exam. But suddenly someone said that no, and they have another competitor who appeared right before their eyes. The guy was shocked by what he heard. It said who she really was, and they now realized that this name meant a lot. Yu Sung was shocked to see this girl because she was simply incredible and also had a very famous surname. The girl introduced herself and said that I am by her last name. They should all understand that she will become better at this school. He understood that this renowned and absolutely incomparable beauty was the heir to this school. If she is his opponent, he will lose. The girl had incredible abilities and the confidence in her eyes was too great. She was simply unstoppable. She asked him why he was looking at her like that because she didn't like the fact that he was looking after her so much with his eyes. The guy said that he was very surprised and tried to somehow make this situation calmer. The girl began to bend down to salute because someone had already appeared next to them. She leaned over to the guy who had the 9th level and said that she passed the exam completely on her own and no one laughed at her ability. He watched all this and he felt uneasy because she was somehow too impudent and behaved very terribly. These two began to argue very strongly. After all, they were candidates to be considered the best students of this school and everyone would like to take theirs. He said that these two hated each other from the very beginning and this battle would be truly legendary. And suddenly those same masters came into the room and one of them looked like this girl's father and said, "Why is she quarreling with the others?" He said that this year only 5 people scored enough points and they should follow him with a good ceremony. After they were dedicated, the guy was given a black robe, which meant that he was participating in this team. Having such a robe was simply cool. After all, if you could really wear it, then you were considered one of the best warriors. The girl always wanted to be first and asked her mentor who was in her place because she wanted to know that she was on first. He looked at her and understood that this girl was really very impudent. Therefore, she needed to calm down a little and put her in her place. He thought about what to answer her because she was really very arrogant and this needed to be dealt with. He extended his hand to tell her something very important and also to point his finger at what they had still underestimated. Then he pointed his finger at the older guy and said that he took 2nd place. These are the words the girl was very angry with. She also pointed with her finger that the girl took 3rd place and no one believed that this was really true because everyone thought that he would take the last line. After such a performance, everyone wanted to deal with him because they didn't like the fact that he took 1st place. He understood that after this he would need to fight, but it was clear to everyone that he was still much weaker than the others because he had a weak body. At the ceremony dedicated to new torments, it was necessary to meet the mentors. After that, they learned all the rules about how they need to interrupt at school. It was already dark and the evening was moving towards us, which was about to come because it was already quite dark. The older guy had already started getting dressed and said that the sun had almost set, so it was better to study martial arts and go to bed. He said that it was the father of this girl, and he spoke about caution, which she did not follow at all. She became even more angry at this and understood that he said this on purpose. He liked it because thanks to this he left her in place. He said that he had to go and said goodbye to everyone because he had to go the next day. The girl said that she didn't even want to think about it. She understood that it was time for her to go too because the weather was really dark and she had to go home. She said goodbye to the guy and said that she would see him together tomorrow because the weather was already really dark. He said that today he saw off the first beauty of his time, although just yesterday he was dying with his comrades on the battlefield. He had a truly amazing day today. He also understood that he couldn't relax because he had already learned the future and therefore he had to do everything to change it for the better. The next day arrived and the weather was perfect for me to start studying martial arts at this school. Suddenly he realized that now he was late and was very tired because his capabilities were much higher than his others. He was glad that he finally got to this school because he had a long way to go and even more so he overslept. He saw that a teacher was standing near the door and he didn't know what to do next because now he would scold him or maybe even send him home. Baldy said that if she is the best, then this does not give him the opportunity to be late, so he must apologize. The teacher continued to joke about him, but he could barely move at all because he had no time for it at all. The doors finally closed and the guy couldn't go further because they did it right in his face. He was furious because he didn't get to school. But suddenly behind his back someone called him, and it was the same guy who met him last time. He turned around to understand who called him because most likely he was not the only one who was late for school. The guy waved to him and said that if he was late then he was also his friend because he also didn't like coming to school early. He was surprised and didn't understand why he said that he was his person because it was somehow strange. He replied that people say that and before giving it they're all they need to have a good rest and of course the best way is to get enough sleep. He also added that what is much more important is what he does in his free time and not how early he gets up. Therefore you just need to work hard. He understood that this fool didn't think about the future at all and didn't care about the fact that he had already entered one of the best schools. After that, the older guy began to ask him something about something that he had already known for a long time. After he heard that yesterday he was in first place, he wanted to spar with him because he didn't think that some guy could put him in his place so easily. He became even more angry because the door to the school was closed and he was only interested in some sparring. Suddenly it was revealed to me that he had to go through a special mission and had to defeat him. He only had 15 minutes to do this. Future obedient student, he studied for 3 months in the library of this school. He wanted to learn as many martial arts as possible and also write correctly. He read about 3 basic rules that meant basic movements in martial arts that were very important in how he fought. After all, each of them has his own abilities, and thanks to this, he could have much more privileges in battle. There was a special harmony that meant something very important that was written in the book that he turned over. Did the guy continue to write a book? Because for him it was a very interesting activity. I knew that this way he would understand a lot more interesting things about martial arts, but suddenly someone approached him. He noticed that this same guy came to him again, whom he had to win every day because otherwise he would suffer very much. He calmly dealt with all the students who ended up in this school because for him they were also weak opponents whom he defeated. Everyone was afraid of him because he had incredible strength and also abilities that everyone at least have. When he received the highest scores in the exam, he began to fight with his accomplices every day. He constantly wanted to fight with other students over these just for the duration of his sleep. And they called him a demon because this guy was really very strong and he wanted to deal with everyone. He passed the Dragon and Phoenix test at school absolutely flawlessly. It was because of this that he became the head of the great school pavilion and also won all the highest titles. He said that he is a real genius and is also an insurmountable obstacle for him, but with the help of books he can defeat him if he wants. Suddenly he noticed that it was written there that this was a special mission and did not understand why he came across this brilliant thing right now. It was written there that if he defeats him, then the reward for success will be very great. He should do this because otherwise he would not have it at all sweet and would have to suffer. He said that he doesn't know what level he has, so first he needs to check how good his level is, but he already understands that this is plus or minus the second. He knew that sleeping with him would be a big problem and that he would simply be bullied as if he were some kind of child. He didn't know how to get him a win, but he also didn't want to give up because he would lose respect in the company and be considered a weakling. He wanted to see what their medalist was capable of, and so he needed to deal with him so that he would actually lose. The guy was thinking about how to defeat him and was already thinking about what tactics he should use. The opponent was also ready to fight because he was older and already had many victories under his belt. He wanted to beat this little guy. The eldest said that he could do it because for him it was as easy as shelling pears because he was confident in his abilities. Yu-sung didn't understand at all that he was much weaker than him, and that's why his opponent's hand was already near his head, and he didn't expect this to happen. He was immediately given a very painful blow, and the guy could not stand it and fell down due to the fact that he was much weaker than his opponent. But thanks to this, he was able to find the very point that they examined in the exam and ended up right there. The opponent felt some strange pain and did not understand what was happening to him, as if he was simply left standing. After that he went on the attack because he knew that he would be at a loss as to why he had weakened him so much. Because of this, the opponent has opened up very much, which means that they have a good chance to hit. Such a chance came once in a million, and he knew that thanks to this, he would be able to carry a good blow with them. That is why he already swung his hand to hit him in the head and send him to sleep. But suddenly he noticed that his opponent was able to return from this blow, which means that he will now feel very bad because he will launch a counterattack. That is why his opponent made an incredibly powerful blow directly to his head, and everyone noticed how strong he was. The guy could barely stand it and felt that he was about to be defeated due to the fact that he was more inexperienced. But suddenly such a blow could not kill him, and he realized that his hand did not have enough strength, and here she decided to influence a special point. That's why he activated 8 fixation methods, and thanks to his special method, he wanted to do a grasping method to kill him. But the guy is having a lot of trouble with his opponent, and that's why he was already able to press 1 point. It was his opponent's counterattack that was very painful and the consequences for him. All this, and I understood that he was about to be punished very severely because I thought that he could take advantage of the reason. The guy was already head down, which meant that he had too little chance of surviving. The opponent activated a judo technique and knocked him to the ground, which is why he simply did not have time to strike another blow and lost. The older man was glad that he was already able to win, but he did not have time to understand something, namely that very bad news awaited him now. And they were able to inflict an incredibly powerful kick on him, which hit him squarely in the head and sent him to lie down. These two were left alone, and this battle was really difficult both physically and mentally. The guy relied on his 30 years of experience, but his child's body is not at all ready for such stress, and he has nothing at all. He needed to do something. The opponent was already thinking about how to defeat him because he was confident in his abilities. I understand that this guy is not at all ready for his battle. He asked him how he got first place in the exam because he was too weak. He said that she used the rules of sword art without a sword. These were very offensive words at that time, and the guy understood that he needed to take revenge for this and was ready to fight him. The opponent also raised his elbow in order to deliver an incredible counterattack that he had not yet told about. And suddenly the opponent realized that this was indeed a very powerful technique that he was unlikely to be able to reflect because it was still very weak. He was able to understand that he was going to strike. But this position was generally for striking with a fist, but it is similar to the stance for a vertical strike with a sword. Everything was very complicated here, and he still didn't know what would happen here. For us, most likely it will be a vertical section of the Great Mountain which he read about in that very book. He realized that this was his only chance. Thanks to this technique, he would be able to defeat his opponent and put him in his place in front of all the people. The older guy already wanted to attack with his fist. That's why he pulled back his cat much more to make the swing more painful. He said that now she is activating the 3 rules of the art of fist fighting and the bicycle will not withstand this. Yu Sung understood that the 3 rules of sword art were words and therefore he could handle it calmly. He activated the vertical cut of the Great Mountain, but his opponent already knew about this technique, so he was able to prepare a response. The champion greatly underestimated him and understood that he was about to regret what they wanted to do to him. The guy said that his weakness was the earth attack, so he activated the special 3 rules of sword art to hit him in the hand. After this, the opponent could not stand it and fell headfirst due to the fact that the blow would be very accurate. The guy was happy and said that he had succeeded because he thought that this was already the end and he was able to calmly deal with an opponent of the 9th level. But suddenly he noticed that this was not the end yet, and some very bad blows awaited him which could have been dealt to him right after his attack. He rose up and turned over head down. Although no one understood what was happening because the guy was already practically neutralized. The opponent did not want to just give up and therefore decided to punish him to the fullest and wanted to deliver another blow to his head with his shoulder. He understood that the mission was a failure and he gets 1 hour where his physical strength will be lower due to the fact that the mission was a failure. The opponent understood that he could really try very hard now. He said that it was a win technique, but the guy couldn't understand how he did it because even at the age of 40 he couldn't do it correctly. He started talking with his eyes. I don't understand what it is because he was able to master the win technique at the age of 16. He finally understood what it meant to reduce physical activity to 0, and he could barely see his opponent who had already become his friend because the fight was over. After he was punished for wanting to fight and also for going to school, people began to approach him so that he would wake up. The guy opened his eyes and noticed that in front of him was his bald teacher who was supposed to teach martial arts today. The teacher said that it was very difficult to drag him to the training field because he fainted anywhere. He asked him why he was not sleeping. The guy thought about what would happen to him next because he understood that this could not be done every day. He watched as his partner did a goose step because he was late for school, and for this there was a punishment that they had to carry out. He noticed that his mission remained the same, so he could still change everything and he only needed time. He was thinking about how he could pass this most difficult mission because his opponent was much stronger than him and also more experienced. The guy was thinking about how to do this, but the teacher was already very angry, so he began to lift him up. He grabbed him by the ear and said that this was punishment for being late and he had to do it together with his partner. He sent him forward to be punished because this could not be done in their academy. He wanted to teach them a lesson, and the guys were happy that they would now do the same thing together, or they ordered them to do as many as 100 circles. This was not the first time he had been walking. It was very difficult for him because goose stepping is quite difficult. He said that his legs did not move at all and it was very difficult for him to control himself. The guy felt that the distance between his opponent was much greater and he needed to defeat him somewhere. He tried his best to fight his fatigue, but everything was in vain because it was too difficult. Suddenly the guy could feel how 10% of his strength had been added to him, which he spent an hour ago when he lost to him. He was delighted and realized that strength had been added to him. Therefore, he now had to get up and show his full capabilities. The guy ran the fastest, and the teacher couldn't understand if this was a punishment because he thought that they would suffer. They came up with this for themselves as a competition. He understood that he had lost his bet to his rival. And as soon as the mission failed, he again lost all knowledge. He knew that if this continued, he would be called a wimp. Yu Sung lay on the ground and received that if he was able to reach the limit of his strength, then he would automatically level up. He didn't know what was happening to him. Still, he understood that he also needed to work through I can't, although this was practically impossible with his capabilities. Then someone asked him if he had already finished his punishment. The same girl who called him the best student who for some reason was punished approached him. He said that he was punished for a reason because he was late and there was nothing wrong with that. The girl noticed that he was looking at her face again, and he clearly liked her because he did not take his eyes off her. He said that she blocked his sky and he didn't look at her face at all because he didn't need it at all and he just wanted to relax. Yu-sung understood that now he would be burned with shame. And even if she didn't say anything, he still needed to control himself. She told him not to tell her that he fell in love with her because she was getting married soon. The guy shouted that this was not at all true, but she understood that he definitely liked her because he reacted so violently. Because he knew the past, he asked if her groom would be the same person from the Tang clan. The girl couldn't understand how everyone already knew about it because she tried to hide it as much as possible. He said that this clan was very famous because it was very dangerous thanks to its poisons. The girl said that in their world there are marriages of convenience and it just sucks. She wanted to get married just because of who she liked. He was very interested in what would happen if she did not marry this man and became just an ordinary girl who would not be so cruel. He was also able to notice that she was level 7 due to the fact that he had the incredible ability of how to look through a genius eye. Suddenly he noticed that she was 16 years old and already had good potential for her age. Thanks to the fact that he was able to see her age, she wrote to him that he received the third eye of wisdom, which was able to determine her age. He was very happy about this because new abilities always give new opportunities, and this will definitely give him more strength. He realized that the degree of mastery of all the abilities that he has is gradually increasing, and this leads to an increase in level. She turned to him and said that she had completely forgotten it, and the mentor asked him and another punished person to come to the mentor. He wondered where the guy he fought with had gone. As he was able to notice, he was lying on a tree and did not want to do anything because he had the pleasure of sleeping. It was already getting very dark and the birds were already flying into their nests to rest because night was coming. He decided to look at what kind of mentors he had. After all this way, he will understand with whom he has the honor. He was able to notice that he could already see the name of his mentors, although previously he couldn't even see it. Well, of course he didn't see H. He understood that there was nothing worse than punishment from their main teacher, who was very cruel but fair. The teacher said that they would be in the bathroom who took first place in the exam, and they were not only late on the first day but also caused a massacre. The guy understood that this was simply unacceptable and felt like he was being scolded as if he were a small child at school. The teacher said that they would still walk 500 laps at a duck's pace, but this did not free them from schoolwork at all, so they would do this before going home. He asked them if they would still be late, and the guy calmly replied that they would be because their time was really worth a lot. The teacher said that now they are free and waved his hand. He understood that the rumors about this man were truly incredible. The teacher told him that he would be back tomorrow morning, and he needed to talk to them about another important topic. He really didn't like the fact that the teacher didn't take pity on him because he was born for something that would blow him away. The teacher said that he has a very interesting year ahead because these students really have a bright future ahead of them. Another said that he was worried about these two. The teacher thought about it and understood that they really had good potential that could be developed. After that, the next day he went to the training fields and it was noticeable that no one was there. The guy understood that in a past life he was a novice, so he was allowed to visit only one tiny piece of the field to the east. Only official students could train there. He said that his art should be studied from childhood, and this is the only way to create a strong base. Also, if you miss this time, you won't be able to get it back. Having missed this time, he will remain at the bottom once and for all, despite all the efforts he will make, even if he is 40 years old. He decided that today he will train after class to become the best, because this way he can achieve results. He understood that with the help of training with the ball, he could increase the degree of skill and accordingly he would raise his level. It was already very dark, but he still believed that he could become much stronger and hoped that it would be better. The guy continued to train. Some new people appeared behind him and noticed that he was training here. The chief asked what he was doing here and was also already very angry with him because he took his wooden sword, which meant a lot to him. These guys were very angry that he actually took their things and started training without asking. They said that he would simply destroy and he must bow at his feet and also must do everything so that he forgives him. He also told him not to dare raise his head and say anything about him in his presence, and also this man pressed his foot on his head. Another man told him to now speak his name and pray that he would ask him because he does not forgive anyone. The guy managed to take some book and said that he was wrong and he should have greeted his older brother. Such words greatly upset the man about whom I wanted everything to be normal with him, but he forced himself to do this to him. He asked his friend to stand and make sure no one was coming. He wanted to do everything to punish this guy for his words. He got even more angry and said that a weak person like him has no right to call him elder brother. The bandit swung his fist at him to take revenge because he was really wrong in his opinion. The guy who was beaten said that even if he is against it, it does not change the fact that he is his older brother. Meanwhile, before this, the guy began to wonder why among all the wooden swords this was so important and also had something strange. He was also very angry that among all the swords he took this one on which something was written, and because of this he would have big problems. The man who beat him realized that he was the one who passed the test better than anyone else, and because of him he got first place. He wanted to know where he came from. He was told that a wooden sword would be placed especially since he does not know how important it is and why it is so ideal. Meanwhile, this man who wanted to get the ball back decided to show everything in reality because he didn't like the fact that his things were taken without asking. He said that they didn't need any extra problems at all, and that's why he stopped his brothers so that you wouldn't go into battle against the little guy. It had already become very dark, and the teacher was sitting on the roof and thinking about how that guy was still able to disperse all this. He sat and thought and did not even know how this was even possible, but at the same time he managed to notice something very important. The guy who came to return to his sword understood that they were still continuing to keep surveillance on her because he was still needed. The guy said that he should already be with the guys because he wants to talk with this student one-on-one. Yu-sung realized that most likely something went wrong and now he will have to work very hard for leaving him with him. He noticed that he had an 8th level and it was lower than the one he fought with before, but it was still a very good level and he was unlikely to be able to defeat him. The grown-up guy told him not to pay attention to his words and it's just a wooden sword, so it's time to get acquainted with your ears. He extended his hand and said that he would like to know which school belongs to the student who passed the exam the best this year. He handed the ball back to him to give because for him it was just a stick that he had. He didn't understand. Is it so important? But he already saw that this bastard was really ready to tear him into small pieces just because he took the sword. The adult tried to understand why he did not want to answer his questions. He was very banal and simple. An adult approached him and said that their best and student is no one's name and he doesn't belong to any school. He said that it was all because he didn't even say hello when his older brother introduced himself. Such words really affected him very much. After all, he understood that it was true. He bent down and whispered in his ear that if he had never studied anywhere then he should have guessed. After all, he was already in a good society where he needed to show himself from the best side. The guy said that he already knows everything perfectly well about the martial arts school and everything else. He also said that one day she would challenge him to a fight. But now he should deviate due to the fact that it is already deep night and he should leave this place. The guy turned around and left, and you understand that it would be better to avoid conflicts, and he knew that he could not defeat him in battle. He could say such salads, but the opponent already understands that he is completely invincible and he doesn't care how much this guy would like to fight him. It was already very dark and it was time to rest because school was really over and it was time to start sleeping. The guy left this place and this man decided to stay to train and become much better in order to be the best in battle. He noticed that he had already disappeared and understood that now he had every opportunity to show all his strength. The old one said that he didn't like it very much because it had such disrespect and therefore one day he will pay for it. The weather was already gloomy everywhere because everyone had fallen asleep and it was no longer so calm and quiet. The guy had been lying in his bed for a week and said that he couldn't sleep at all because he was tormented by one question. He understood that since his and the pavilions were the largest and highest-ranking schools, they always came to study better and of all schools. Among them there were a lot of thieves who entered school ahead of schedule thanks to their connections and abilities, and last year such a student was a student larger than the school. Everyone knew that now he was the strongest student of the combat pavilion, and he simply had no equal due to the fact that he had incredible abilities that no one had ever seen. He said that he couldn't sleep peacefully because he kept in his head all the time the fact that this bastard ran into him. He said that now he will not be able to communicate with anyone, and for the guys who were. After all, they all know that he is much weaker than this. He didn't know what to do. Much more ability suggests that he really wanted to become better. The guy thought that he could train day and night to become stronger. Yu-sung felt that now his legs would be able to withstand such a heavy load, and he simply had no other option. He also felt that he needed to grow faster and also visit secretly in order to be much more experienced. The new day came, and the same guy with whom they walked in circles at a duck's pace came. Unfortunately, he was late again. He noticed that he already had the 10th level, and he still doesn't even know what level he is, so he was very much his rank. He thought about how he could smooth out the difference in these situations because he knew that he would still have a lot to show to this world. Still, the guy went to one of the teachers and he said that he had no other choice other than pumping up his strength. The teacher said that the difference in strength also affects speed and defense, and the only way to overcome this difference is to increase muscle mass. But there is another way to use the technique to resolve the martial arts of opponents. He understood that this is the only way that he can do because it will take a long time to build up the technique. The guy was thinking about how he could do all this because he already wanted to do it as quickly as possible and win that mission. The teacher also noticed this and asked, "Is this worth it?" After all, he has really wanted to do this for a long time. The driver said that he liked it yesterday and that if he doesn't want to regret anything, then he must learn something to win, namely the perfection of martial arts. The guy had very hard training and he carried water and also tried not to spill a single drop in order to complete the entire task. He barely controlled his body, and I could have done it very hard, but the teacher told him not to change his position so that everything would be perfect. The teacher also said that he helps him develop spiritual strength. This endurance training is one of the best ways to develop spiritual strength. He realized that spiritual energy was growing much faster than he trained the duck step, and this is really the best way. The teacher really liked the fact that he was already able to hold out for a couple of hours, and this technique is simple in the environment, but from the inside he already feels incredible pain due to the fact that it was energy consuming. The teacher watched him and realized that this guy really has a good future. He can achieve success if he continues to train like this. The teacher told him that he was following him. He would show him the next exercise, but the guy said that he wanted to raise the level of spiritual power a little more. In the meantime, the teacher decided to show by his own example how to use this spiritual power correctly. The teacher was able to break the tree due to the fact that his leg was really very hard and he knew how to use it correctly. The elder added that he used spiritual power to enhance the destructive power of the horizontal slash, and it would show him how unimaginable this power is. He decided that if he concentrated and collected all his energy at one point, he would simply be unstoppable. The teacher said that it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. Therefore, he will have to show it himself later. The teacher called a girl who was passing nearby because she wanted to go somewhere about her business and teach her. They decided to give her new tasks. The master said that this girl knows very well how to rip off very energy at one point and she will show it for him. The teacher told her to show this guy with you. The girl was shocked when she heard that he was just kidding. After that, she told him to indicate where you were going and she could show it without any problems. The girl uses all her strength in one leg in order to completely destroy the stone and show it all her power. The girl made an incredible swing and it was called the foot strike technique. Thanks to her power, she was able to break through the stone just by kicking it, although this turned out to be simply unrealistic. This is one of the best. The guy was shocked by what he saw and thought that this girl belonged somewhere, but she turned out to be one of the strongest warriors. The teacher said that at this rate she would soon move mountains with just one blow. Yu Sung understood that even if he really wanted to, he could not master this technique, and he only learned the sword technique. The girl said that for her it was 2 counts. The guy realized that he wanted as an official student to learn all the techniques of martial arts in order to have an incredible inventory. After that, they went to regular simulators because the guy continues to train and show his incredible masterful techniques. The teacher said that this is not good at all, he needs to train more. After all, if he trains more, he will be able to develop the habit of collecting all the energy of this point. He couldn't understand why it was so difficult and thought about how to win. But it was all to no avail. The teacher told him not to rush and first he should learn the art of the sword. The weapon helps a lot if the body is not hardened enough. He gave him a special ball which was specially designed so that all students could get through this difficult stage. The girl came to them and said that the lesson was already over and they should go to the next one in order to gain new knowledge in this skill. He did not know that he now needed to learn the art, and also because martial arts consist of 5 types of strikes with a sword, a palm, a spear, a foot, and a fist. Most of the technique is based on the Wasen school technique, which was very popular in the past. On the way, as she walked and told him all this, they could not see the very person he saw last night. He started calling him names. And the guys didn't like it very much because such disrespect could greatly humiliate him in front of the girl. The girl asked her older brother what she was doing here with such a crowd. After all, they were supposed to be in class. The elder looked around to see if there was someone here because he wanted to tell her something. The elder said that he was not in the mood right now. They were talking to her, so she should go where she wanted. Such disrespect made him very angry, and she did not want this to continue because it was a sign of disgust. The elder brother said that he needs this guy to talk to him a few words like real men, and also added that he has a business, so he wants to talk like that with this guy. This road was indeed a very long one, and he understood that he had come a long way to come here. The elder asked if he wanted to fight with him because he had told him this before. What if he looked around and realized that these people were able to surround them, which means that they have very bad problems because they will now have to fight? Yu Sung replied to his older brother that he was somehow too well prepared for the fight with his younger partner. He told him not to be afraid. After all, they came just to watch this fight. He pointed out to him with his fingers that he should be the first to attack because for him it was as easy as shelling pears, and he wanted to see that he was capable of something. The guy was very angry that he pointed that out to him, and that's why he wanted to punish him for those words. The girl understands that he will not be able to withstand such serious contractions, but she had no other option but to watch this. She activated the destructive palm strike technique, but the girl was able to come up and save him. He was finally able to understand that this asshole was aiming at one of the painful points that could not be hit. After all, if you have you and press there, then you lose. The girl said that he had simply gone crazy, and it would have been very dangerous if she had not been able to intervene in this duel. The arrogant older brother just looked at him and said that he was crazy to avoid, so there was nothing so dangerous here. He also understood that if the girl had not been here, he would have lost 100% and would have been dead for a long time. He got even more angry. I don't understand that the girl wouldn't leave without him, and she also needed him to survive. He said that he would make this man nervous and took this sword so that now he could correctly demonstrate all the masterful techniques. He noticed that he was level 8 and he was also 17 years old. And the eldest said that this guy only knows that he took first place in the exam, but he doesn't know how to fight. And again, it seemed to him that he had to complete a special mission in order to come further. He needed to knock this big brother down. And as usual, he had fines and punishment, but at the same time rewards. He understood that this was his only chance, so he could not retreat. It was better to start the battle. The guy asked him if he would fight without a wooden sword, but then he would be sure that he didn't need it and he could calmly kill him with his hand. Yu Sung said that if he is not going to take this sword, then he will start the battle himself and will no longer ask anyone. The elder didn't understand why he was so self-confident because he was much weaker. It was clear from him that he was much lighter. He took his assistant's dream and said that now she was teaching him the right. He wanted it to be stupid enough to fight against the younger ones. The elder was ready to teach this newcomer a lesson who had recently entered this academy. He looked attentively at his opponent in the eyes and felt that he was already very worried, and he was definitely not looking him in the eyes. These two warriors stood against each other and were ready to fight with the help of their best techniques. He knew that this was similar to the opponent with whom he had fought earlier, and he had to dodge the first attack. The opponent, who was much older, was ready to punish him for speaking in his own language. He shouted that he would now activate the martial arts technique, otherwise the Great Unity, and hit right next to the younger's hand. He thought that he could finish it off with just one blow, but it was all in vain because he greatly underestimated him. He activated the technique. There was nothing and no land to show him new techniques. That the elder did not understand how he was able to dodge because he thought that he could kill him with just one blow. After that, the younger opponent took his ball to hit him on the head and show who the real warriors are here. He activated the 3 rules of sword art, a vertical slash of the great mountain that went right next to his opponent. He could not have expected this at all. Unfortunately, the guy was only able to penetrate a little bit of the ground and was unable to hit him. He felt that he would have to train for a long time in order to bring this blow to perfection. He felt that his spiritual strength was not enough to compare with such a rival, but this goat seemed to have no chance at all because he was not confident in himself. The guy asked him if he was surprised that he couldn't hit him because he thought that he was much stronger. Such words made him very angry, and he wanted to blow his head off, which in principle was what he wanted to do next with an attack. He told him not to turn up his nose, and now he will pay for everything he thinks. But he also knew that he didn't understand anything at all. His guys who only learn the martial arts of their clan or are easily influenced by emotions have one drawback. Everyone knew that they had one very bad habit, and when meeting a strong opponent these idiots use many cunning techniques which ensures them an easy victory. Which words made him very angry, and he knew that now he had no other chance than to punish his opponent for such a long tongue. He couldn't understand why he couldn't hit. But the guy remembers everything very well, and he calmly repelled every attack. After he tried to hit him, he noticed that someone else began to smile, and this angered his opponent even more. The best student said that he is very impudent, so now he will definitely pay for everything that he said about him, and also threatened. Yu-sung did not at all expect that he would break up like this, and he thought that he would calmly put him in his place and everything would stop. Still, he was trying to somehow save his life, so he did everything in order to stay alive. Because that's how he will survive. The elder realized that he was able to find out how he would attack, and it would be really scary. After all, this is how he read all his moves. The girl also watched this and noticed that the guy seemed to be slow, but he knew everything about the next 60 opponents. Even with a weak eye, she can see the difference in abilities, and most likely this guy really has some kind of bright future. The eldest got angry because his opponent was as elusive as a beast and no one could hit him except him. He began to remember how they told him that on the first day he started a fight and it would be really very cunning. The opponent remembered absolutely everything that he was told about how strong he was. This put even more pressure on his psyche, and it was difficult to adapt. The elder said that these people irritate him very much, and the wind technique is too complicated, so he uses a vertical cut of the mountain. Yu-sung asked if he had any problems in battle, and he couldn't offer him the right resistance at all, and he told him to shut his mouth. Yu-sung felt that if he knew absolutely all of his bad habits, then he could calmly hold on to victory because his opponent really thought that he was invincible. He didn't know that using vertical mountain discharge would be very good, and his opponent was much stronger. Therefore, he had to come up with something better. The battle continued, and the rivals already wanted to get a victory because they felt very tired in the battle. The elder said that now he would show him absolutely everything that he was capable of, and he would ask for help because no one would save him. He picked up his ball and decided to activate his enhanced vertical mountain slash abilities. He jumped over him and wanted to cut his head off because he was lowering his hands. Yu-sung didn't expect it to end like this, and he knew that he would have to do something immediately to save himself. He decided not to give up and said that he also prepared something very tasty for him. These two swords fought, and it was really very difficult to understand who won because both opponents were good. They both jumped in the air and began to fight which of them was the stronger warrior. Each of them wanted to prove that he was the best. Still, at that moment, one sword could not withstand it and broke right at the top. Fortunately, it was the opponent's ball that he was able to hit, which meant that he automatically wins due to the fact that he has nothing to fight with. He couldn't believe that this was really true, and they continued to think that it was just some kind of miracle. Later, he shouted that this guy just broke him last night when he saw that he started doing something at night. Yu-sung was confident in his abilities and understood that this was not true because he felt that he began to lie to him. The guys continued the battle because it was truly legendary because each of them did not want to give in. Moreover, the eldest used the technique on his fingers because he wanted to continue the battle despite the fact that he did not have a weapon. Yu-sung understood in his head that he needed to do this again only with his hands so that he would understand that it was better for him to lose. Unfortunately, he greatly underestimated his opponent, who was able to hit him in the painful spot. And this meant that there would now be shouting with incredible force. Unfortunately, this is what happened to him, and he started screaming because he was able to neutralize him and also give him very severe pain. But after that, he activated a blow called horizontal size, sweeping away armies. After such a strong cut, he simply began to spit out everything he had in his body because he did not want to live. These three watched all this, and they thought that it was just some kind of strange miracle. Fortunately, the younger one was able to defeat him, and he lay on the floor completely exhausted and without a weapon. Fortunately, they wrote to him that he was finally able to complete the very mission for which he did all this. He didn't want to fight just like that, but he had no other choice. Nobody believed that this boy could do it. The assistants of this elder said that now they need to knock out this girl and bring her so that they can pay for everything properly. And suddenly he was already swinging to make his blow and hit right at one of the points. But another person came to their aid. He grabbed him and said that the older brother has no right to attack the younger ones from behind, but he began to apologize. The guy came up and told the girl to be very careful because she could get very seriously hurt. She said that if he was lost, then he should get out of here because this is not a place to sleep. The guy said that this boy became much stronger that day. Yu-sung continued to think about where the person he liked wanted to go to during the attack. He said that it didn't matter at all and he got a +1 to dexterity and he made this goat with his own hands. He knew that in his previous life he had come to this school as a novice, but this month a holy future awaited his peers. He entered here because he really loved martial arts even though he was not able to master any of the techniques. Because of this his elders laughed at him since childhood. To be honest, there was no place in the world where he would like to go more than in this school, because he really liked studying martial arts. He even met his first friend here in the library. Meanwhile, someone started opening the door to come in here because he wanted to say hello to this friend again. He is divided over how long ago this happened in a past life and he was constantly making mistakes here. I was also looking for something new. After he noticed a black-looking man enter the room, this little guy left him because he realized that he was not of that level. Yu-sung was very upset because he lost this friend, the one she interacted with the most in childhood. The guy asked if his name was Young Y because he wanted to communicate with him much closer. He understood that he would not be able to see him. The guy understood that he really scared him because he didn't even answer him and didn't want to offer him anything. The guy extended his hand to him and said that he would be pleased to meet him because he wanted to communicate with him closer. They shook hands, which meant that most likely they would become best friends just as they had in a past life. And his new friend asked if he was looking for something in this new library because he wanted to get closer to him. He said that he was looking for something to strengthen special points on which if you press a person could be paralyzed. He knew that this guy was an official, but he treated him like a good friend, so during breaks, he told him things that he didn't even understand. He had a burning desire to know. The guy showed him a book that contained the secrets of martial arts. When he saw it, he was simply in shock. Yu-sung said that the drawings in this book can be used as a guide to various techniques such as water following the shadow of justice. He said that not the whole book was here yet. He read it but learned everything he already needed. He also told him to remember that a novice can become as strong as an official student. This guy thought that he wouldn't be able to do it at all because he was not at all confident in himself and was much weaker. He knew that on the day when he became friends with this man, his life in the pavilion simply turned upside down and now he became completely different. Many martial arts of this school, including sword art, are similar. Some techniques from the Plum Blossom Sword Art School have the same names. This is because the art decreases in you, not the plum, became the basis for the techniques of this school. The guy said that he was becoming more and more like the same girl who always considered herself an excellent student. He answered him that he knew what he was saying and he didn't even want to use his brain to think about everything for a change. The girl took him out and said that he was an asshole who was again saying something about her, but he had absolutely no right to do so. The most important thing was that what changed that day was that the older students, the guys who delved deeper into him, decided not to touch him. Even the most vile senior leader stopped doing anything with him, even though he was the worst person in this school. Fortunately, that day he just passed by and he was really very lucky that he decided to have mercy on him. But unfortunately, the older brother just reluctantly pretended as if nothing had happened because he knew that there was something else he could do. What if someone called the bald one who was not from the official school, and the older brother did not like this very much. He asked how long he had been waiting for him because they were friends and they spent all the time together. After that, the elder suggested that we go and make peace with the forces as a memory and said that we still need to save up a little time. The guy also pretended as if nothing had happened. He told him to wait a little for him, the breeze will end very soon. Well, quite a lot of time, and it really was already like that in the evening, but he was still waiting for him. Yu-sung reminded him about that same idiot who took up his task again. A guy not from the official team said that he envies him because he can do incredible things. He also said that he is generally not as strong and brave as a master, but he still has a lot to learn to become like that. Yu-sung turned to him and decided to look at what he was saying, because he didn't like such words. He was glad that he respected him very much because he was able to protect his most important bandit of the school. After that, he went up to him. I asked for my knees because he had been walking like a duck for a very long time. He said that he was no better than him and he had no ability or talent. He just needs to believe in himself and work on himself to become better. He told him that he could become a powerful fighter, so he needs to work hard to become stronger and more dangerous to society. Suddenly he realized that he could actually become stronger despite the fact that he was not on any of the best teams. He said that he was just lucky and he waved to him and said that they would definitely meet tomorrow. In fact, no one is lucky in this life and you just had to believe and do it. He said that while he was looking at this man, he no longer wanted to read books and most likely he would be better off practicing martial arts. The guy walked and didn't look at all where he was moving because he was very disappointed with what was a calm, ordinary warrior. The huge one told him to watch where he was going because he crashed into him completely without his permission. The man looked at him and thought that he was some very strange person who should not have been here at all. The girl also looked and thought that he was just a crazy fat man who didn't deserve to be here. She said even if he was wearing the pavilion uniform, it was already too late to apologize, otherwise he would take out his sword. The guy came back home and his father thanked him for being able to chop wood. Several months have already passed since he was accepted into this best school. Rumors about the Dragon and Phoenix trio began to circulate around the martial arts pavilion. Dragon Man, Phoenix Woman, and this is what the students who had to pass the exams were called. In his past life it was these three with whom he dealt. But since he already defeated one instead of his name, he now needs to prove that he has become one of them. And this was all thanks to the fact that he was able to increase the level, and this allows him to work further. The whole effect was simply obvious and he was ready to continue training in order to become better. He was very upset because his friend who was not from his sect was not there again today. The teacher said that everyone was already saying that he was worthy of very high expectations, so he had to do everything so as not to disappoint them. The guy did not answer that he knows about this very well, so he is already increasing his level in order to become stronger. He said that soon he would have to undergo an internship as a security guard, and with the help of this he would be able to promote himself. He realized that practicing as a security guard was a test for participating in the Dragon and Phoenix exam. The teacher asked why he was looking at him like that, and the guy at first didn't even know what to answer. He asked for forgiveness and said that he was just very nervous and he didn't think that the other day his level of skill had increased. The teacher said that there is something to be nervous about, or this will be his test based on the results of which he will understand whether he has the right to take the Dragon and Phoenix exam. He told him that it would be necessary to deliver a large cargo, so the guard is engaged not only in protection but also in addition to making decisions about the weather of the road robberies along the way and other untested situations. This is so common that 3 bureau shops were chosen as a place for practice. Unfortunately, 2 of them have already refused. He couldn't believe that this was really true, and the guy was very upset because he understood that if this was so, then little would await him in the future. He said that only one place was chosen for all participating official students to go to. The teacher told him that this was a special bureau in which he would really have to work very well. The guy didn't understand how this even happened because in his previous life this had never happened and everything was fine until the moment he began to change his past. He also knew that absolutely all the stories of the village had long since passed away and they had very bad problems. He asked why with other locations because he wanted to know what happened to them. The teacher did not want to initially tell him the whole truth and therefore thought about how to answer him more correctly. The teacher said that yesterday at school all the goods contracts and consumable books disappeared. Therefore they have no goods. He also added that there were not only security contracts, but at the same time there was a lot more new stuff. Everything was stolen. Fortunately, one of the contracts was from the head of your location. After that, he left his room and walked away from there because he understood that this really smelled of very bad intentions. He told himself that he couldn't understand who was most important. Why was it necessary to steal all the contracts? Because it was simply a stupid decision that no one needed. He knew that then it was the most tragic incident in this city. All the officials died while serving practice in this. It was a sudden invasion from the Dragon and Tiger Village, one of the 18 trees of the Green Forest. In addition, it was completely unclear what goods were transported and why the Dragon and Tiger Village did this, because they simply destroyed all the cargo that was transported. I wonder why after this the schools did not raise this topic and the incident was completely settled. And this time everyone including him will be drawn into this situation. He thought about how to stop this. Unfortunately, he will still be too young to go to the magistrate and his young appeal will be taken as a trick. The teacher said that if he asks the teacher to cancel everything he will only laugh. If he doesn't want to go, then he can go. However, those who do not lead the practice automatically fail the exam. It was again revealed to him that he must complete one mission, and thanks to this, he will be able to move further, and for success he will receive a spiritual animal. He understood that since there was such a reward it would most likely be very difficult for him, but he simply had no choice and had to do it. He was thinking about how he could do it all correctly. After all, if he wants to take a step incorrectly, then everything will be in vain. What if he began to figure out what was written to him and realized that it seemed like he had no other choice other than to submit to fate? He began to take something out of his pocket because it could calm his nerves and also the jitters that were present. That is why he took out a coin from his pocket and began to hold it and even toss it to solve everything. He tossed a coin and said he could with one shot in sight of the Decisive, so it was just a perfect plan. He took all the coins and put them on the table because he was already ready to fight fate. He gave all these coins to a man who was standing right in front of him. And also at the last second he threw this coin at him and sent him to hell. This coin rolled straight edge on and went exactly to the target. Still he stopped this coin with his finger and it could not fall, which means that he accepted all the options. This was the head of the very clan where he had to deal with the transportation because it was his exam. The guy said that on the first day of next month, he needs him to provide him with good ways so that he can carry out everything correctly. The old man saw that this guy really had some kind of mysterious potential and it could be revealed if he really did everything right. The man said that he accepted the order and tomorrow he would bring all the things it was his duty to do his job with a bang. The guy thanked this gentleman and said that he was very wise and he would always love his kindness. But suddenly he told him to wait a minute. The man asked who he was and if he was Tang Yusong's student. Then he had a good conversation with him. The man said that it was the right thing to do. He wouldn't ask the reason because it simply couldn't be done. He said that the first day of next month is the day when students go through the office to undergo internship as guards. And if this is just to get the highest score for practice, then he may not even hope for it. The guy said everything was fine and it wasn't fun at all. He also said that tomorrow he would bring things, so at least meet him as soon as possible. The guy said that it was not at all easy to do everything to get the highest scores. He knew that he needed to avoid major matters and finally resolve the issue of a special mission. The guy didn't understand what the region was planning there, but they interested him very much and the guy was really very good at it. The man said that he could not deceive him even if he was so good because he was much more experienced. The guy put his hand on his head and realized that he forgot something else because he didn't think at all about the most important fact. After all, he visited special houses where he accumulated a lot of debts that he will have to repay soon. Then the girl herself appeared in front of him and began asking him if he could give her a minute because she wanted to talk to him. Suddenly he noticed that this girl had some kind of red flower that meant a lot. He understood that they had a red plum blossom and they were from the very school that was their main competitor. He said that if he had been even a little late, he would no longer have been able to understand the order. Therefore, everything is fine with him. His competitors told him to get out of the way because otherwise they would certainly use force because they needed victory at any cost. What if he noticed that he couldn't read what her level was and also how old she was, but he saw her name? He finally realized that this was the same thing about which there were a lot of rumors. Yusung began to remember the difficult memories and realized what kind of girl she was, who was an incredible monster killer. He was shocked that this idiot was really here and now he would have to go through these tests with him, which would be very bad. The guy with pink hair asked if he studied at this school because he wanted to find out more about him. This guy also said that there are already a lot of videos of guys from this school, although he recently came to this city and everyone is in different uniforms, black and white. Then she decided to think, in what kind of white uniform could he see someone? Most likely he had already encountered someone from this school. The guy decided to ask him who he could meet while he was at this school. He wanted to find out who he had already met. The guy with pink hair was very angry at what he asked and thought that he was just mistaken and told him some kind of nonsense. Yusung himself was in tension. After all, this person can cause a lot of problems for the people with whom he went and studied under the same roof. He said that the very interesting ones always wear their uniform, so he took off the incredible accessory from his head and showed who he really is. He also said that he doubted that he was a real person from Murim because people like them should not have had such rights. After that, Yusung turned and looked at his back because he wanted to understand what he was up to. This was really a person whom no one understood. The guy with white hair understood that he was looking at his back and it was completely ugly and most likely he suspected him of something. He also replied that everything was normal and different. If he were in his place, he obviously would not have done this. There was a situation and he didn't even know what to answer. After all, this arrogant man could immediately do anything to him. The bigger one called his friend and told them to go already because it was late. Yusung couldn't understand what he was talking about and who he was meeting with. He became even more angry. After all, he understood that he was much weaker than these rivals because he noticed something. He was able to see the level of the larger one and also how old he was, but the guy himself couldn't see anything right away. After that, he went back because he knew that he needed to think about everything carefully because it was simply difficult. He decided that first of all he should visit his friend, and he is not sure that this kind of accident could happen to him. Bruiser, ask your friend if everything is okay with him. After all, he noticed that you feel somehow not very good about yourself. The guy with pink hair replied that everything was fine and he shouldn't worry about such trifles or think about that guy at all. He understood his business and said that this would not happen again. He felt that this man was really hiding something from him. After that, he went home to this guy because he wanted to find out how his friend, whom he had not seen for a very long time, was doing. That's why he knocked on the door to open it and then hug his best friend and also his only one. The guy started screaming at home or his friend. I wanted to know what happened to him. He noticed that most likely it was making noise and put his ear to the door to fully understand what those sounds were. He turned around and realized that this sound was coming from the forest and that no one was home at all. He decided to take a look at what was happening in the forest and turned a few degrees to go there and figure it out. Suddenly he noticed that the guy had some strange locks at home, namely nailed with a wooden stick. This means that they wanted to keep someone from the inside. The guy screamed with all his might for him to save him and wanted to eat because he was already very hungry and also couldn't do anything. After he was able to understand what was behind the doors, he noticed that there really was horror there and there was fear before his eyes. He shouted to him to wait a little and he would be able to save her very soon because he didn't like what was happening to him. The guy tried to do something, but suddenly a fly flew in front of his head. It was scary enough because he couldn't do anything about it. They shouted at him not to move because they would use force and then he would definitely lose. Some people came to him and said that he was detained at the crime scene and what he was doing there. The guy shouted that they were able to catch the traitors and now they will be dealt with at the highest level because they really caused a lot of problems. Yu Sung is that he is considered a traitor and therefore he did not want to absorb it all as Sponge wanted to punish them. That is why he said that he was there to snatch the crossbow out of his hands and also to hit very sore spots. But it was all in vain because his people were able to calmly fix his hands, which were supposed to apply these points. They were able to do this very competently that the guy really couldn't do anything because of their strength. They also added that he defeated their leader, but he didn't even think that it was so easy to do with one-on-one combat. They sent a crossbow straight to his face, which meant that they were about to kill him. So he told him to shut up if you don't want him to make a hole in his head, which is so I was already stupid. Meanwhile, in the pavilion, the teacher was thinking about what was happening and was very upset. He was surprised and wanted to find out whether the person who was in his pavilion told him the truth because he wanted to know everything. He said that in the morning he saw with his own eyes how a novice was taking a bunch of goods out of the pavilion. That is why this poor man wanted to take out money for himself. Teacher also said that if he really steals, then this matter is really very difficult. He also said that these were very important goods for the school, and he could not handle it alone, so someone helped him. The teacher wanted to find out who did it because he had already figured out all the words that he had told him before. He assumed that it was Yu Sung because he always went with this guy, which meant that he was the one who caused such problems. The teacher rod when he heard such words, but the guy did not explain that this guy's family needs money. He also said that first you need to grab this boy and then deal with the rest. Another person came to them and said that they would not have entered this school if they needed money, so it is unlikely that they would have done it. Everyone understood who this youngest gentleman from another school was. After all, he had a flower on this uniform that he wore. Everyone was in shock. I didn't understand what he was doing here. Everyone thought that he had already just left and wouldn't come. It was thanks to this guy that there was an excellent moment to knock out the crossbow and also get at least a small moment to get out. This thug came to his aid and decided to deal with these people who had crossbows. In the meantime, it was necessary to figure out what really happened that night. After all, no one knew except these three. The students of this school began to look at who he was and wondered what life would do to him. He pulled out his blade and said that since the forward of the pavilion was on it, it was already too late to say hello. This meant that she wanted to kill him. He told them to have mercy on him, and he didn't want to fight at all. He was an ordinary student of this school. The guy with pink hair said that since the students here don't greet with swords, it's very boring. Guy, you can even stay with him for the night. The thug said that he was very glad that he invited them to stay with him. After all, they were a little lost and they would be very happy for such care. He said that her house is not very nice, but it's much better than staying on the street, plus from here you can also get to the city not far. The next morning came and the guy said that unfortunately it was a bit cramped. The guy immediately said to him like a real guest that everything was perfect. They thanked him for the overnight stay because no one had ever offered them such a thing, but he did it with a clear conscience. The guy with pink hair said that his neck was very stiff and the big guy said that he slept well. He held his neck because he was very uncomfortable because it hurt. Suddenly he noticed that they were wearing black uniforms and they had obviously stolen something and were now going somewhere. I was also able to notice that they had weapons and this meant very bad news. In the other bag they had money and account books, which means that they were clearly stealing. For this they could have been executed and also expelled from this school because it was prohibited. Suddenly he noticed that people were going to one of the houses where they had just recently been, and this meant very bad news. The thugs said that they were moving towards this house. Therefore everything had to be done to save them. The guy immediately said with his hair that he needed to go there because otherwise he would suffer very much. Even the teacher himself bowed his head in front of him. After all, this man was somehow very important and was also considered the best. He began to apologize for not interfering in the conversation. The teacher decided to introduce these two. I didn't know you, that they obviously wouldn't become friends. The eldest felt that he would not feel well at all. As soon as they found out everything was true, they saw them. I asked him why he was so modest. I'm not one of the best warriors who are now training in schools. He also said that he came to the pavilion to ask for a continuous duel because he wanted to do it immediately. The teacher was very surprised because you don't understand why he needs a continuous duel. The guy said that when he taught him at another school, he promised that anything could happen at any time. The older bandit understood that he did not come here for the sake of a fight. It looked somehow very stupid. The teacher refused him very nicely because he understood that he was in a very bad position and there were no fights for him now. The guy with pink hair thought about the person who left them a place to stay for the night and thought that he still needed to be saved. That is why he told these two that if they were going to this man, then they should no longer do this because his man would soon come to him. A few seconds later, the guy who came to them calmly dealt with all the rivals and killed them in one fell swoop. They all lay like dead corpses on the floor because they could not withstand such powerful blows. He knew that it was better for him not to interfere because he saw that he was really very powerful. He asked if he wanted to save his friend who needed help. The guy said yes, but he doesn't understand what's happening. The brute was glad that they all behaved differently and began to remove the piece of wood that was on this man's house. He was able to easily split it because for him it was easier than ever because he was very strong and big. The guys were able to notice that lying on the floor was the same person who was very kind and also saved them even earlier. He thanked his friend for saving him because he remained alive only thanks to him. He said that this is actually not true. This person could have helped him more than he did and saved his life. He couldn't believe that they stayed and he wanted to ask how they thanked him. But the big man said that it was not necessary and he returned his debt. The guy took his huge bag but also had something to tell these two. Yu-sung was glad that he was able to help them. After all, if his name had been done, they would have had very big problems. He decided that now he needed to find out what these people were up to. They needed to know absolutely everything. The guy said that they were planning a very big mess and pointed with his finger at the things that were lying at his house. He also said that all these people brought him a huge amount of everything that needed to be stored, but unfortunately he was exposed as a thief. The teacher was shocked by what he heard because it turned out that he told him absolutely the whole truth. The senior bandit was very worried because he knew that now he would feel very bad. The guy with pink hair told absolutely to that house and he was very sorry that he accidentally overheard their conversation. The teacher understood that if this is really true, then this guy is now in a very big problem because now he will have to tell everything as it really happened. He also said that it would be very bad for him and that he would also be punished. The guy tried to somehow excuse himself and said that in fact everything was not like that. The teacher told him to prove all this with the help of his abilities because this is the only way he can prove the truth to him. And he also said that if this is the case, then it's better to arrange a fight so that they can now decide right here which of them is the best. They accepted the fight and understood that the opponents had real balls and this battle would truly be to the death. The opponent's ball was much more beautiful because he had it specially with an incredible handle. The bandit could not lose in this fight because he was sure that he was the best. The teacher told them to start because he was already very tired of waiting and now he wants to decide which of them is the best. Everything was very simple and the guy with pink hair calmly ran away from him and grabbed him by the head, something he didn't even have time to notice. With the first blow he cut right through his hand so that he simply had none left. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, he simply threw away his sword along with his hand. After all this was over, they began to figure out where he got so much money and all of it from stolen things. They wanted to fully understand this and asked if any of them were injured. The assistant said that unfortunately, in light of recent events, they would need to explain everything in more detail, so they did not immediately jump to hasty conclusions. Also, the bald teacher said that now there is complete chaos in the pavilion, that's why they are so nervous and they don't have anything yet. He also said that a continuous duel with the master of the art of plum blossoms began on the training field. In this school, it is not a duel that is the way to choose the master of the art, so here they tried to do it best. Everyone tried to fight him so that at least someone could defeat him, but it was all in vain because he was the best. This fight awaits me with the 4 best students where I need to keep 10 victories to become better. One fighter who can prove that he is truly considered invincible. This guy calmly dealt with everyone who stood in his way. He wanted to prove that he deserved more. He also said that this is almost no different from a one-on-one fight. But this time the sword master cut off the hand of one of the students. That is why there is simply incredible chaos going on there now. The girl understood that that man really was an asshole, but cutting off his hand was too much, so she had to avenge him. It was really something strange because the guy understood that cutting off his hand was unrealistic. He said that this creation seriously angered everyone and for some reason ordered the sword master to fight with real swords, but now he needs all the students of this school. Yu-sung understood that now he has really big problems that he needs to fight one day because it will only get worse. He wanted to know what would happen, but right now the fact is that that idiot made a fight. A notification was displayed to him that he must complete another special mission and awaken the demon within himself that will defeat him. After he saw that he needed to do this mission, he was very upset because he understood that he was not that strong yet. Due to a long time, a mission has appeared and it is to defeat one of the best warriors. The teacher noticed that most likely he was scared. The guy didn't even hide it. He said that this was the best student of another school and this school was the best in the whole world. Such words surprised the bald man very much and he understood that this guy really knew a lot. Because he was his mentor, he told him not to say such words anymore and to believe that he is an invincible warrior. He must fight him one-on-one and are not afraid of rumors because it is all just talk and gossip. He had to fight him one-on-one and show him everything that a savior can do in this life. The teacher told him to beat this guy. He didn't even think that they would ever set such high goals for him because it was very difficult to defeat a warrior. The teacher told him to go in one direction and find one idiot who would help him with this. All the time he could not find the same guy who loved to sleep, and at the same time he was also lying somewhere and resting. Yu-sung knew that even though his mentor was encouraging him, it was clear that he was also worried because indeed the school was unlikely to be able to resist that one. The girl continued to fight against this champion, and he was really strong that she barely managed to repel his attacks. It was very difficult, but she did not give up because she was the warrior who was ready to do anything for her victory. She activated the palm strike technique. Using it, she wanted to show her that she was also ready to fight. This technique activated the flowering sword with which she truly showed that she could do incredible things. Suddenly he noticed that using balls using water was really something new for her. She wouldn't stop him. She was very upset because such a blow could not even hurt her opponent who was much more experienced than her. That is why he decided to teach her a lesson and took out 2 balls and said that now she will understand real strength. After that she was very surprised and understood that she was unlikely to win in such a confrontation where it was incredibly difficult. He was able to activate his technique with which he was able to squeeze her from both sides and she had no chance at all to escape. The girl was even chopped with a wooden sword, which means that the opponent was really ready to fight in earnest. Her whole body was cut up because he wanted to show everyone that he was more worthy. The girl tried to fight to the end, but she had no chance due to the fact that her opponent had incredible experience. The battle continued, but it was clear to everyone that she would not be able to defeat such an opponent who could already cut down everyone. Everyone said that it was just great, and she still hadn't even lasted more than 5 hits. It was some kind of magic that they could stop her. But suddenly the very man who was ready to fight him one-on-one came to her aid. He also said that this girl does not have a single minute to attack, so she is in a very bad position. Suddenly she was able to finally find that very moment that could give her at least some chance of salvation. The opponent had already read all this and knew what she would do next, so for him it was like a toy. Yu-sung noticed that she will not be able to escape due to the fact that he simply does not give her space but to have the space of this victory, as he thought this man is not that much older than them. On the contrary, he already knows how to do incredible techniques. At the same time, that man was simply lying on the roof and resting because he loved to sleep. Then someone turned to him and asked if he could tell him the way because this man was lost. He didn't really want to help anyone or lay there because for him sleep was better than any reward. The brute asked how he could get to the training field and he needed to do something there. But there was no one there except him. The battle continued and the opponents were indeed very strong, but he still did not understand what level and age the opponent was. He noticed that he wasn't even trying his best and he was just mocking this girl because she didn't think she was a good opponent. The rest could also feel that even those people who were of good levels could not defeat her. Suddenly he noticed that martial arts techniques were available to him and he would increase his level. He was glad that he could finally improve it. He understood that now he would see new indicators and it was accessible to him that he noticed that she had an indicator of strength. Also, other guys had it too, but they had all already fought against these opponents. It was hard for them. Some of them had a strength indicator even higher than that of their opponent and no one wanted to fight because it was hard for them. The girl really didn't understand how he fought against her so calmly and also looked down on her without using all his strength. She could no longer tolerate it and therefore activated a kick to finally end this battle because that was what she did best. He noticed that her strength indicator had increased and now she had as much as 87. He thought about whether she would be able to defeat him because such a strong opponent would hardly give up so easily. The girl was able to break his sword with her foot and everyone was shocked that she actually succeeded. Suddenly the opponent realized that he had lost both wooden swords if he tried to block with a blow. Fortunately, he had at least one left. But the girl didn't just stand there and she made a chain of blows and therefore extended her knee forward to deliver the next one. That is why she swung at the second sword that he placed to block. Here he was finally able to understand that he could lose because now he had opened up, which means that he did not have a single chance left to win. The girl performed a phoenix strike, which she had tried to save several times already but failed. Suddenly he was able to notice that her strength was as much as 99 and this indicator was almost unreal. The opponent barely felt alive because it was very difficult for him to continue fighting. But still he was already a very experienced warrior, so he did the splits to save himself because he knew that if she hit him he would die. The girl was able to make a very accurate blow and hit right where he was standing and broke through the floor. He was shocked that such a strong warrior was fighting against him and he understood that now he needed to be more careful. She couldn't believe that he was able to dodge because it was unrealistic and all the warriors who fought with her died from this technique. Suddenly he noticed that the strength indicator was really 99 and this was definitely not a mistake. She makes her skills a little stronger. He said that such techniques are not used in their arts so he can calmly deal with it even if she thinks that this is the end. Suddenly she was surprised and understood that this guy had very much insulted her with such words. He said that their school follows the path of the ball and you can only use your hands. And if you use your legs, then it is against the rules. He said that it looks like this school has lost its skills and has only learned some very weak kicking techniques. The guy threw off his sakura and said that he would now show the real power of this technique. Suddenly he felt that same aroma and realized that this opponent was really very strong, and if the girl wins it will be a miracle. He was simply incredibly beautiful and everyone was shocked by what he was doing, because his power knew no bounds. People stood in shock and watched as he was able to fully activate all his abilities. He was able to activate 14 arms of a plum blossom, and the guy noticed that it was written there that he had activated the first stage of awakening. Yu-sung was shocked by what he saw because for him it seemed like some kind of hell. He felt that it would be much more difficult for this girl to resist such a strong move and therefore she would lose. It was very difficult for her to hold on. The guy took another step or it was nothing. Even the girl herself could not withstand such strong techniques and therefore fell from his hand. Everyone was very scared. After all, they saw the capabilities of this person and realized that they were still very weak. He saw that he was able to awaken some stage, and he also realized that he needed to stand up much stronger in order to guess absolutely everything that this man was hiding. In any case, he was able to do so that now everyone is simply shocked by his possibility and everyone is afraid to even negotiate with him. But the girl didn't want to give up, and she said that she wasn't finished yet, so she tried to give up. Here this guy right above the hair couldn't believe that she wanted to continue the battle with him because it was suicide. She barely survived but continued to tell him nasty things. Fucked her up so much that she even wanted to spit on him. She started saying that they are younger than their school, but they can also do incredible things, so he should shut his mouth. The girl was ready to show him absolutely everything and told him factually about his school. She told him not to dare to address her so arrogantly again, that it was completely indecent and also ugly. That is why she activated a special technique, and everyone was shocked that she even knew it. It was an incredible technique that was only used on the rarest of occasions, but it had to do it. The guy noticed that she was in the first stage of awakening, and this meant that she had really gained good strength. The opponent realized that such powerful cold could repel his attack, which was exactly like him. He didn't want to give up, and so he got even angrier to prove to this girl that she was wrong. The opponent was able to hit her point in the fight, and she could barely stand on her feet because he did it incredibly quickly. She said she couldn't move, and it was the closest thing that could have happened. The guy grabbed me and said that my technique was really amazing, but she should calm down because she couldn't do it. The girl looked up and noticed that it was the guy whom she considered a wimp and thought that he was stupid. And people said that she was great and encouraged her because she was fighting with her warriors at her age. The girl understands that she cannot just give up, so she needs to accept this defeat and also further analyze the battle. He realized that this technique really showed people that they could do much stronger and also more terrible things. Everyone wanted to break the nose of this guy with pink hair because everyone was tired of him because he showed off a lot. The guy said that he expected nothing more from anyone, but because she lost to him, she is like everyone else. The guy who won the battle approached Yusung and said that he was a real dragon with whom he had to fight because only he was worthy of it. He said that he believes that he is different and this battle will be legendary because he knows what he is doing. Suddenly he realized that he had not told him his name, but he told him that I heard it from the head, to whom he came and gave money. Suddenly he realized that he was growing up and gave instructions faster than their school. Now he will have to punish him, and they must decide all this like men. Meanwhile, the guy who was lying there and just resting continued to dig into his nose and brought the thug to this place. He was even very indignant when he saw that some battles were taking place here while he was sleeping. The guy with pink hair said that his friend was already late and he dealt with it all alone. For him it was a piece of cake, but he said that he was lost and couldn't find his way. His friend said that he would go and rest after such battles. But he was offered a battle. The thug said that enough was enough, and now he will fight with him to test all his capabilities. He was ready to fight because he was tired of coming here and not even fighting with anyone. He threw his huge load, which was an incredible ton, and wanted to fight with it. Yusung didn't notice that both of them had a very good physique and would fight well. He also said that his friend is stronger than him, but if he gets a victory he will definitely lose to his friend. They were ready to fight because each of them had already proven that he was stronger than the other. Lazy said that it doesn't matter at all now, he will fight with him like a real man who will show him what sport is. He also said that now he will have fun to the fullest because he is already tired of sleeping all day long. They thought about how the opponents would fight because they understood that one had more height and the other had more relief. Yusung gave his friend his wooden sword so that he could fight with a bang. He thanked him and said that he would never forget it, now he would rub it properly. As he thought this guy really had incredible strength and was already level 16. He noticed that he had no weapons at all and his huge rival would not fight him. He was 100% confident in himself and said that he could defeat him even without a sword because he knew how to fight well with his hands. Yusung began to think who had more strength because he knew that that huge big guy fought very well, but he also couldn't understand why they didn't use a sword. And a friend of the one who said that he won't use the ball here because that's how it should be. Since this healthy person returned, that means that guy was saved. And now everything is fine with them. Yusung replied that everything was like that. She didn't understand why he didn't care about him. The brute went into battle because he thought that he had no equal here, and he was the only one who knew how to fight using only his hands. His opponent didn't want to just give up right away, and so he decided to prove to him that he was no worse. He blocked this blow with his sword, and it was quite a powerful clash. But for now, everyone remained to their own. He felt how hard it was for him because his bones met him after I hit him with my blow. The big guy didn't want to stop, and so he went to finish him off and sent his palm even further. The guy decided that if he fights with him on his palms, then he will also not use the sword and will be on equal terms. That is why he threw away his sword to prove that he was no worse and could neutralize it. He boasted and said that now he was without weapons and he would fight with all his heart and until the very last drop of blood, so that he would not complain. He activated a counterattack meter with which he was able to repel it there and also deliver his own. Also, the sleeping guy said that he is now making a grab with a throw with which he can throw out this thug. The battle continued and each of them fought well enough that they all had advantages at some points. Everyone noticed that they were really equal rivals, but the guy who brought him here. The brute was able to catch his blows and thought that he had already succeeded. He activated a counterattack and hit him with his palm directly in the stomach to make him fly away. The blow was really strong because he was able to touch exactly the solar plexus where it hurt the most. It was hard for him to withstand such a strong blow, but he tried to do it with all his might. He realized that he would have to spend all his strength to win this battle because it was a matter of honor. He activated which was able to touch his chin directly with his foot. This technique was able to throw Tolstoy as well as a strong opponent back several meters. Also, the sleeping guy said that he was quite resilient and his nose was already bleeding. What if he suddenly felt that he was losing strength all the time and that it was not stopping at all with every second? Yu-sung also noticed that his friend's strength indicator had dropped very much, and this was clearly not good. The guy explained with his hair that he was using a technique that they had been taught at school, and it was not at all easy. Yu-sung didn't understand what he was talking about and wanted him to explain everything to him in detail, because it didn't dawn on him. He said that the impact technique is open and the water is not like a shock wave and it penetrates inside and consumes strength. Then he was able to hit him directly in the stomach, and it is no different from hitting him directly in the internal organs. He said that this big guy was the best in this business and he was pretty cool. It is very dangerous to use such a technique on your opponents. Yu-sung realized that the nosebleed was due to the fact that the internal organs were very badly damaged. He also understood that the strength indicator would fall even more if he did not take some measures. The guy said that he had already heard everything and he thanked them very much for the fact that now he would have to fight even more. The guy also told him not to relax even if he was already able to do such a trick to him. This guy is kind of strange. After all, he continued to have a fight and he kept saying something in his own language. He understood that he would have to deal with this as soon as possible because otherwise he would lose a lot of blood and also be weaker. The big guy told him not to relax and it looks like he won't see the next fight because he will lose to him. The thug wanted to finish him off because he was already very infuriated by the fact that he continued to fight with him for so long. But he always had something up his sleeve and therefore the thug did not understand at all that they could do this to him. And he activated the 3 rules of fist fighting and made a vertical cut through the mountain. Such a powerful blow was able to pierce the ground from below, and it itself began to crack into several parts. But suddenly he didn't understand what was happening to him because he thought that he could calmly deal with him with this technique. Tolstoy said that he is very strong, but he does not think that he will lose because he has already calculated everything. Still, he unwound what he had in order to show him real strength. He took out a special piece of wood that he carried with him all the time because it was his key to victory. The fat man said that someone was definitely weaker than his friend, and it was unlikely that he would be able to defeat him because he had enough strength. The huge one continued to bat because he wanted to punish him for the fact that he decided to fight him and told nasty things about him. The guy got even more angry. After all, he did not take the ball in order to fight with it on equal terms, but now he took a huge club. Yu-sung knew that this was a pole, and in the school where they study, they only use a sword. It was something very strange and illegal. He said that most of them use only a sword, but the school has a very long history, and he hinted to him that they can use absolutely any objects they want. He said that he couldn't use a sword here, so he had to take it now in order to fight on equal terms with such warriors. They all said that they didn't expect him to become as good a warrior as his brother, but he had to be on par. All the time his parents said that he was mediocre because he could not control a sword. But this only stimulated him more. He said that this guy had been working on artificial things for a very long time. He couldn't even understand how to pick them up. That is why he decided to do something about this book, which he ordered him to read immediately. It was this book that gave him a chance to become a different person and understand how it all works. He said that this was a pole technique and it was lying somewhere in a warehouse. He told him to use this technique because it could give him new powers. These guys were both from one of the best schools in the world, and they thought that they could become stronger if they trained according to these books. The big man believed that he could do it more and more and hoped that he would succeed. After all, he didn't just take this book and study it for years. The battle continued, but the guy without a weapon said that when he grabbed this stick, he became much slower and now it's easier for him to fight. He greatly underestimated his opponent, who was already able to show him something, and was punished very strongly. Namely, he took his palm, with which he wanted to show him that he was really very guilty. He managed to react, but it was very painful for him to parry such a blow because this was not the first time he had missed it, and he was also losing strength. The teacher watched these battles very closely and was interested in what would happen to those people who fought and were very tired. The assistant teacher said that fighting with the master of the plum sword art could help the students grow, but apparently this did not help them at all, and on the contrary would bring defeat. The teacher said that this is a great opportunity because thanks to it he can determine what level the students who have just entered. He said that these guys need to get an idea of how good this world is and that they will have to fight very hard. The big guy calmly defeated this guy because he was like a toy for him that he could easily throw away. It was very difficult for the guy because he did not understand that this world could really give him so many problems. But still he didn't want to just give up, and so he fought like a real warrior and also gave a lesson to this huge big guy. The battle was sold and the two warriors tried to prove that one of them was the best, but no one was able to do it. The guy who was losing in the battle decided to think about how he could win because there was a huge pole there he couldn't get close to it. He tried to dodge these blows and realized that he had one way to change this. That is why he began to move from below where he could not reach with his pole in order to get to him and strike him on the sides. He grabbed his pole, and this was already half the way he expected. He thought that he could win this, but his opponent thought that this would happen, and therefore he prepared plan B and his hand was already ready. But fortunately he was able to catch her because the opponent was very slow. That is why he decided to activate the final blow that could put an end to this fight. They began to butt their heads like real turkeys who thought that this battle would truly be decisive in his life. The bully said that the difference in strength was in his favor. My guy had an incredible spirit that could help him. It was hard to understand who was winning, but each of them tried to do everything for their own victory because it would be humiliation. That is why he decided to retreat and also dodge the blow in order to later catch him on a counterattack. But these were just plans, and the opponent really made an incredible move and read it all in advance before he came up with it. But he did not do it 100%, and the opponent was able to grab the pole in an incredible way. Yu-sung watched all this, and he also could not understand who was winning because the guys really were real tigers. And the lazy ones understood that this was already very dangerous, and a healthy person could really finish him off in this one due to the fact that he was much weaker. It was necessary to understand that due to the fact that he was losing his strength, it was now more difficult for him, but he would have to activate what he had been saving. Yu-sung also didn't understand whether his friend would be able to take advantage of what he told him a long time ago. That is why he activated some kind of superpower with the help of which, on the contrary, he began to receive powers instead of getting rid of them. The big man didn't understand at all how he had any strength left. He thought that it was simply unrealistic with his capabilities because he was much weaker. Suddenly he noticed that he had really gained a lot of strength, and this meant that the battle was not over yet. They began to increase at incredible speed, and in a few seconds he was able to add 15 points of strength to himself. He was ready to punish him for everything he wanted to do to him, and therefore used his forces to prove everything. The guy was fully charged and had 100% strength, which means that he was ready to perform to the maximum. That is why he made a stealing tiger fist that was supposed to demolish this big guy into several pieces. This was the first blow from which the thug survived and could not say a word except pain. He fell right in front of his feet, and he also dropped his pole with which he used it for battle. It was too easy for him, and he gave it to him where next. He proved to him that this was the first blow. That all the people who studied at this school simply did not understand how they could even show this. After all, they were much weaker than them. Yu-sung can't even believe his eyes that he was able to use the tiger technique, which was only available to those who were able to learn it quite recently. The guy with pink hair who defeated everyone here said that he had a good fight with him, but he was still not on his level. He also added that for him it was like an ordinary day when he saw that his friend had not yet fully revealed his potential. The guy was happy that he won, and his nose began to bleed because he wanted it himself, and also told his opponent not to be foolish. Yu-sung reminded him that his nose was bleeding, so he needed to be careful with his words. The teacher watched this guy and understood that he was already at such a business age using such techniques, so this means that he is a fairly good fighter. The teacher's assistant said that this guy really lives up to his rumors, and the teacher replied that he still needs to grow up, but he likes him too. Yu-sung understood that he could not fight now because he was much weaker than the person who had incredible plum techniques. Or he didn't express that another person should come to him to fight and why his friend didn't come up to him like that. Yu-sung told him that even if she fought well, it does not mean that he can do everything in this world. Therefore he should retreat now. That is why he hit him on the painful point so that he would not move, because he wanted to show him that he could do more. He told us that now he will fight with this vile guy who considers himself better than everyone else. He also said that now he is not able to fight, so it will be much better for him to lie down and not think about anything. He asked him to just lie down because he was able to put pressure on the point and he couldn't move. Finally, he was able to open the status window where he can look at his level and all the capabilities he had. Soon after he defeated this person, he learned that she had a status window. At that moment, he was only level 4. At that moment, it was already a fairly good level. But with such a level, not only did he defeat his opponent, but also became an official student. It was a miracle, so he trained for several months as if he were cursed. He primarily focuses on improving his fitness with the goose step, and he has increased the strength that is responsible for the muscles. He worked hard to become stronger and cut down trees to accumulate all the power in his hands. He also increased his agility through breathing exercises, and thanks to this, he became truly almost elusive. Due to the fact that he fished a lot of trees, he was able to level up his axe and sword skills. Recently, he had a hard time getting better. He began to hit himself on the cheeks so that he would wake up, because it was a dream and he should have understood that he should have felt invincible. Meanwhile, the teachers were discussing about the newcomer who received the highest scores in the exam. He also tried to ask him what he would teach him during these days. The teacher said that, to be honest, he did nothing with it at all. It turned out to be some kind of magic, something he was able to learn everything on his own. His acquaintance asked why the resident was so looking forward to this fight, because he had not trained this guy at all and he was ready to lose. But the teacher said that this guy always has the best grades in physical training and because of all his strength to be the best. Meanwhile, the battle was already approaching and the guys had to fight to be considered one of the best. He pushed off the ground to be the first to punish him for that long tongue that he used for bad purposes. He shouted that he would start now and was already very close to his opponent, who stood calmly and expected that he would make such an attack. He noticed that the guy really had strong speed and therefore something had to be done to repel it. That's why he took the 5 plum blossom steps to save himself using this technique, because he continued to follow him and wanted to catch this elusive asshole. Suddenly he didn't understand how his opponent couldn't keep up with him because he used this technique. He had no choice but to activate 14 arms with which he could perform his move and also knock out the guy. The battle was very intense and no one knew which of them would win because the guys really thought that they were better. One of them tried to put pressure on the other so that he couldn't even let himself down. The battle continued. And the guy didn't think that it was he who meant it, because throwing the ball away would have been simply stupid, but suddenly he really showed him something. He was able to knock the sword out of his hand and he was already very lost, as if now he would not have a weapon. But fortunately he also had experience and was therefore able to see this weapon with his hand. He replied that this would not happen and continued to fight because he did not want to die so calmly. He pressed on one of his opponent's very sore points and he felt a really unpleasant pain. The teacher noticed that this guy really knows something more than just the usual student of this school. He knew that even if it was just a wooden sword, he could take it by the blade like a real warrior who simply didn't care. The teacher said that the first time he defeated the dolls from the mountain, and at that moment he felt something there. The teacher also said that unlike his peers, he was not at all interested in spectacular techniques and he just wanted to defeat the enemy. The teacher said that he really fights like a real soldier who only cares about winning the war and every battle is like his last. The teacher's partner said that in order to defeat the master you need to know much more than what is usually taught here. The teachers really worried about how these guys would fight each other because each of them wanted only one thing for their opponent. Yu-sung noticed that these movements were not similar to the style of an ordinary school, and it was as if it was unreal that an ordinary student could already do such incredible tricks. Still, the opponent decided to counterattack because he knew that it couldn't be delayed too much, otherwise he would regret it later. That is why he did his legendary technique of 14 hands of plum blossoms, and with the help he wanted to finally show him his power. This was your highest plum under the sky about which there were a lot of rumors and no one used it until that moment. He felt that there would be an attack from behind him and therefore he needed to somehow dodge or go on a counterattack. Would overpower whom and who had what level. The teachers watched him perform an incredible move and everyone was shocked by it. Even the people who watched this battle did not understand how this was possible because he had already been practically killed. The opponent already thought that he had won because he cut him in half, but it was just a shadow. The teacher's assistant said that this child did something unreal, but he also did not expect such an event. Because he moves so fast, he appears to see an afterimage after moving. The teacher said that this guy surprised him again, and he turned out to be some very strange country that has more opportunities. The opponent was shocked that he was able to activate this. I didn't know what to do next. After all, after such a technique, one could give up. Yu-sung said that it was his first time doing this, and for him it was really awesome. He looked at the special mission that was displayed to him and learned that most likely it would be the most difficult for him, but he would have to try. After all, a continuous duel is an individual competition, and when he defeats this person he will have to fight his friend. He also gave that in the future he will have many opportunities to fight him according to all the rules. So this time he must help him. Yu-sung understood that even though this fool doesn't know this, thanks to this agreement to fight with his name he received a reward. This is how he was able to gain the skill of walking, and with the help of it he was able to move as if he were still there. These are truly incredible abilities that seem strange. That's why he decided to use it at this moment, because he knew that with this he would truly be unstoppable. The opponent did not understand why he was laughing and became even more angry because he had already caused a lot of problems during this time. He wanted to make another blow to him and kill him with a wooden sword, although this was against the rules. But due to the fact that the guy already had this way of moving unnoticed, he would already be on top of him and wanted to cut down his opponent. He hit the opponent, who was really already very experienced, and therefore he himself was able to dodge such a technique that was too simple for him. He only hit the ground and understood that this guy was really very strong. So he would have to come up with something else. Yu-sung was thinking about how he could do everything correctly to defeat his opponent, because he didn't want to give up. That's why he pressed the special point and wanted to continue the fight with the help of his superpower. He made a horizontal dimension with the throwing army, and thanks to it, he thought that he could defeat him. The opponent already expected this and was able to dodge such a simple blow because it was like a toy. The guy said that he would not let him go and continued to attack, although it was almost pointless because he calmly dodged. He knew that he had to attack first so as not to give him the opportunity to respond, because if he really repulsed him he would regret it very much. He also felt that their strength difference was too big, so he would have to come up with something. The guy immediately liked the fact that he was able to see through his hair and continued the battle despite the fact that he was very ill. The opponent began to humiliate him morally and said that he had not even strengthened his points and his low level would not be able to rise even to the average. That is why he dealt him an incredible blow that was able to break his suit, which she had made especially for the battle. The guy with pink hair says that there is nothing special about him. He is an ordinary warrior who did not deserve such treatment. The guy knew that after a few years, the great academy of the devil cult, a man appeared in the school of the devil who killed all the masters of the school and then published a book. He called it a collection of techniques for destroying this school, and one day the masters from this school came across this book. One young master of this school developed a collection of contracts against these devastating techniques, thanks to which the school returned again. It was the demonic kings who wrote about the techniques for destroying this school, and it was very difficult for him because he used one of them. He felt that he was able to avoid mortal wounds, but he was still in great pain because he understood that this was almost the end. He also knew that the genius who made this demonic collection was the same person who fought against him, and he had no chance at all. He also knew that this would happen much later, and he didn't even know about this collection yet. But how did he already know about these techniques? The guy didn't understand how this was possible, but suddenly he was able to remember what came into his head, and that's how he realized that it was all true. The basis for destructive tactics was the use of a system of techniques from another school in this school, and thanks to this they had incredible powers. Also, this technique, which was called 5 Steps of Plum Blossom Sword Art of Plum Blossom, was created on the system of another school. He also knew that he needed to attack first in order to be in time, and he also saw that he was able to improve his sword skills and that he was already at the 2nd level. He knew that she was so-and-so Dream Sword Art, since it was an auxiliary art for the Plum Blossom techniques, and it was much weaker than the one his opponent used. He knew that he needed to prepare. But even if he attacked first due to the difference in strength and ability he might lose. He knew that this system forces him to waste energy but at the same time then distributes it to special points with the help of which he can achieve results. Here he could understand everything and his opponent was indeed very strong. And even if he used the walking skill he would already be dead. I also knew that this attack was his last chance and he used the walking skill with which he can move almost unnoticed. He decided to punish him, although he already had big bruises he still didn't give up. The guy bent down on him to show that he was still ready to fight and not just lie there dead. He activated a quick strike but the opponent still realized that he was much stronger and he was also able to dodge it. At the same time he was disappointed but also happy because his opponent was really quite smart. Suddenly he calculated that there were approximately 5 steps to him, and so the guy decided to attack with his voices. Yu-sung understood that the more technique he uses the more weak points he sees and the next counterattack is if the way to defeat this opponent. He understood that even if he lost knowledge he would still have to do it. After all, for one of his friends becoming stronger means constantly sleeping. He also knew that his other friend was very purposeful and talented. Therefore he needed to put everything together. That's why he activated the last chances of his life and jumped into this attack. The opponent understood that there were 3 steps left between them, and it was necessary to do everything so that he could not reach him. He shouted that it was just plum blossom sword art and now he had to punish him for everything he did here with other students. It was already clear that there were 2 steps left between them and it was much worse. After all, no one understood what would happen next. He wanted to hit him as hard as he could because he was already very tired and covered in bruises. He threw up his sword to show him that he was continuing the battle and was about to knock him out. He received a lot of notifications that he tried very hard and thanks to this, he raised the level of the ball all the way to the 3rd and thanks to this he will be much stronger. He took the axe and now his strength increased because he turned the ball over with another part. There was only 1 step left between them and this step could decide absolutely the entire outcome of the battle. The guy immediately said with his hair that the jokes were already over and now he was activating 5 buds of a blossoming plum. And his style was simply incredible and it was impossible to catch him. And the guy was almost defeated due to the fact that he did not expect this. He had no chance and with the help of his abilities killed him into small pieces as if it were a statue. He was sure that he had already won and continued to pursue his opponent because he believed that he was invincible. But suddenly he felt that he could not cut him, although just now he himself saw as if his body had decomposed into pieces. He began to very convincingly examine the entire territory nearby because he thought that he would jump out at him from behind again. But the guy shouted that this wouldn't happen and extended his hand to hit him at a special point that could knock him out. He shouted that he was right in front of him and grabbed him by the back of the head and they collided head-on. It looked incredibly beautiful and the guys continued the battle because they needed to finish the job they started. That is why he took his sword and turned it over and it looked like an axe and with the help of this he hit a special point. It was a crushing blow that could demolish the opponent and the rest of the students were shocked at how such a young guy could do it. The teachers were shocked by what they saw and thought that they were now in some kind of dream because it seemed unreal. The guy's friend with pink hair couldn't believe that someone could defeat his friend. After all, no one had managed this before. Yu-sung's friend was happy for him like a true friend, and that means that he was happy for him with all his heart. The guy with pink hair didn't understand what was happening because he thought that he was the strongest and invincible here, because his blood was burning. After that, he felt some very strong pain and realized that unfortunately he lost and could not check with such a guy. It was too strong a fight that one of them could not endure and he realized that he had activated the passive skill mortality rate. He was able to increase his skill and he began to look at your guy whom he defeated because he did not want to kill him. But everything turned out differently and the opponent still pretended that he had lost and at the last chance hit him on the head with his sword. He began to feel as if he was losing knowledge and he already really believed that he had won. But unfortunately this is not the case. He felt that everything was before his eyes and this meant that this was finally the last battle. He was not so upset because he still managed to punch this asshole who was much stronger than him and he resisted him like a real lion. Yu-sung watched his friend who was very stupid because he stole his chance to fight right from under his nose and he was happy. His friend gave him a thumbs up and said that everything was cool and this just happens once in a lifetime. She wrote to him that he was able to complete this mission and he was finally able to finish it although a hard stream of blood was flowing from him. He didn't believe that he was able to complete the mission because he thought that he lost to this asshole. He didn't believe that he could win. And the guy with pink hair sat very sadly and didn't say anything at all. But suddenly he stood up because the guy began to rejoice very much and said that he was able to see the master of the plum blossom. This was not the end, and he was ready to take revenge on him for his lousy tongue, which he did not know how to keep to himself. He became even more angry and wanted to punish this guy who thought that he could easily defeat such a strong master. That's why he walked up to this thing where he hit the man's hand in the pillar and took away his iron sword. This palm began to fall down because he still pulled out his blade to kill his opponent. He shouted that he would kill him, and no one could stop the anger that he wanted to show, but suddenly two people flew towards him. The teachers captured this abnormal person because he was very angry and wanted to finish off a person unequal in strength. He had to remember very tragic events that happened to him when he was very small. He could not understand where his wife was going because he was the only one left at home and she was trying to go somewhere and leave his house. She said that she was leaving if he loved her. He should let her go because it would be better for her. The guy said that he would soon become a warrior of the alliance and she shouldn't just leave him because he didn't have privileges. Meanwhile, in front of him was the very man whom he hated very much because he wanted to take his wife away from him. He got very angry and said that he would fight with him, although he even had a broken sword, but he himself understood that he could not cope with it. The girl said that she loves this man very much and therefore he should say hello to her betrothed. She really loved him very much. He got angry and didn't understand what she liked about this man because he was ugly and also a general asshole that no one needed. He also didn't like the fact that he was running away from the king just like that. His opponent asked which king he was talking about because he didn't know about it at all. He started yelling at him and said that he would make a cripple out of him and he was another person that would make a scarecrow out of him. Fortunately, it was just a sleepy guy. He really turned out to be some kind of abnormal, but everything was fine. The girl said that he was completely wrapped in bandages. He didn't understand where he was and why she even came to visit him because he was ugly. She said that only the two of them were sent for treatment and she came to find out how he was doing. The girl started looking at him and it seemed to her that he was somehow stupid because he didn't understand what he was doing. He stood completely naked, but she didn't understand why he stood in front of her hiding nothing at all. She shouted to him that it was time for him to get dressed and also to go, so he immediately had to do this. He didn't understand where he should go. After all, he thought that the battle was already over and everything had calmed down. She said that it was to him because he did something wrong and now he will have to answer for his actions. The guy didn't know what he did because he didn't understand at all what she was talking about and also didn't remember anything. She said that he did something cool and now he will have to really answer for what he did. After that, they went to the residence of this school. After all, they had to fully understand what this abnormal person had done. He was told that the opponent with whom he liked was very seriously injured and that he was missing one egg. The teacher said that one of the eggs was very badly damaged and he had made an incredible mistake in his career. The girl started laughing very hard because it was really funny for her to hear how one person lost an egg. The teacher said that according to him only one thing was hurt and she was relieved because she thought that now he would slurp very hard. The teacher said that this situation is more serious than he could even imagine and now he will have to pay for it. And the worst thing was that this person with whom he liked came to the pavilion in order to save him. In fact, the guy understood everything, but he could not refuse the challenge. The guy also said that his fragile balls broke anyway and it wasn't his fault, but the girl laughed a lot after that. He told her to laugh already if she was having so much fun, and the girl really couldn't contain her emotions. The teacher said that these were very serious questions and suggested that we look at this girl because she behaved very badly. These three stood together and the teacher really wanted to punish the guy because what he did was punishable. Finally, everyone had calmed down and in a quiet atmosphere they decided what to do next. Suddenly he finally realized that everything happened the same way and it very much reminded him of one situation that he remembered. He said that this is all because this idiot is a master of sword art. It is because of this that he is a very important person. The teacher said that he should watch his words because it was impossible to tell the truth to the young master. He understood that when he was born he only had a wooden spoon and this meant that he was from the poorest families. There were people and others who had gold ones, but this man was born with a diamond one. He didn't understand what to do now. After all, he felt that now he had a lot of problems. The teacher said that after treating Mr. A little, he and the others would go with him as a guard. and he would need to visit representatives of his school. Yu Sung was very angry that he would have to go to an unknown place and accompany this scoundrel who himself wanted such a fight. He understood that he was ready to bruise his forehead for the sake of a penny. He would not die if he did this again, but then he would be able to show him absolutely everything that he was calmly ready for. The guy accepted their instructions and said that he would do everything in the best possible way because he couldn't upset his teacher. The teacher replied that this is a good decision. If he asks for forgiveness, I will 100% not refuse him. The teacher said it was just an accident during a fight. The guy understood that he had better surprise from here, otherwise he would become very angry. He walked down the steps with this girl because he had to get out of here. The girl told him to be upset because the teacher was just angry today. She was happy and said that this time he would be a guard and she would also be with him. Suddenly he didn't understand why the teams would be different because he thought that everything would be the same as before. After all, before that they were distributed completely differently. Yu Sung realized that due to the fact that he interferes in these matters, the future is changing very much and he is ruining his own life. He was finally able to understand that this was all due to the fact that he changed the destination. If he had not done this, then everything would have been the same. Meanwhile, many people were already waiting for him because for them he was the standard of courage and a brave warrior. People began to rejoice and said that he was simply a champion who deserved to receive absolutely everything he did today. The girl said that they wanted to see him because he did incredible help for them. He didn't understand why they wanted to see him, but the girl replied that he was able to answer something incredible. He said that in the end he didn't do anything wrong there, it was just his little whim. His friend said that thanks to him they would get into this together as guards, and he thanked him very much. He also said that they were heading to the very school that he himself had to go and apologize for what he had done. He came to that very assistant teacher and he told him that unfortunately he would not be able to fulfill his instructions. The guy was very upset but didn't show it because he came to find out how everything was going and he upset him. The assistant teacher said that after he left this evening, a sword art master from the Plum Blossom came here yesterday and he decided to complete his task. Such words upset him very much. After all, he understood that if it weren't for yesterday's fight, everything would have been fine with him. He knew that it would be a pity to lose money here, and without explanation it was obvious that everyone here had already been bribed. He gave him money and said that the violation of the agreement should be entirely his responsibility. And this is payment for what he violated. Then it dawned on him that in order to confront the village of the dragon and the tiger, he must complete one more mission and become stronger. He understood that for this he would have to leave this assignment. He asked if he could leave another assignment. The man said that if he could have accepted another assignment, he would not have broken this contract. Therefore, he will have to refuse. The guy said that it would not be difficult at all, and even more so for him, it would be easy money that he would earn honestly. He told him to just give him this bag of money. The man got very angry and said that if he was going to joke with him, he had no time for it. The guy replied that he takes all his affairs seriously and the price of this issue is 1 gold coin. He asked to be given this shock for 1 coin. The guy gave him this bag and also the money for the man. He didn't understand what the catch was because he didn't believe in it at all. He thought that there was no trick here and therefore accepted his order because easy money would not hurt him. He said that they made a deal for the value of the gold coin. She also gave him this bag. And the man said that the goods for delivery had already been received. He also then said that it had been handed over to the recipient and began asking if that was all. He thanked him and said that that was all because he was able to complete the mission and deceive the system itself. The man didn't understand what it was all about and felt that this guy was really unusual. Here he could not understand whether this was the same deal that he wanted to do because it looked very stupid and also stupid. He was delighted and said that the job had already been done and maybe this would be the most valuable reward of all that he had received so far. He wanted to open his inventory because there he had rewards for defeating that guy. The same bandit overheard all this. He didn't like it very much and he felt like he had become completely different and now he was completely pitiful and helpless. He stood and looked at his hand, which was practically non-existent due to the fact that it was cut off in battle. He understood that for a tidy sum he could get his hand back, but first he needed to ruin this man's life. But suddenly he didn't notice that this man was no longer there and he wanted to find him because he wanted to ruin everything for him. The guy was right behind him and asked what he was doing here. And he in surprise could barely stand on his feet, so that he doesn't think that he will let him just leave, and even if the teacher himself is behind him. If he comes up with something, he will finish him off right away. He grabbed him by the collar and said that if he had any problems or complaints, he should have said it to his face, and there was no need to touch his friends. The opponent felt that his opponent was really very strong and he would have to refuse this battle. Yusung let him go and said that he could go, but he would watch him. And that is why the opponent began to worry very much. He didn't understand how he could become so strong in such a short time because he practically couldn't fight back. He asked him how he was able to become so strong in such a short time because he did not understand at all how this was possible. He asked him how he could make himself so strong and tried to learn all these secrets from him because he also wanted to be like that. Yusung said that he doesn't know this himself and most likely it happened somehow by accident or that he didn't even think about it. He said that when he has such an opportunity, he simply tries his best to punish the scoundrels. This divided him very much and he began to get his iron sword and said that he would also be lucky. But suddenly he didn't even have time to react when his opponent managed to knock out his sword and also go into battle against the disabled person. He was able to calmly press on the pressure points and the opponent was neutralized due to the fact that he completely underestimated him. He waved his hand and said that if he said even one more bad thing about him, he would be punished without any problems. He also said that he would no longer listen to him and therefore struck him so that he would understand his place and never raise his hand to him again. Everyone was shocked that such a guy could calmly handle him with his bare hands and everyone was very worried. And people began to offend her because they became afraid that the same situation might happen to her and they would not be able to do anything. Suddenly he noticed that he had his own inventory and he thought that this was most likely something real and believed in it. He tried his best to find his inventory and thought in every possible way because for him this was a very important matter. He also realized that until now missions and rewards were not real items, which means inventory is a status window. He told him to immediately open his inventory because he wanted to understand whether he could do this with any other players in this system. After he said this, a flash of light appeared from there and he was shown some very cool things. People started running as fast as they could. They heard this incredible sound and everyone became very scared. He found himself in a completely different world and as if he had nothing left except himself. Suddenly he noticed that there was nothing there and he was in some kind of emptiness and even he himself could not understand whether it was inventory or not. He noticed that there was some kind of small core that was green. He thought that this was a reward. He took this egg and realized that it was with a spiritual animal. This is exactly the reward everyone received for winning the competition. He said that he was able to break his opponent's egg, so there would be no problem with that either, and threw him down. Suddenly he noticed that he had some kind of small animal that could think like a person. He also saw something like a creature with incredible spiritual power similar to some kind of incredible medicine. It was just a small animal that stood opposite him and waved its paw. He was very upset that it was some kind of cat. You hoped that he would have a better animal. Some man came up to him and said that he had listened to him immediately, but the guy didn't understand what he was telling him. This important person said that he was the auditor and he had several questions and would like to talk to him. He gave him an identity card and it was the badge of the school itself, which a lot had been said about before. The servant began to bow to him and said that it was very difficult for him that he could disturb such an important gentleman. Suddenly he realized that this man whom he defeated had tortured cats before, which is why he was very much punished and also scolded. They started saying that he was just a genius who was able to save this little animal who deserved it all. The inspector grabbed this man and behind them was a huge box in which they were carrying some important person. Some very important person began to look out of this box and wanted to figure out what was happening right before his eyes. Everyone was happy that Mr. Inspector had arrived because he was a very important person, and he couldn't say anything differently. Yusung also realized that this was the famous inspector and also the inspector about whom there were rumors. Night had already fallen and it was already very dark because everyone already wanted to rest. He said that they had a very good time and would definitely fulfill his request. The inspector waved his hand and left the place. And he also wanted to remind him of something so that he would not be so happy and also tell him a very important thing. He told him not to give alcohol to their kitten because the cat was not supposed to drink under any circumstances. She was glad that he tolerated drinking well in his previous life and he no longer talked such nonsense as the inspector. He understood that he almost gave up ahead of time. If he had been alone, he would never have survived so much. All this would have been chosen by him for a small baby who had incredible eyes and also heavenly ears and a tail. He understood that the one who was able to win was the cat because she already wanted to drink a lot. It was already full evening and they were going home to have a good rest because it was already very dark indeed. They came home where they wanted to rest after such a hard day because drinking is also a difficult task. My father was very surprised when he saw that there was now a cat living in their house that would need to be fed. The son said that this is not just an animal but a spiritual animal that can give him incredible fruits. The father said that his son simply hit his head because spiritual animals do not exist and he did not understand what it was at all. The father asked if there was not something spiritual in his hand because he worked with all his might to give him the opportunity to study in that school. Unfortunately, he had a bottle of alcohol in his hand which he drank because he was old enough to afford it. That's why his father gave him his glass and told him to pour it immediately because they were already tired of waiting so long. The father said that he had heard for a long time that he trained hard in the pavilion. My father also found out that he met the head and met with a high-ranking person. My father said that he had already been able to achieve almost everything. His father believes in him and also said that his efforts will not go away just like that and he will be proud of him one day. He said that the words he made in a past life irritated him very much, but now they are the opposite. The guy couldn't stand it. He wanted to ask his father something because he could talk to him on just any topic. He said that he had a small request and his father began to ask what he wanted from him. He asked him not to go to that diner where he drinks again. The father said that he would think about his request. But now I need to bring a cup because the day really was not easy. The son told him that very place, but the father didn't even know what it was because he didn't have enough money to go there. The father said that not only did he drink a little alcohol, but the bottle was already finished, so he had to buy a new one. He really didn't like the fact that his father didn't keep his word and he already wanted to go straight to the store to buy a new bottle. Unfortunately, the booze disappeared for a reason, but the cat was able to drink it herself and her food remained in the bowl. Suddenly they all started laughing and the guy didn't find it funny because he understood that his cat was really an alcoholic. The father began to ask what he called his cat because he wanted to know how to address this alcoholic now. The son replied that he had not named him yet, but would soon come up with at least something for him because he was already tired. His father suggested the name Juju for him. The son said that this is an excellent name and it ticks all the boxes. The son was happy and hoped that his father would always be as joyful as he is today. His father called him his drinking buddy. I've been asking for a few days already, namely 10, and it's time to start practicing to participate as security guards. He noticed that this cat had really grown up a lot during the time she was drinking with her father. He didn't understand everything was fine with this cat because he's nothing like me at all and only beer and alcohol all the time. He also said that today he was leaving this cat at home, but he was not at all happy when he heard that. The son told his father to take care of this cat because it already meant a lot to him, and today he will have a hard day. The father did not understand why he would have to look after this cat because his son always took her with him to the pavilion. He said that today was the start of their practice day and it was a very important day. So he needed to concentrate. The father noticed that his son really looked very handsome and it was all for a reason and all his efforts to return. He was ready to prove to everyone that he was worthy of the best and his appearance showed everyone that he was invincible. Absolutely all schools conduct this practice as a security guard for their best students and this test will officially determine who is ready. The teacher said that the first real mission to prepare for beating the warrior was about to begin. Their task was to get the cargo and also return. There were a lot of participants and everyone wanted to win because no one wanted to give up. People tried to become the best because this practice really gave incredible opportunities after which you have a future. There was also another bureau that included a couple of people whom clearly no one liked because they were upstarts. The teacher said that from this moment they begin a new path in which they must show that they are worthy of this practice. Everyone knew that this was a very valuable cargo. They had to carry it very carefully because this school gave a lot of money to do this practice. The teacher watched the guy who was able to defeat the master of the Sword of Light happy, and besides he thought that his assignment was very strange. The senior teacher said that he did not even know that his assistant was going personally with the team. The teacher said that he had to because his daughter, whom he loved very much, would be there. The senior teacher said that when he was 16 years old, he was already recognized as a master and was considered one of the best. His assistant began to ask if he needed anything else on this journey because he realized that this mission would be really interesting. The senior teacher says that initially he negotiated with the Tang clan, but he didn't like it much and also changed his mind when he saw the matured young master. The teacher's assistant said that he is very addictive and has a future. However, he does not know whether the girl will love him. The teacher told him not to even think about such questions. After all, a woman must do what her family tells her. She has no other choice. The teacher's assistant asked what would happen if the girl did the opposite because he very much doubted that she would marry him. He also asked maybe he doesn't need this child because of another school because he behaved somehow very suspiciously. He told him to stop talking nonsense and start smiling, and also called him a weirdo who was completely short-sighted. The teacher wanted her to get married there, and all that was needed was to take this girl to that school. He was sure that this was enough, but this girl herself did not even understand why she was going there. The assistant teacher himself understood that this Rain was really very dear, and she had a beautiful appearance and figure, and with proper training she could become a heroine. The old man also asked that along the way he pay attention to one guy whose name was Tang Yusong. The teacher wanted this man to be personally monitored because he did not give him peace. The teacher's assistant told you to worry about him, and he will calmly figure it out completely because he has already had experience. After this, the rivals began to put up their flags in order to show that they were now beginning a very important mission. The head of the team told them to carefully prepare all their weapons because now they were facing the most terrible campaigns of their lives. Yusung didn't want to do anything, and the commander didn't understand why he wasn't doing anything because now it was necessary to get ready to go and do everything quickly. He noticed that he really had something new, and the guy was able to put his boss together incredibly quickly. The commander said that he did not talk about the cauldron and how he knew that it was needed at all. He was interested in how the guy saw the future. He asked if they could leave now because he already wanted to end this practice immediately because he didn't like it. Then he realized that most likely he was a repeat student because people couldn't just know what to bring with them to this practice. He hit with his pole because he understood that now it was necessary to announce the very mission that they wanted to accomplish. The assistant to the head said that they would be transporting the cargo of a school that they value very much, which is famous for its craftsmanship of plum blossoms. He also asked who will carry this thing because the one who does this will receive 10 points. The student said that last year he was the standard bearer. Nobody understood why they would march under the flag of this bureau and thought that this was some strange thing because they had to move under the flag of the school. The teacher said that this sign is really very difficult and you will have to hold it absolutely all the way, unlike those before. The guy tried to hold it, but he felt that it was really very heavy and he wouldn't be able to do it. He barely controlled even the first minutes while he held it and realized that it was objectively not his. No one understood why the flag was so heavy because he was already in his second year and knew how to handle it well. He felt that most likely he would not be able to do it. Tang Yusong understood that this banner weighed a lot, so he did not want to carry it due to the fact that it was already about 76 kilograms. Suddenly he noticed how a man approached him and began to examine him, which he did not like very much. The teacher's assistant came up and said that it looked like he was bored here and his equipment was perfectly prepared, and he knew that I don't know the plum blossom would be heavy. He also warned him that the guards should always be on guard and see if someone is sneaking up on them, otherwise they will get hurt. He said that he used to be a client, but now he is a security guard and his feelings should be completely different. The teacher's assistant said that she was taking away 10 points from this person, but no one understood why this was happening. He said that as a punishment he would bring a plum blossom banner, but he would not receive any additional points for this. He didn't understand what was happening and why he disliked him so much. After all, he did everything as they wanted. Yusung felt that they didn't like him. That's why he just smiled and understood that he would have to fight with non-humans like them. His senior mate asked if he was okay because he felt that this flag was really funny a lot. The teacher suspected that he was indeed some very smart guy and he clearly had an ace up his sleeve for all this. The guy put this banner on his shoulder. After all, he was much more cunning than they only thought. He felt that it was not difficult for him at all due to the fact that this was the result of the training that he does day after day. The teacher began to take out a special scroll in order to read what was there. That's why he unfolded it to see if everything was in order. He was very cunning and he had a pen inside this scroll and he decided to write something. He took it and soaked it in ink to set something up again. He wrote that he received a minus point for objecting to the construction. He also received a minus 10 points for behaving badly and also a minus point for being lucky. After they set off, everyone tried to make the best possible conditions for themselves, and therefore they did everything for this. It was already the second day, and they found themselves on a forest path where they had to stop because it had already taken too long. The judge began to think what everyone was doing. He was filming the ball for this guy all the time. He clearly didn't like him, and he himself understood that if he still couldn't do everything efficiently, he would definitely be scolded and also deprived of points. He understood that he needed to concentrate. After all, if he didn't do this, then he definitely wouldn't score points. This was already the third day. They continued to be in the forest path because this was their path through which they needed to go, and the guy had the most problems. He understood that he needed to do everything to make sure that this guy failed because of grades, because he wanted him to clearly lose and never end up here again. But he also noticed that this guy was really very responsible and tried to make sales even though he was very much disliked and was also considered stupid. He still carried away this heavy fact which weighed all 70-something kilograms, and it was unrealistically difficult. The teacher understood that everyone usually does not carry this fact because it is very heavy. And so they pass it on in turns, but the guy is not even tired. The teacher tried to understand what was wrong with this guy. After all, he was completely different. The teacher tried his best to make sure that this guy would not get any more chance to pass this exam. He didn't even understand what would happen in the next days because it was only the third, but the guy already had almost 0 chances. He wanted to see how long it would last because for him this was also some kind of quest. The 9th day had already arrived and they were in the very camp where it all took place. Each of the warriors continued to work diligently. They knew that security guards spend a lot of time on the road when transporting goods. Therefore, it took them whole days to deliver this cargo. Of course, it was necessary to bear responsibility for the flag, but also on the road it was necessary to independently obtain food, clothing, and sleep. Meanwhile, they were near some canal because each of them wanted to get at least a little water and also build a place for the night. The guy continued to make himself a tent because he understands that he will have to live here for more than one day. For a security guard, there were only 3 most important skills that he had to know. The first was a haircut, the second was shoes, and the third was getting food. Also, if you are a security guard, you must be able to cook, because if you don't know how to do this, then you will lose the test. The guy decided to feed everyone because he worked as hard as he could and understood that he needed these glasses more than everyone else. Everyone was throwing this guy down because he really worked like hell. But the teacher wanted to do everything to make him lose. His friend said that next time he would catch a rabbit. But now he would like him to share with him. Yu-sung noticed that his friend was completely barefoot. And this was already very bad because he did not follow 2 rules. His friend said that his shoes were finished and he therefore threw them away. He said that because of this he would walk barefoot because repairing shoes is for the weak. The resident said that he was deducting points for not knowing how to cook and also deducting points for the fact that he was completely barefoot. This was unacceptable in the conditions he found himself in. The teacher wanted the guy to come up to him because he wanted to talk to him. He said that soon everything would end and looked far into the depths and stood on a cliff. The teacher said that today the moon is very good, so he offered him a drink because he wanted to ask him. The guy couldn't believe that this was true and that the teacher really decided to bribe him in such an evil way. The student replied that he would soon have to protect him and therefore he would not drink with him. The teacher said that he offered only once and would not persuade him because for him it was a matter of honor. Yu-sung said that this teacher is really just a joker because he didn't even know that he would be so stupid with him. The teacher did not understand what he was talking about and asked him, is there such a law that prohibits him from laughing at him? Yu said that he has nothing else to talk to him about because he silently evaluates them all the time and he doesn't understand at all that he has her with me. Such words intrigued him very much and he really understood that this guy could not do more. The teacher said that because he had interrogated him very much now he would like to apologize and therefore offered him a drink. The guy said that he wouldn't die from it if he carried this fact, but it was really difficult to prepare for the meeting. The teacher asked does he have the right to complain because a real warrior had to fight to the end and never say that it was all because of the circumstances. The teacher also started asking him if he cared about the scores he got for his internship as a security guard. The teacher reminded him that he now has the highest grade. Unless something serious happens, he will finish the practice with the best grades. He hoped that everything would be like this and thought that he already had everything in his pocket, but he had to be on guard. The teacher himself saw the potential in him and asked where he got so much from and how he even learned it. He understood that in his past life this was his responsibility for almost 30 years. In his past life he and his squad accompanied the daughter of the younger sergeant on a trip and also transported goods for the alliance. Because of this he ignored his family and she left him. He said that he couldn't tell it all, so he decided to come up with one very interesting idea to torture this man. The teacher asked him to pour him a drink, and the teacher couldn't believe that he was asking him to drink. Also, the teacher did not understand how he found out the name of this wine. After all, before that he told him the correct name, namely Western Phoenix. He said the aroma could only be that of a top-notch West Phoenix wine. The teacher said that he understood everything very well and could not believe what his secret was. The guy said that he was reading a manual for a security guard that he had written by a very important writer. Suddenly he could not believe that he had actually read this very book about which there were legends. The guy began to remember that this book was supposed to be released soon, and therefore he was not afraid to talk about him. The teacher said that he was a complete fellow and said that he himself recommended everyone to read it and that the book was his secret. The teacher decided to offer him to work in the office because he knew that if this always happened he could earn a lot of money. The guy understood that if he really was the best bureau in the country it would be incredible. What an experience, but it had to be done. He said that the word bureau should be removed. The teacher did not understand what the catch was. Actually, like everyone else, the guy said that if I explain it to him much more briefly then I'll have to do it. He pointed up and suggested that he be the best in the world because he thought it would actually work. It was his joke in which he said that the word bureau was simply superfluous and he just wanted to become the best in the world. Painfully, of course, I was able to understand what he meant. And the guy said that it was time for him to return to guard duty to control the whole situation. The teacher thought about what this guy wanted to tell him because he really had the future. What if he realized that he really said in front of the teacher that he wanted to be the best in the world, and this was a very strong reservation that he did not think about. He decided to think further about what he said because it really turned out to be a very deep decision. The guy was ready for anything because he wanted to prove that he was ready for more and would be the best in the world. Suddenly he heard someone call his name and felt that this was the same voice transmission technique that he already knew about. The guy replied that it was he and didn't say anything else because he didn't see anyone. As it turned out, these were the people who came from the inspector. He tried to understand where this voice was coming from, but he couldn't do it at all because it seemed to be everywhere. What if she wrote to him that he had a new mission, and he became very angry because this technique of voice transmission was called whispering. He was told not to talk nonsense and just listen because all the information he conveyed to the inspector was truthful. He also understood that he now needed to complete this entire mission because tomorrow they would be able to come to Lishan. He understood that if the inspector's troops returned to the imperial palace, they would be able to capture one of the 18 trees of the green forest and all would be awarded. That's when he realized that this was the inspector's second mission that he wanted to carry out during this time. He didn't understand what to do next and therefore decided that he needed to answer in a whisper. And he was told that in an emergency he should use this and they would throw him something from a tree. This was his signal, and as soon as he launched the signal, the inspector's troops who were stationed nearby would be on hand to help. Finally, they were able to come to the city where they were going tomorrow, and according to legend, a long time ago, the tomb of the emperor was discovered here. Because of this, all the alliance wars targeted the border and its treasure, and also because of this, a very strong war began. And according to legend, the tomb was completely divided in half. The guy said that this was just nonsense because a person could not divide the tomb in half. The commander who told him this said that it was just a legend and he should not take it seriously. The guy reminded him that their friend really cooks rabbit soup. It's just incredible, like something out of a legend. The commander asked him to prepare his legendary soup for them again because they wanted to eat properly. The guy accepted their order and was also happy because as soon as he prepares this soup, it becomes stronger by 1 whole point. After he heard the story about the tomb, he keeps thinking about what to do with it. Yu-sung wanted to know if the same monster similar to his could appear after 30 years. Everyone knew that he possessed the flight technique of the demonic Heavenly King and could destroy the rock. He also had incredible strength because he had a 3-sword technique with which he was able to win incredible battles against thousands of warriors. Therefore, instead of his real name, he had a terrible nickname, which I call him the Heavenly King. Meanwhile, in a camp not far from the city, they were aiming for they decided to rest after making the difficult journey here. And suddenly the guy was again asked to prepare him soup from the rabbit that he made best. Yu-sung said that everything must be fair, so his friend must first catch the rabbit and then he will decide. Such words added a very pleasant atmosphere, and the guy got this rabbit as soon as possible. His friend said that he would immediately catch this video to try this incredible soup again. Meanwhile, the teacher approached him. He asked if he could treat him to his legendary because he wanted to try it. The guy said that he would do it with ease, and for him it would be as easy as shelling pears. The teacher ordered him to knock down as many rabbits as possible to get 5 extra points. Meanwhile, the girl did not understand why everyone started moving like that. Yu Sung and her went to collect some things, or rather mushrooms, so that they could prepare that same soup. He bent down to pick new mushrooms because he wanted to take a break from the working day as soon as possible. He had to pick the mushrooms he saw because there were simply no others. The girl addressed him as a master and wanted to ask him something. These were the words he almost fainted and did not understand why he began to address him so strangely. She asked what I should call him now because she didn't even know herself. He told her to call him as usual because he didn't like the fact that they treated him so pretentiously. She asked if he didn't like that he was respected so much because the girl wanted to do everything to make him feel like he was appreciated. He asked if she liked it when she addressed him as a master because she was just like a sister to him. He asked her to call him brother, although this not only meant brother but also lover. She said that this is something she's even ready to punch because she will only contact someone who really likes him. Very bad weather has already begun and the rain has not calmed down. Nobody liked what was happening. People tried to hide and also take all the cargo and go on some kind of journey as soon as possible. The girl understood that the rest of the journey would be very difficult and they would have to try very hard to survive well. The guy decided to look back and understand what was wrong here, and he clearly didn't like it. He asked if she didn't want to go. After all, for him, it was a very important mission in which he did not want to lose. The girl couldn't believe that he knew everything again. For her, it would have been some kind of nightmare. He said that the head of the bureau went with them because she was included in this group because she was a very important person. He said that it was also not difficult to guess when he had already lived for so long. She said that as soon as she started listening to him, she thought that he was over 30 years old, which is exactly what he was. The girl looked very sad, and the guy said that if she didn't like something she should just say it. She continued to remain silent because she did not like the fact that they addressed her like that because she was of royal blood. The guy said that before he didn't understand, but when he became friends with her, that she was really a very good girl, but now he knows that if she gets married to someone she doesn't love, she will really regret it. The girl really began to think about her words because they were very true. What if she shouted something because she wanted someone to come to her and help? She thanked him for helping her both last time and today because he really was able to open her eyes. He said that if she is grateful to him, then she can just call him brother. And as everyone already knew, if they call you brother, then it's your betrothed. She said that this is what she can do and hit him. So he should have been more careful with his words. The weather was still bad and the daughter continued to drip as if it were just pouring from a bucket. Suddenly the guy wanted to notice something in the bushes, something really interesting. The girl told him not to move the switch. Suddenly he noticed something very scary that really scared him because there was fear in his eyes. He noticed how it was displayed to him that there was someone here, and these people had a very good level since he could not recognize him. There were more than 50 of them, and he himself said that now it would be very bad for them. He grabbed the girl by the hand, but she didn't understand what was happening because it was something new for her. And suddenly he realized that because he changed the events in his past life, everything has changed, and because of this people now think completely differently. He understood that he needed to take responsibility because what he did would be very dangerous for those who were here. The girl didn't understand what was happening and why he started running with her, but then she noticed that it was really unsafe here. It was seen how a huge number of weapons rose unusually upward, and now a very bad life awaited them. A huge number of soldiers wanted to punish them for what they did because such actions are punished very strongly. The guy told her to stop looking at them and they need to run away if she wants to live because they won't forgive them for what they did to you. The girl and the guy ran with all their might because they knew that if they didn't do this they would die. Meanwhile, the teacher and his friends stood and watched why they were running so fast. After they noticed that there was a huge army behind these two, everyone began to worry very much. The teacher himself did not understand where such a huge number of barbarians came from here who were ready to tear them to pieces. The teacher ordered one of the commanders to immediately speak the gong, because now he will have a very difficult battle. The rest of the students did not understand what was happening here and thought that it was just an ordinary day. After that, they all turned around because they heard a very strong sound that was not at all quiet. This sound meant that trouble had come, and now he brought them together to fight to survive. The teacher pulled out his legendary staff for his car. He wanted to punish these robbers. The teacher said that he would protect the banner with all his might and they had to protect the cargo. All the people stood very prepared. After all, they wanted to do everything to bring this cargo intact and safe. Unfortunately, they understood that they were surrounded and victory could not be expected due to the fact that there were many more of them. Yu-sung tried to find this thing that was given because he wanted to attract reinforcements as soon as possible. He couldn't find that same fire. After all, he was already able to take this thing. And if he could set it on fire, they would be saved. Due to the very heavy rain, the fire stopped burning, and now he needed to find something. I also didn't notice that there was nothing to prepare for the entire camp. And this was the biggest problem because he wanted to activate the rescue. He understood that I generally did not have it and he would have to fight. Although he felt that it was unlikely that he would be able to defeat them. Unlike simple robbers, these idiots apparently don't care about money at all, and they didn't care how many resources they had. They killed, and this did they come upon them so decisively because they had the plum blossom banner. Unfortunately, they were able to surround them in an instant, and they had no chance of winning at all. Everyone knew that, in such a situation, life is much more valuable than gold, and those who panicked are the first to die. And he was given another mission. He had to repel an unexpected attack from the village of a dragon and a tiger. Nobody wanted to die, but it was a life in which there was no choice at all. He tried to run away because he thought that if he did this he would be left to live alone, but they stopped him and told him not to do anything stupid. The commander told him to calm down and come to his senses. After all, they are fighting to survive. The commander said that he doesn't care about him at all because he spends his life saving brats like him. The robbers said that they are very scary and now I won't be able to kill them in just one moment. But due to the fact that they were too narcissistic, they did not think at all that they could be given a very strong rebuff. Yu-sung continued to fight with all his might and he killed these bandits like some kind of meat. He didn't care that he was killing people because the lives of his relatives were at stake. The commander said that this guy is much younger than this one who wanted to escape, but still he is more brave. The guy said to be older and opened his eyes because the level of these bastards is much weaker than them. Therefore, they must kill them. The man who wanted to escape did not understand what levels he was talking about, and he thought that he had completely gone crazy. Yu-sung continued to fight against them with all his might, but it was very difficult. He killed one after another and also cut his hands to win. He said that they were much better than these robbers in order to raise morale because that was the only way they would win. Yu-sung is that they are much stronger, and suddenly he took an axe to show that he is really ready to continue the battle. The guy also understood that he had many more opponents than help, so he had to do everything himself. He saw that it was too dangerous and the robbers were already approaching to take the cargo. All he needed was to concentrate and correctly distribute tactics to fight back. Even the head himself could barely fight because he had too many rivals whom he calmly dealt with. The head did not have time to give orders because the strongest warriors went to him. He understood that he needed to make sure that all people listened to him and became much stronger. He also shouted that they had no tactics and they should do as they were taught and also punish them for what they did. He told them to do the tactics of a fighting position with a sword. All the warriors did not understand at first, but then they had no choice how to perform. That is why they made the first strike, which was their own attack, and absolutely everyone was able to repel a huge number. He knew that they were much stronger than everyone around them, and they just needed to unite to defeat this number. He shouted for them to take another stance and all together begin to fight against these warriors. Yu-sung noticed how they managed to do this, and more than one corpse lay dead. His friend said that he did everything perfectly. He even really liked the way they were attacking now. But due to the fact that he had already overestimated his capabilities, he completely forgot about the fact that he too could be rebuffed. But fortunately his friend always came to the rescue to save his life, and therefore he managed to repel this blow. He told him to never be so relaxed on the battlefield. His friend thanked him for saving his life, and they continued to fight against these creatures. They had no other choice but to try their best and prove that they are the best in this place. He shouted for them to take a different tactic and choose a different position in order to repel all sides. After that, he told them to make a shadow of a fast sword, and this was another technique that showed incredible power. His friend said he was incredibly good, but he said he couldn't relax because the battlefield was still here. The lazy man continued to fight and said that he would punish them because he was already tired of it all. Yu-sung saw very strong potential in this guy, and understood that he had a bright future if he continued to try so hard. The girl ran up to them and hit him with her elbow so that they would pay attention to her. She said that she would also join them because the three of them would be stronger. The head of the robbers did not understand what was happening because he thought that he could calmly deal with these brats. He would be very angry because there were much more of them, but they could not cope with only 3 wars. He felt that this guy was the very leader. Then someone asked him if he was the leader among these bandits. Such a whisper scared him very much. He shouted at him to immediately come out and not hide because he didn't like the fact that he could be attacked from behind. They activated the flame of justice, with the help of which they sent a small fire to him so that he could fry. The bandit leader began to burn alive and felt as if he had simply been raped. Everyone began to be very afraid that their captain began to burn right before their eyes. Then it finally dawned on him that he could use something from this moment. He noticed that there really was a fire with which he could fire up his fireworks. He noticed that his signal fire began to burn on its own, although he did not bring it himself. He said that this was not the right time, but he needed to do something about it. That's why he took it out, because it was almost burnt and needed to be stuck down. He stuck it right into the ground because he understood that it would soon explode. Everything was already approaching, and he felt that he had absolutely no time left. The fireworks began to fly up because they could be used to call for help. The huge salute began to sparkle as if it were an incredible star. After everyone saw this, absolutely everyone was shocked, and not only the teacher. These were young guys who had no experience of real combat, and against them were experienced fighters who could not cope with it. He understood that the inspector's troops would not arrive for more than an hour. Therefore, they needed to hold out a little longer to escape. He says that in front of them there are some strong robbers, but behind 9 of them stood some very strong one. But they were able to finish him off because they hit him on the head with a club and he immediately switched off. But this did not stop him, and he wanted to further punish everyone who thought that they could defeat the legendary robbers. His bat was completely covered in blood, and he was thinking about how to take revenge for what they did to his army. This barbarian was very strong, and he was already level 19. They understood that this was the one who wanted to become the second head, and they would have to try very hard with him. The big guy said that they were exposed just for some guy, and that is why he is hunting him. Yu Sung realized that the person who was able to burn alive was their most important warrior. He understood that he needed to retreat, but this thug did not understand what he was doing because he thought that he would fight now. He understands that if you deal with this huge man, then everything will be over with all these robbers. The bully didn't understand what was happening and why this little guy started running away from him as if he was scared. Unfortunately, this healthy man was much faster than he thought, and therefore he will have to try. He had to activate his legendary skill, and he did it best. He activated his walking skill. The thug said that he was just a rat who didn't want to fight one-on-one, and he would pay for it. He hit the axe straight at him to at least neutralize his opponent and throw away his weapon. Due to the fact that he hit the bat very hard, he was unable to do anything except feel the pain. It was very difficult for him because such a strong impact made him bleed. Everyone saw this and understood that now they would have to try very hard to save their friend. The girl and the guy were most afraid that he would not be able to cope with this thug. Yu Sung realized that this man was indeed a very experienced fighter, and he would have to fight very well with him. But he knew that surrounded by strong opponents, he himself would become stronger. So he had to continue the fight. Yu Sung told his friends to listen to him immediately because now they can change everything with one tactic. He ordered them to line up, and these 4 thought that this was already the end. They simply had no other choice, so they lined up. The guy noticed that the girl was very confused due to the fact that she most likely was not indifferent to him. He liked it very much and said that now they need to do a fighting position with a sword, namely a strike with the 8th loop. He ordered his friends to move correctly, because if they move as a team, then they can win. They did everything according to his orders, and they really managed to work as a good team. The robbers noticed that now they would have to try much harder because these guys were really fighting for their lives. They activated the octagonal mill with which they were able to surround these bandits. He didn't even think that the unification techniques that were mainly used by the Wars of the Worst Alliance could be used against robbers. All this began to irritate the main robber very much, and he said that he had had enough. That is why he got even more angry and took out his very long object with which he wanted to give. Yu Sung felt a lot of pain due to the fact that he was actually able to inflict -30 on him. He felt that he almost dropped the axe due to the fact that his grip was already very weak. He realized that all they needed to do was take away from him the very iron stick with which he arranged all this. He understood that this stick was very heavy and their weapons simply broke under its weight. If I couldn't do this, then they will have to come up with something to take this stick. And the thug came at him one more time because he wanted to take revenge on him for what he did, but the guy was ready for this. He said that it was all over now and swung at him with this bat which weighed a lot. He used his axe to block this blow and also took his sword to continue the battle. The blood continued and no one understood what happened. Most likely one of them lost his head. The guy was still able to overcome his fear and cut off the head of this very strong and large warrior. After that, all the bandits were shocked that the strongest was killed and they began to worry. He was happy and said that finally the job was done and now he has no problems with it. He said that now the axe slowed him down during the decisive blow, but because he took the sword and he was able to launch a counterattack. It was clear in his eyes that he was very joyful because with the help of such cunning tactics he was able to change everything. He understood that after this all that was left to defeat was the petty robbers who were already scared. The robbers shouted that the chief's son had already been killed, so something had to be done about it. He took his head and said that it was all over for the dragon and tiger village, so they should give up and never do this again. The man opened the bottle and said that it was all over because he wanted to enjoy alcohol after such a battle. He said that this cocktail was very tasty and he liked it very much. And no one understood what kind of person this was standing on the mountain and watching all this happen. The guy said that he launched a signal fire. That is why it was possible to relax already because the troops were able to come to the rescue. The man said that this was already fate, so he would meet them at the very school where they were supposed to take this cargo. It was like the wind disappeared into the air and never appeared again while they collected all their things. They were happy because the difficult battle was finally able to end, and he received a notification that the mission had already been completed. She also wrote to him that he received a passive skill with which he could translate absolutely anything he saw before his eyes. He knew that the remnants of the Dragon Village these games were killed or arrested and all the students were damaged, so they went to practice and were already intact. Everyone knew that there were only 7 guards left and the rest had to be buried because the robbers had killed the rest. One very important person approached the guy and said that thanks to the fact that he was very brave they were able to do it. The guy bowed and said that if they were able to do this, then everything was fine, otherwise he would apologize for the inconvenience. He understood that he did all this to make the mission as safe as possible, but instead of capturing the robbers in advance, he did everything else. He knew that the one who should protect the common people would instead focus on destroying their enemies. He also continued to think and understand that if they had not been given a promotion, they would not have lifted a finger from the very beginning. The teacher asked why he didn't tell him because he wanted to know the whole truth about what he knew. The guy understood that there would be complaints against him and did not know how to answer this question. The teacher said that he didn't want to blame him and he himself partly understands that you always need to have some kind of thing. Also, even if he had said this, he would not have fallen, and if he would have believed in him a little earlier, he was wrong. He began to apologize to this guy because he felt bad for trying with all his might to ruin the exam for him. The guy was unpleasant that such an important and respected person was apologizing to him. Everyone began to thank him for being able to save them from the robbers because it was a miracle that they were able to survive. And his friend was also happy that he was able to save them and said that his friend was great. The girl also said that she thought that she already needed to think about death, but fortunately he was able to come up with a battle tactic. The girl could not understand how he managed to remain calm during the battle. He couldn't get used to the fact that this girl, who in a past life was simply an incredible killer, complains about such petty words. Yu Sung realized that nothing like this would happen if she did not marry that person from a famous clan. She asked why he had such an expression on his face and why he was thinking about something again. He told her that he just needed to die once in order to understand the whole truth. He did it incredibly effectively. The girl said that then she would definitely come to him, but he did not understand why such words had such an effect on her. The teacher understood that he would have to apologize to this guy whom he was constantly trying to demote. The teacher said that they had only walked less than half of the road. There was a dangerous path ahead because it was a path through rocky mountains. He said that they can go along with the troops. But the one who actually goes to the end can go further and fight very scary investigations. The teacher said that those who want to continue further can prepare further for departure, while the cowards can remain in the rear. Everyone knew that the cargo had to be delivered because these were always the conditions. That is why he remained in this team, because he believed that he could deliver the goods. The teacher said that in his life there were few such leaders, and he was very glad that such guys still existed. He said that all the leagues either cowardly fled when trouble came, and the young warriors were used as cannon fodder. He also understood that he was one of the last ones, and it was very unpleasant for him to hear this. He understood that he was telling the same story about his death, but he was completely used to it because he understood that he had already fulfilled his goal. They said that in a past life there was only one decent leader who could do incredible things with people. This leader was indeed very rude, and he had already seen a lot in his life. He was a drunkard who liked to drink all the time, and he was always calling someone names no matter who it was. He told the very story in which they were destined to die, and among those people was that same Yusung. He told them to face reality, and this is an unfair era that they must survive, but most likely they will die. This leader told them to strive for victory despite the fact that they faced many problems. This leader approached this guy and asked what his name was. He also then called him Scar-Nosed. The guy introduced himself and said that his name was Tang Yusong. The teacher asked when he was able to become a commander because he wanted to understand what kind of warriors he had on his team. The captain said that he was also appointed today and that he were newbies together, and he invited them to become friends. He extended his hand to him and said that from that day on they are friends. After all, he wanted to see his reaction. His name was Chin Hong. During the war, the special forces led by this man won 15 victories and 1 defeat in 16 battles. In the last video, he understood that now it was all over, and he barely remained alive because he felt that he had already been stopped. Yusung was then very worried about his leader who had lost his hand. Chin Hong turned to him and understood that it would be very unpleasant for him to see such a leader, but such is life. And the leader asked him why he had such a face, although he himself understood that he had already reached the end of his life. He told him to be a man for the rest of his days and never cry again, even though it was very unpleasant to lose such a leader. He told him to just stop crying, and he just needed to fight until the end of his days because otherwise he would be a coward like him. While the teacher was telling him this story, the girl realized that most likely he had another master besides his father. The guy said that he didn't really teach him martial arts, and he was just an acquaintance whom he really appreciated. The girl realized that this was the same person who could teach him all this, but he replied that it was just a spiritual mentor. The girl asked where his spiritual mentor about whom he talked so much was located. The guy replied that he was just going to meet him and would soon have a very difficult day that he would remember for the rest of his life. He pointed his finger and said that he needed to come over there. He said that the always drunk master lives at the very top of the mountain, and they will have to make an incredible journey to get there. She got angry and said that these were again his stupid jokes that she was not going to believe. After that, she was very offended by him because she didn't like the fact that he was always trying to deceive her. She felt that the road through was too steep, so they stopped the horses at the bottom and everything had to be dragged on the hump. She did not understand what kind of cargo it was that weighed so much and assumed that it was gold bars. She didn't like the fact that the stairs never ended and they had to go up 100 miles. But suddenly she noticed that after she said this, the stairs really ended and they had no further way. She said that the goal was already right in front of them and that soon they would be freed from such a heavy load. The teacher did not understand what was happening because it was still a very, very long way to go to the end of this path. She was delighted and said that finally there were no more steps on the stairs. I couldn't get them to the very point where they wanted them. The teacher told himself that while they were climbing, he deliberately found them behind, but now it's time to become a captain in his head. She said that the stairs had ended and it became easier, but she didn't even look forward, and the guy was very surprised. He grabbed her hand and told her to watch when she walked, otherwise she could have committed suicide right now. He said that there would be a cliff in front of her, and then they would have a very difficult path that they would hardly be able to walk on logs. After she saw this, her heart began to beat faster because she didn't like the fact that now she would have to walk on logs. She didn't believe that a person could actually walk along this because the angle of inclination would be really large. He was replaying in his head that this school was considered the steepest and was located on the highest mountain, but this road was indeed very dangerous. But the teacher decided to prove to them himself that it would be a difficult path that they had to count on, and stood on the log. He said that there begins the territory of this school and this road passing along which people can end up in that very school. The guy noticed that something was written on the mountain, and this confused him very much. It was written there that if you came here with unclean thoughts, then it's better to leave and come to your senses, because otherwise the school will take this life. The teacher said that these were stone regrets, and the girl screamed that she was more afraid of the road than this stupid text. After that, they began to take all the cargo in order to go through this difficult road, because the rest were unlikely to be able to. The girl didn't understand why he took extra baggage for himself, because he seems somehow stupid, because he just doesn't want to do anything except how to stand out. He replied that kids from this school come here every day, and of course even with luggage he can easily get through it. His friend told him not to be too arrogant, because he really wanted to prove to him that he was better. That is why he took another load to prove that he too could easily pass it. He took not just one load but two in order to lose it to his friend, who decided that he was the best. His friend ran after him because he didn't like the fact that he very confidently went there himself, and the girl said that they were just crazy. She said that it would only excite her, so she should run there too. The logs were twisted like crazy because the girl herself wanted to be the first to run to this school to wipe everyone's noses. She said that just because you were able to take more luggage does not mean that you are much cooler than her. And now she will prove it to them. The rest of the students simply understood that these three were simply crazy because they were running along these logs as if they were walking on feathers. The commander told the others to move slowly because they had to understand that this was very dangerous. This school was one of 9 factions and was considered the strongest due to the fact that it was located on the mountains. Finally, they were able to reach the very entrance to this school where only the best students studied. They were just a little short of reaching Lotus Peak, where only the bravest and strongest passed through. They were greeted and told that there were 5 ethical standards engraved above the main gate of this school. He knew that the martial arts school had a long history that taught not only the way of the sword but also moral standards. The problem was that this school was for the arrogant. As soon as they could see them, he immediately jumped to fight back these new people. They were shouted at to stop immediately because it was impossible to just enter the school without permission. They were immediately surrounded, and among these people would be the same fat man who lost the battle. Yu Sung's friend was glad that he saw again this man whom he was able to defeat even though he was very fat. Such words offended him very much, but he restrained himself because he understood that he could not do anything except remain silent. The teacher began to greet them because it was a norm that needed to be met. People greeted each other because that's how it was done when you meet well-respected members of society. Even the teacher himself asked if he could call him by name, and also uncle, the head of this school. Yu Sung began to look at what the head of this school looked like because he understood that he was very similar to the one he had recently seen. The teacher said that not all of them had arrived yet, and the whole load was already here because they had only the best students. They were able to deliver all this cargo, which had special flags on it that indicated that this cargo was intended only for this school. Everyone began to rejoice when they saw this cargo because they understood that it was really worth a lot. The girl said that it was somehow strange because no one ran to open it right away but simply left it lying there. The rest were finally able to arrive, although they didn't even have any cargo, but they were very tired while walking. The teacher said that they had to pay as much as 300 of these coins for the fact that they were able to deliver such a valuable cargo to them. This price greatly angered him because the order was indeed very expensive, but the teacher said that this was exactly the price one of his students had set. The head of this school understood that nothing could be done about it. Therefore, it was necessary to provide money to pay. He said that he would be back now and they should wait a little because he did not take the entire amount with him. The teacher's assistant did not understand why he began to communicate with him so politely because this school had long been given the name like the school of assholes. He also said that since they were able to drag this load, they would probably be able to move it a little further. He accepted this and understood that it was necessary to transfer this load a little to make it more convenient. The teacher began to ask where this load should be transferred, and he replied that now it would tell everything. I actually thought that they were kind of stupid. The teacher of this school told him to move the load here where he was pointing his finger. He pointed his finger right here at the cliff because he wanted them to simply leave him near him. They were able to move this load and asked if it was necessary to move it somewhere further, but he said that they just needed to leave it on the cliff. After that, he pushed this load with his foot, and it already began to fly down because this was his most important plan. Such actions greatly angered the teacher and also all those who were with him. After all, they had been carrying this burden for a very long time. He just pushed him because he wanted to show how important he is and that this school is not worth it. Sung's friend and girlfriend got very angry when they saw what he was allowing himself to do because they worked very hard to get this cargo. Sung was completely shocked and did not understand that this would even happen because he thought that they would be paid the promised money. Meanwhile, everyone was able to notice that some noise was happening, but no one understood where it was. The same warrior the guy was talking about asked what happened next because he wanted to know absolutely everything that was happening at his school. Meanwhile, the same guy with pink hair continued to meditate because he liked to spend time. But suddenly after that, he was also able to hear something and felt that something was clearly wrong here. He turned his head to understand and figure it out. You see, he knew that he didn't need anyone else. The situation was just tense to the max because he did a very bad thing. In fact, these were stones, and the entire load that they carried was very heavy due to the fact that they were stones. Now, I was able to understand why in a past life an incident occurred with this company when they were delivering goods here. Whether it was gold or precious stones, the real cargo was transported through a different route. And in fact, it was just a bait that this school used. Even the teacher himself could understand that the students of this school used incredibly logical tactics, but he was very disappointed by this. The teacher asked what they allowed themselves to do, because they didn't like the way they handled the load. The teacher at this school said to calm down because this happens to everyone. Also, this teacher asked if among those who accompanied the cargo there was a person who was able to defeat the young master. The teacher who was responsible for ensuring that they delivered this cargo understood that all this was for the sake of them fighting. Even the guy himself realized that this happened due to the fact that he was able to cut off one of his eggs. But suddenly he didn't understand why he decided to upset them by revealing this information because it was very precious. The guy stepped forward because he understood that they needed him so that he could fight the young master. The teacher could barely contain his strength because he felt that now he would be very upset. He also said that they needed to leave in order to follow the schedule because he understood that if they stayed it would not be good. Sung understood that because of him many people are now in trouble because he was able to defeat a very important person. Sung understood that although he did not treat the person he now sees in front of him very well, their new relationship has improved. He said that this teacher is just an amazing person and he can't let it happen like that. After all, at first he was able to apologize to him during this mission. Well, now when it comes to his special one, he is trying to cover for him. The guy decided to show that he was smarter than them and said that it was he because now he simply cannot let these idiots get away with everything. The teacher of that school was very angry that he found out that some melee was not able to make this up. He told this moron to pay attention to him because he was the one who made their master castrated. Such words greatly offended the teacher of this school because he understood that they would really pay for this. The teacher said that he learned that he was very young but did not know that this guy would really be so young, and in his heart he understood that this was very offensive. Sung replied that their young master lost because he was also not very experienced and was also just young. The students of this school said that he simply did not have the right to say that because he used an unfortunate method for victory. He said that if at their school it's such a custom that if you use other people's methods then it's an unfair fight, then it's stupid. The teacher of this school got very angry and told him to immediately show him all his capabilities and fight. This man who said that he was not worthy to say that wanted to fight him one-on-one because he did not like what was happening. The teacher who was carrying the load with him began to worry very much that this guy might not be able to cope with it. But after that he remembered absolutely everything that he could do in practice and realized that this was his life. He patted him on the back and understood that he should not take risks in order to be paid money. The guy told him to trust him because he is ready to do it. And now is the time for them to fight one-on-one. Sung understood that they completely ignored what they did throughout their entire journey, so he could not remain calm. He understood that it was all because of him, so he had to deal with it. The teacher of that school decided to call that person to fix everything. That huge fat man decided to take revenge again because he wanted to play with him directly on the golden sharp swords. He said that no one has yet left after a fight with real swords on the peak of a lotus on their feet. Sung was not at all afraid and asked if it was fair that he would fight with the best master, although he had just come a long way. The teacher said that this participant is considered the weakest of them and therefore he has nothing to worry about. He specifically said this because he wanted to make them really believe that he underestimated his opponent. He said that in any case it was very good and began to take something out from behind his robe. They began to worry very much because he could again cause some harm to them and activate a special secret technique. he took out a rice ball to refresh himself because with it he gained a +1 to his strength. Also all pheasant meat with the help of which I also received a +1 to speed. He ate it while he had time because he understood that if he got the maximum in power he would simply be unstoppable. He also ate this meat and was able to get a +1 to speed with which he would be much faster. They did not understand what was happening and why he decided to eat right now before the battle. The guy began to apologize to them because he was very hungry, but he had to do this before the fight. His support group did not understand what was happening to him because he was somehow very stupid and decided to eat right before the battle. Finally, he was able to live out what he put into his mouth, and this battle really promised to become very hot. His opponent told him to immediately pull out his sword because now they would fight for life and death. The guy said that he didn't want to do this and also told him to do what he was good at. He said that being able to use the ball was the most important thing in being a member of this school, and although he was talented in another form he had to fight in this. They shouted at him to stop and not to persuade this idiot to pull out the sword, otherwise he would 100% lose. He said that when he finds himself in unfavorable circumstances, he will still get her out himself. He also said that if he does not get the ball in front of those who follow the path of the sword, it is a stupid choice. Another student imagined that his name was Myung-ho and that he would fight with him first instead of his younger brother fighting with him. He took out his ball in order to prove to him that he really loves himself very well. The guy said that most likely he ate too much, but now he will have to deal with not just one master but two. The younger one did not understand why one of the older brothers took up the matter, and it seems that everyone in this family has self-conceit. But still the battle had to be very dangerous due to the fact that each of them wanted to give their life for victory. He took his sword and wanted to fight with him because he didn't like the fact that he called the young master that name. Due to the fact that he studied at this school, he is well trained in the technique with which you could wield a sword. But the guy calmly activated 8 methods of fixing the bone with the help of which he was able to immediately give him a very painful blow to the point. Such an unpleasant technique forced him to touch his neck because he understood that he could not fight further because of the pain. He was glad that he began to respect his choice and calmly dealt with it despite the fact that he had not even attacked him yet. After that, he decided to take full revenge on him and added another blow to him with which he felt pain, namely very strong due to the fact that he was able to throw it straight down where he should have been. Yu-sung stepped on his chest, which already indicated that he really did not know how to fight normally. He said that he should have shown a little respect for the choice of his younger brother and respected the line because he was an ill-mannered freak. Such words made his younger brother, who had to fight him himself, very worried, and they really hurt him very much. Even the teacher himself did not understand what was happening because he was one of the best fighters in their school. He said that if he ends up like this with everyone, his level of skill will not increase, and it seems that there is very little left for him to achieve perfection. This man was almost completely killed, and his seam had very strong foam. The teacher of the school got angry and said that he was simply not worthy to be here, and he stole the plum blossom sword technique. Also, this teacher said that if he is lying, then he must immediately prove him wrong because he does not believe in it. The teacher got angry and told him to come here immediately because he was ready to deal with them himself. All the warriors began to take their swords in order to take revenge on this guy for what he did. They all went up to the roof, and even this teacher himself said that now they must immediately kill this man. The guy had a special mission activated again that he had to complete if he wanted to stay alive. Meanwhile, the same master about whom the guy was talking began to approach them because he did not like such a loud noise. He met a reverend man who had a very long beard and was very old and wise. He greeted the old man and said that he was very grateful for coming during the purification of the golden core. The elder was finally able to understand why it was so noisy there, and most likely it was the very students of the school who were supposed to bring them that very cargo. The old man said that water nourishes the tree, and having received the energy of the water, the aroma of the young master's plum blossom becomes stronger. The old man explained that water nourishes the tree and the tree receives water. The school's anger comes from the fact that they took away the life force of the water. Chobong said that this is the principle before training the body, which was called clearing the mind, because with its help you could completely relax. The teacher said that he was just a fool and he had not yet decided to die. The old man understood that he wanted to become the main one in this as quickly as possible. Chobong told the old man that he was still his elder, and should not be so angry with him for saying such words. The guy said that he was finally able to finish the cleansing that he had been doing for a very long time because he was very tired. He put his sword back to walk because he didn't like the fact that some very loud noise was coming very close. This guy just took him through because he was very important and no one could contradict him. He also noticed that it seemed like the conversation between the two of them was not over yet, so he went down first. Cho Bong understood that the child was simply at a very difficult age and therefore he did not control his words. Also, this man did not understand whether all this could happen only because one boy was able to do this. The old man noticed what this man was able to collect for him, and he did not finish clearing his mind, although he told him a lie. He also said that this child's strength is growing very quickly, but his character cannot keep up with it, so he must think more with his head. The man said that nothing can be done about it because apparently it will be clearing the mind after hardening the body, which meant that you must first train the body and then the mind itself. The old man said that this was being told to him by a man who was able to help this guy whom he met in the deprivation and helped with the help of fire. The man said that it was a request from his drinking buddy, and he couldn't do anything about it. The teacher told him to immediately come down before it was too late because the child must definitely survive so that the young master could immediately undergo mind purification. Yu-sung continued to deal with these students. And for him it really was a piece of cake because he dealt with his rivals very easily. He punished them in different ways, but the most painful blow was the blow to the head which he kicked. The teacher of this school could not believe that they all could not catch just one person who dealt with them like children. Everyone was shocked that this guy was really very dangerous and was even able to deal with such a huge number of warriors. For this bat, he did not expend any physical strength at all, and he still had 99% as well as 9/10. Yu-sung noticed that there was only one person left, but the strangest thing was that he did not attack him. This was the same guy who didn't know how to handle a sword and only knew how to wield a pole. But he looked at him very dangerously and held his sword. A student of this school said that he still has not taken the sword and he cannot follow the example of his older brother, and this is his choice. The teacher was very angry that he really said such things. He wanted this little guy to finish with him quickly. But it was too late because Yu-sung's friend was able to calmly take this teacher by the mouth, so that he would not say nasty things. He also told him that he talks a lot, so he should stand with his mouth closed until they deal with him. A friend said that this guy fought with him on equal terms, so he should be more careful if he really wants to win. Yu-sung said that he will not pull out the sword and they are the ones who want to start a war. The big man also threw away his sword because he wanted to do the same so that this battle would mean nothing to everyone. Tolstoy said that he too would only use his hands so that there really wouldn't be a war because he didn't want to incite anything. Suddenly he realized that his position was already different and no matter how good the sword was, it was better to do without it. Fat and said that he was a man who almost never had a choice and was born into a family and was forcibly sent to school where he studied and grew up. But after he made his own choice and helped, he became more confident in himself. He understood that when he had his big brother down, he really understood how important he was. He also reminded him that he said that one must respect choice. Thick threw away the sword and said that this is the open palm plum blossom technique that he learned when he first chose something himself, and in fact he should fight on his hands. Yu-sung understood that because of his physique and manner of speech, he did not pay attention. This guy is only 15 years old, but in fact this is the best age to start looking for yourself. He also told him to quickly start using his hands because he really wanted to kick his ass. Yu-sung understood that the plum blossom open palm technique that he had seen was actually different, and the one he had used last time could already be forgotten. Tolstoy didn't want to just give up, and so he went into battle to punish him with a new technique that he was able to learn himself. But in the end he would already be an unusual teenager and know much more than they do and understand that this is just an ordinary system. He repulsed this attack and said that it was not at all difficult to evade it and decided to strike again. He made a palm that follows the shadow of a fallen leaf with which he wanted to hit, and he hit his opponent on the head but returned. Yu-sung noticed that his opponent was able to go on the offensive, and this was indeed very dangerous for him. The battle was really very interesting, and he put out his hand to punish him for the antics that he had done before. Yu-sung greatly underestimated him, and the battle was actually almost over due to the fact that he was able to strike. Meanwhile, that same teacher began to think and go downstairs because he understood that there was some noise going on there. He understood that the same guy who was the weakest and was considered without any talent at all, but he also knew how to use his hands well. All in 1 month he would learn a technique now to complement his open palm technique, and while he traveled with others and back he learned a strike that would take years to learn. He understood that if this one who had pink hair had been wasting since birth, then his fat friend was simply someone who trained well and hard. The teacher was very interested in how they fought there because he thought that it was really very interesting there. The two stood in a stance and he thought that they would really fight like real masters who were destined to die on the battlefield. This man also understood that his opponent was the one who won several victories over the students of this school. He knew that the young master who had pranked the dragon and tiger village had come to him to show his skills again. The guy with pink hair began to ask his teacher if he would offend the situation that was happening below. The teacher said that yes, and he could do this with the help of his energy, which he mastered very well, and with the help of it he was already able to see a lot. Therefore they immediately began to ask him who the enemy was because he was very interested in who it was. The master began to think what the name of this man was, and he tried to discern it with the help of his energy, but he noticed that it was just some boy. The guy with pink hair immediately understood everything and said that it was Tang Yusung. The man didn't understand how this was possible because he didn't want to give him any clue, but he was still able to figure it out. After this, the guy with only 1 egg left began to move down. And the man thought that everything was all right with him. The man noticed that as soon as he began to descend from the mountain, this guy immediately accelerated with his hair and wanted to get to the battlefield. The man realized that this guy was really able to notice everything, and now he won't rest until he wins. Meanwhile, the two continued to fight, and the battle was indeed very difficult due to the fact that everyone wanted to win. Fat doesn't understand where he got such strength from because he really had been training for a very long time and thought that he could win. Yusung said that he really appreciated that he was able to learn something new, but it still couldn't stop him. He managed to counterattack him, and the fat one ended up in a bad position due to being very sloppy. Yusung continued the battle and did a very incredible move with which he wanted to blow off this Tolstoy's head. He practically succeeded, but he managed to block this technique due to the fact that he managed to go on a counterattack and wanted to attack him. Yusung did not understand how this was possible because he thought that he had already calculated everything and there would definitely not be a counterattack. Afterwards I noticed that I think these movements are inherited from the sword art of Plum Blossoms, and plus to everything he somehow knows well in advance where the blow will be. That is why the thick one decided to use the open palm technique, with which he would not at all expect what technique he would come up with. The battle continued and the opponents were indeed very strong, but still everyone thought that he could win. The blows came as if it were some kind of dance and not a duel due to the fact that they really wanted to win almost to the death. Since they were dodging, it was necessary to record it on camera because otherwise it would have been a waste of such a masterpiece. Even though Tolstoy had an advantage in weight, Mali still did not continue to give up and was in the battle. He understood that due to the fact that he was very fat, he did not understand where the attack would be delivered, and therefore it was more difficult for him. The girl did not understand what was happening because her friend was trying to put up a defense or evade attacks due to the fact that they had very different strength and physiques. Also, her friend suggested that if this fat guy hits the target at least once, it will be much more difficult. He is unlikely to be able to do it. The girl understood that there were only 2 results that could happen, and in one of them they would be very bad because the guy did not attack at all. Her friend said that she knew nothing at all and would have to apologize later for her words. He continued to hold his mouth to this teacher and said that if she had ever seen a person fall, then it would only be a cunning trick. Yusung continued to fight, but it was very difficult for him due to the fact that his opponent was indeed very large and almost elusive. The battle was very difficult for everyone because they had differences in training and also in physique. Everyone tried to win, but Tolstoy did it much better due to the fact that he was very skillfully able to demonstrate all this. He slammed him into the wall because he was already very tired of him and the guy was very hurt. He did not at all expect that this could happen because he thought that for him it would be a simple walk. The teacher was delighted and said that this was just great work and he should continue to work with all his might. Yusung felt like he received a notification that he had exceeded the limit of physical strength and now he would have to take full revenge. He began to concentrate because the motivation for victory was simply enormous and he had to do everything not to lose it. But suddenly the guy jumped off the ground thanks to the fact that he had the strength to continue the battle because he doesn't lose so easily. The fat man couldn't believe that he had really been fooled and that this guy could continue. He felt how different power points began to increase for his physical strength, which he had practically lost. He felt that there was some kind of demon inside him, and he was ready to do everything to take revenge on everyone who hated him. His statistics were simply unreal, and this guy turned out to be some kind of monster who was about to destroy everything around him. Even his hair could not withstand such force due to the fact that he accumulated it and broke the rope due to the power. He felt an incredible surge of energy that he must gain in the right direction to defeat Tolstoy. The man couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes because the guy was really able to pump up his strength to 99. He realized that this child's energy was fluctuating a little, but he was still able to fully see its power. It seemed to him that his body was smaller before, but the feeling that his muscles were simply not tense yet, and now he had become more rigid. The man realized that this child was simply unusual, and it was like a transformation from bones. Tolstoy did not understand what was happening to him because he thought that he was already calmly holding a victory over this weak fighter. Even he himself did not understand that this was possible. I thought that his physical strength would be exactly 100 days, but unfortunately 99. A notification was displayed to him that he had a perfect body, and now he already had a limit of possibilities that he could overcome. He realized that this was the result of his constant training, which he did day after day and did not miss a single one. Finally, it dawned on him that he had to try his best, then you would definitely get results. He initially collected this power in order to fight the guy with his hair, but unfortunately he had to use it now. He also said that there is no longer a need to use any outside forces because he is ready to punish him. He felt how his strength had become much greater, and now he was ready to continue the battle under any circumstances. Tolstoy said that you feel that something has changed and it looks like she has become a little taller, but this was simply unreal. Tolstoy began to think what was happening to him, and for example, he thought that he was using his friend's technique. The guy was practically invisible due to the fact that he simply did it incredibly quickly in order to knock down so much of his opponent. He realized that this would be the same technique that he used against his friend immediately with his hair, whom he was able to defeat earlier. Fat felt that this was the same shift and his opponent was right behind him, so that it would be very bad for his future. Tolstoy tried to repel the scoundrel's attack, but it was all in vain due to the fact that he controlled everything. In a few seconds he was able to appear behind him as if some kind of swindler. Tolstoy didn't understand what was happening to him, and he wanted to do everything to get rid of it all as quickly as possible, because he didn't like what was happening to him. Still, the guy couldn't stand it and decided to hit him back in order to put him in his place. The fat man felt very strong pain and saw that his opponent was behind him, but he could not catch him at all. This is exactly what his opponent took advantage of. That is why he was able to kill him right on the head. The girl didn't understand how her friend became so cheerful. After all, before that he was almost killed. A friend also said that he uses the shift technique that he had saved before, and this technique really gave him impossible topics. Everyone watched this. It turned out that it was simply something unreal, and even the teacher of this school himself thought that it was magic. The teacher did not understand how such a child could achieve such power because even the strongest masters did not fully have the chance to master it. Yu Sung thought and noticed that something not very good was happening. Therefore, it was necessary to deal with it quickly. The murder continued and Tolstoy did not stop because it would be very stupid to just give up. Yu Sung did not understand what was happening and felt somehow strange, as if he had been deceived. He noticed how the scale of her head began to fall, and he felt that this was very bad. He saw that standing behind his opponent was the same guy who had come to take revenge on him. He had been wanting to fit in for a long time, and finally the time had come to do it. While he was walking, he pronounced his name and wanted to fight him as quickly as possible due to the fact that he still held a grudge against his egg. What he saw upset him very much because he understood that now he would have to fight again, although he did not have an ace up his sleeve. He began to remember what happened to him just recently when he fought against him. He understood that together where the students did not even know from their dreams. He had to fight against him with incredible speed. What they did to him was simply incredibly difficult and difficult to understand. He remembered that battle forever, and the boy who was able to block his path appeared quite unexpectedly next to him. The memories he felt after that battle reminded him not to give up, that he was definitely stronger against him then, and now this battle will most likely be his last. But still, he didn't want to give up just like that, and the anger in his eyes made him continue to fight and also maintain his fighting spirit. The guy entered the vortex with a smile from the technique of competing in the speed of 5 plums. He really remembered what happened then very well, and he almost dropped his sword then, which would have been a critical situation for him when he simply could not win. He felt that then one of his blows caused him a lot of problems, and so now he needed to pull himself together. The battle back then was truly incredible after he recovered and returned to Lotus Peak. He tried to come to terms with it, but he couldn't. Still, he continued to train and tried to remember what he used against him in battle in order to take revenge. He was thinking about how to make sure that after this he would still remain a winner despite the fact that the opponent was already very strong. He felt that it would be just a nightmare that he did not want to endure, but the pain in his head made him suffer. The guy wanted to take revenge on him with his hair and therefore felt that he would pay for it. Meanwhile, the battle continued, and he was defeated very calmly despite the fact that he was very fat. The heir was very angry and said that he would take revenge on him right now because he had wanted to do this for a very long time. But he said all this in his thoughts, and in fact he was just saying his name, which very frightened the guy. The sage noticed that for the first time in his life this man was actually able to suffer at the hands of the enemy and someone was able to fight back. The old man didn't even understand where this feeling of plum blossoms would lead the sword master. He also understood that now this is the only way to raise this person. The old man understood that he had no choice but to believe the purpose of this child. He felt that this mission would be very difficult. Therefore, he needed to understand all the risks that could occur. For the old man it was too difficult, and so he decided to go to sleep because he knew that the battle would not be easy. Meanwhile, the opponent would have been almost defeated, although the fat one didn't want to. Just like that for you, after all, he proved to everyone that he was ready to continue the battle. The guy immediately told him that he really was able to change a little during this time. Yu-sung said that they would most likely have another fight again, and he was ready to do so. After that, when he felt that the master was ready to throw him another challenge, he looked that someone was on the roof. All this was observed by the same man who liked to watch these fights, which he practically organized himself. The guy understood that this was the same person he apparently was in his life, and he looked much younger than when he was in his memories. His friend told him to look at him first. After all, they were never able to fight with them due to the fact that his friend interfered. He wanted to prove to him that he was much better than him, and now the battle would really be very interesting. Yu-sung's friend said that this time he will be the first, and he has no right to take this opportunity away from him. He also himself understood that this guy immediately and with his own hair wanted to fight with him because many people had already spoken about them and the battle really had to take place. The heir was thinking about whether he should fight with this man or not because he understood that this was a big risk, especially since the main goal was different. He understood that this was a waste of time for him, and so he told him to learn to read the atmosphere. Suddenly he was too stupid and said that he was no writer there to read the atmosphere. That's why he decided to attack first to punish him for his long tongue. But due to the fact that the opponent was much stronger than he thought, the guy with pink hair could calmly repel this attack and understood that he was not yet worthy to fight him. After that, he twisted his arms to punish him for such courage because he wanted to put his opponent in his place. Due to the fact that he had been training for a very long time, his foot was already in front of his face, and the guy really regretted that he had already started fighting with him. Fortunately, he managed to block this blow, which really turned out to be very dangerous for his life. Suddenly he realized that he had finally begun to use his legs, which meant that he would already fight at full strength. This angered his friend even more, and so he decided to show the fist of the sneaking tiger because he wanted to completely punish him for underestimating him so much. The opponent grabbed his sword to cut off at least some limb because this fight did not bring him pleasure at all. Unfortunately, he did not have time to strike, but the opponent was already on top and was about to strike him with a sword. But still he understood that now he would have to activate the protection and realized that this would be the best option in this situation. He felt like it was spinning in his head that he had been cut into two parts and he was already a suicide bomber. His hands were really hurting because he had greatly underestimated his opponent. The guy immediately felt the taste of victory and realized that this was not his level at all, and his main rival was standing very close to him. He didn't understand how the defense didn't work, and he also didn't think that an opponent like him could do this. The master with pink hair decided to show real strength after all because he was ready to give it his all. It was not in vain that he trained so much. Yu-sung began to inflate the situation and realized that the fist could not do anything, and this man was naturally very talented. After this challenger was able to deal with one, he immediately flew to his main rival whom he hated. Yu-sung didn't understand why this word was happening. You see, he thought that finally he could finish it all. But fortunately the battle had not yet continued, and the one whose hands were almost cut off still continued to fight and pulled him by the t-shirt. he grabbed him and wanted to throw him into the ground because he really did a very bad thing. Yu-sung's friend said that he was here and he didn't spend so many years studying at school just to lose some very important fight. He threw him on the ground and told him to never turn his back on him because otherwise he would pay very heavily for this. Such a strong blow really made it clear that his opponent was not the easiest and he had to deal with it 100% and should never be underestimated. But due to the fact that he felt that he was able to win, he clearly did not expect a kick to the head. He was able to hit him right in the nose, and such a powerful kick really added a very unpleasant sensation. And his nose was completely broken, and everyone felt that the situation here was really very bad. The rival could not stand such heat and took his sword to take full revenge on him for what he wanted to do to him. That is why he began to swing and he tried to dodge with all his might so as not to damage his limbs. The challenger fought to the last and wanted to punish him for the fact that he really thought that he could easily deal with such a master as him. After that, the guy with pink hair kicked him in the stomach so that he would really calm down and no longer even think about fighting him. This made him very angry and he thought about how to take revenge on him, because no one had ever humiliated him so much. The challenger understood that old mistakes should not be made and therefore he wanted to completely finish him off for the fact that he underestimated him so much. He stepped onto the ground and you could hear how every vein in his leg began to move. Yu-sung's friend didn't understand what was happening and why he was in such a bad situation because he had trained for a long time and thought that he could fight back. The guy with pink hair flew up together with his sword. He wanted to punish the person who deprived him of his offspring. He wanted to do everything so that his opponent would die, and he really made a very big mistake by challenging him and winning. Yu-sung was no longer the simplest guy, and he understood that this battle was really very important. The blow was very powerful, and the opponent was still able to dodge, but he smashed the tree and the rock in half. Fortunately, one person came who wanted to change everything because this battle should not be the last for one of them. The man told him to stop immediately because it would be very stupid to continue this battle with such intentions. Yu-sung understood that this man was very smart and he was really ready to teach a lesson to this guy who only wanted to win. Legendary man, although I need to explain to him so that he stops thinking that he can't be defeated and is betting much more than an ordinary warrior. The blow was so strong that it was able to split the rock as if it were a lightning strike. Everyone was shocked that this guy actually got so angry that he was able to cut the stone with his sword. People didn't understand if this was true and everyone was afraid that he would really get very angry with them and kill them. The teacher said that this was enough for today and they must stop the massacre because otherwise everyone would have suffered. The guy asked if he was in too much of a hurry because he had not yet been able to defeat him in the last fight. The challenger said that he won and the difference is very visible because he was able to cut the stone himself. He said that back then he used his legs and before he said that the school only uses arms and a sword. What words offended him very much and he wanted to punish him again for something he really thought that he could do anything. The teacher stopped him and this man could not understand why he was doing this. So he wanted to punish him as soon as possible. The teacher said that first of all it was necessary to calm his teeth and he hoped that she and he would manage together without corpses. Such words offended him very much and he understood that he really should calm down and understand that he was wrong. He also said that he gave him the sword so that he would feel the burden of responsibility and not so that he would so easily want him to be left without a head. The teacher told him to be much more restrained because he couldn't react so quickly to his emotions which were running wild for him. The teacher reminded him that he must not cross the line otherwise he would pay very heavily for it, so he had to calm down. The guy didn't understand why he would do something very bad if the battle started because he just wanted to start the battle and so he took out his sword. The teacher told him that they did not come here for revenge and he should respect them that they made such a very difficult journey. The teacher said that he came here to see how things were going and it was very funny to watch how they fought. After that there was a sound of falling which he really didn't like and so he decided to understand everything exactly. He understood that the guards were on site. Unfortunately there was no load and this confused him very much. Also after that they were the only one from this group who did not take out his sword to pay for what they did. But the students who took up the balls because they were not supposed to do so. The man also said that he stopped his student so that he understood how irresponsible he was and what mistake he made. Such words really gave him a moment to think about what he had done because he couldn't just think about it. The guy was very proud and asked why he took them aside if he belonged to this school. The man said that after what he did it was necessary to stop considering him a student altogether because he did very badly. He also said that because of him they almost lost the next generation of Plum Blossom Swordmasters. Such words offended him very much and he thought that it was not true, but unfortunately or fortunately the man told the whole truth, and it was because of this that the girl began to cry. He couldn't believe that he had done such a stupid thing just because of a grudge against one person. The man told him to remember the inscription that was written at the entrance because he should have understood that it was necessary to control absolutely all these 5 points. He didn't understand why on earth he stopped respecting this because he did everything as it was necessary and he was simply defending his family. The man said that he was not going to look after him all the time and there should be some limit to this stupidity. That is why he made an incredible ball of fire to make him feel that he really behaved very badly. The teacher said that she had been watching him for a long time and he, confident in his talents, gradually became more and more arrogant. He also set his friend as an example, namely, he was worthy of the title of student of this school because in their battle he gives priority to moral principles. Yu-sung realized that he was able to activate a special ability that was supposed to greatly punish this opponent. It was thanks to her that he was able to conquer the ball. And thanks to her it was also possible to cut through the clouds. The teacher said that until he learns to behave he must do what he orders him. He also told him to sit down and not rock the boat. After all, if he wants to do something against the law, he will be very severely punished. And she wrote to him again that he was able to complete another mission which was completely successfully completed, and he received a passive skill, the distribution of his energy. He realized that today was really some kind of reward day, and at first he was able to get perfection in the body, but now the distribution of energy. The teacher turned to this guy because he saw that he really had potential that needed to be developed in order for him to become stronger. The guy continued to look into the face of the teacher. He loved him. He felt something would really love him for such courage. The teacher realized that despite all this noise the guy did not move at all and continued to endure it all. The teacher said that he welcomes him and such warriors are really needed to set an example. The teacher said that this was all because this guy had poorly learned the 5 laws that were in this school, and it was the teacher's fault for not teaching him with the proper intelligence. That is why the teacher wanted to call his assistant who taught this man, and his name was Myung-so. He understood that now he would have a lot of problems due to the fact that he really was not a very good person. The chief also asked if this man had paid for the cargo that they delivered to them because he wanted to quickly pay off his debts. He said that he was about to give the money back because he forgot about what was happening near them. The guy understood that this man was really a very good person and he could teach him a lot, but unfortunately they met under such circumstances. The man was shocked that he already knew his name. After all, they were meeting him for the first time. He realized that it was he who was able to set his signal fire on fire while he was hanging out with the inspector. He also heard that in this city there is one drunkard who drinks for a very long time, but it does not harm him and he is still an excellent warrior. The teacher's assistant did not understand how he had the right to say such a thing and said that he should apologize for such rudeness. The teacher himself began to laugh at this and said that he was also a drunkard who did not hide it at all. The guy really liked the fact that he was making this legendary infectious laugh that was exactly like in his previous life. The man patted him on the shoulder because he understood that this guy really had a future and he definitely liked him. The teacher asked his name because he wanted to get to know him much better because he saw that this guy had potential. The guy said his name was Tang Yu-song. He said this with great courage because he understood that this was a teacher who could give him a lesson. The man said that it was a great name and he was very lucky that he was given such a wonderful name. The guy said that he often hears this, and the girl watched this and felt that she was really losing such a great talent. The man realized that this was why the inspector with whom they sat and drank liked him. The guy wanted to ask something what this guy was thinking about and also ask this guy with whom he was fighting. He said goodbye to them and said that he didn't know what he was talking about exactly, but his guys provoked him because of their loyalty to this man. Such words greatly offended the guy with pink hair. He wanted to leave there as soon as possible because he felt there was trouble there. Yu-sung was happy but didn't show it, but he realized that everything could be resolved on its own, which meant that the conflict had already ended. But suddenly he noticed that he still had the same mission where he had to go to school and apologize for cutting off a testicle. Yu-sung wanted to apologize to me, but he understood that he had to do it because otherwise he would not have been forgiven at this school and he would have paid very heavily for it. He apologized for cutting off a couple of his eggs, and he didn't want this to happen again, so he asked for his forgiveness. Yusung seemed to become a completely different person and asked did he really think that he could say such a thing? The guy with the hair was immediately shocked by what this crazy person wanted to do to him, and he began to be very afraid of him. Suddenly he was able to complete another mission, and he didn't understand how it was possible that he was able to complete 2 missions at once in just a few words. The teacher understood that they did not have the best relationship, but they still had to make peace. The teacher said that today this puppy will be the responsibility of this school, so they will handle everything with him next time. Such words offended the guy very much right away, but the teacher told him to rise to the level of his opponent. This offended him very much, and so he told himself that they would soon see each other at the academy, and there he would definitely take revenge on him. Yusung felt like this idiot tensed up very much when he saw the voice transmission because it's a really scary feeling. The guy with pink hair was trying to come up with a plan to take revenge. As soon as possible he wanted to end this. He thought how to take revenge on this bastard for all this shame that he did to him because depriving him of his balls is blasphemy. He felt pain in his fist and said that he would pay for everything he had done, and he wanted to do it as soon as possible. His anger did not leave for a very long time, and he always saw in front of him the face of this man whom he wanted to humiliate as quickly as possible. Fortunately, they were able to finish this whole mission, and they gave the perfect luggage for good money to teach. The guys returned and said that it was very convenient for them to go without luggage, but it would be another hard day to return. The man took a bottle of alcohol and stood on the mountain to check what was happening to these people who fought them so well. He opened this bottle because he wanted to enjoy this drink which he really liked. He was very upset because he promised himself that he would stop drinking, but he just couldn't. The man remembered the words that he told the guy because he promised that he would really stop doing this in order for them to meet again. The man also said that he regretted what happened today, and he didn't want to drink at all. He said that he really liked this guy and somehow they had to then have a glass. But he answered no, which upsets him very much because he thought that they could have a normal rest with him. The guy also told him to stop drinking because it is very harmful to his health and he can become very great. The man said that he didn't want to do this because he was a very famous drunkard about whom there were too many legends. The guy said that he should become an elder and he already really deserved it, so he had to stop drinking. The man understood that he really was able to stop him on a good path. With the help of this he will believe in himself. The guy said that he believes that something like this must become an elder, so that he can officially receive an apology from this school. And the guy also said that they had to do this only for his sake because he believed that he could overcome alcoholism. He said that he was such a pain, so he had to do this just to get rid of him. Such words touched the man very much. He realized that he really should stop. He remembered all these words, and the guy was able to set him on a good path with the help of which he could become stronger. He threw out the bottle of alcohol and said that if a man said it, the man should do it. The elders were shocked that some guy was able to rid such an alcoholic of this bad habit because no one else could do it. The master said that if he breaks his promise he will be called a master who would not deserve it. The elder watched him and said that he had really come up with a very interesting test for himself which he was unlikely to be able to perform well. The elder said that it was very good that he stopped drinking because it would give him the opportunity to become stronger. The elder began to thank the guy who was able to give him an incredible gift, namely to get rid of booze. She is also a person who can challenge herself to show her incredible character, so the man deserves it too. For now Yusung returns to the fact that he really keeps his promise and stops drinking because for him it was the most important thing. The commander said that they needed to take a short break because they had to check their luggage. Yusung understood that this man was the most outstanding master in the school before he became even more of a monster than the other. He also did not know what really happened there. The elder died for an unknown reason. A few years later, despite the fact that there were many respected masters on the side, the clan suffered for a long time. He understood that this man had arrived at a very important time and he was able to help this cone rise, and that's how they could not meet in a past life. He understood that he had to do this so that he could become an elder, because if he really achieves such a result then they will have very good opportunities. He also began to think about what the future would be like in this school because he himself understood that this man was of the simplest character. His friend began to ask what happened to him because that time during the fight he apologized for knocking him out and said that he couldn't even beat him for it. The guy had a fire in his eyes and he wanted to fight him immediately to prove that he was the best. If they are ready to do it now, then there is no need to stall for time because the guys haven't sparred for a long time. That is why they arrived during the stop to accept the challenge and continue the incredible battles. But before the battle, someone stopped him and he was really very scared that she had approached him like that. Yusung said that he was very scared and there was no need to do this again, otherwise he would shit his pants very badly. His friend said that he was just handsome because he liked only someone who could deal with a huge number of bandits and also school students. Everyone noticed this and thanked him for really showing his character and being able to prove to everyone that he was no worse. Also, everyone praised him for what he showed in front of them because he was really able to handle a lot. After that, they started laughing because he was able to cut off the eggs of the most important person for which he in principle had to apologize. Such words made them laugh very much. Absolutely everyone started laughing except the girl because she didn't understand that she was funny here. He knew that this was the same everyday life that he loved very much because it gave him the most interesting adventure. The guy understood that this was a great way to relax and he liked absolutely everyone who was on this team very much and he felt that they were his friends. If they obeyed those bastards from that school and just went down the mountain, it would be offensive in their hearts and therefore they would not be able to relax. The girl began to tell him that because of all this fuss they forgot something. She said that absolutely this whole story with her husband had failed and fortunately she would not marry him. While everyone was having a lot of fun, I didn't know what he would say to the main teacher to love me. He hadn't thought about it at all before. The girl asked if Leon was okay and it was clear that she was clearly not indifferent to him because she liked him. The girl said that even if it was a simple fight, then this is a school that very well fell because of its boarders, many who spread rumors that greatly interfered with life. He said that let them just try, he doesn't care at all about those who decide to fight against him. The girl didn't understand where he got so much courage, but she liked the fact that he continued to believe that he could defeat everyone. He said that he would worry about the fact that they decided to devour him, but this would definitely not help him. She didn't understand what he should do then because the situation really was hopeless. The guy said that he would just open his mouth wider and then they would see who would be eaten. He simply said that he would calmly survive these bastards and then spit them out, and they would also say thank you if they could leave on their own 2 feet. He also asked her why she started asking so much about him because it was not at all befitting of a lady. She said that she doesn't ask about him at all. It was just a coincidence. He understood that he was able to see through her plan and now he feels as if she had fallen in love with him. She said that it wasn't like that at all and also called him a fool. It was very offensive, but he said that it didn't hurt him at all. The girl was in her repertoire and said that he needed a haircut on the way back. But he replied that he could just tie his hair. She said that the stupid ponytail didn't suit him at all, and that's why she needed to give him a 2-block haircut. The guy said that she would be able to handle it perfectly and would do everything himself if she really told him so. He began to imagine what kind of haircut he would have and realized that it would not suit him at all. Therefore, he had to be as he was. The girl told him not to relax and also ordered her friend to take him immediately. He began to worry very much about the fact that he could get a very ugly haircut, but the girl pointed out and therefore could do whatever she wanted. He screamed with all his might to be saved, and the teacher told them to immediately overhear everything because they had problems. The teacher told the assistant to convey one very important information about the fact that the school would not be able to unite and they would not succeed. Finally, they were able to get to the place where they wanted to come because the road was very difficult and a whole month had already passed. The guy said that they went back too easily, so no problems arose because during this time while he was doing the internship he was able to do everything. He was also able to overcome absolutely every mission that he needed to complete while he was undergoing internship. But at the same time he opened the main map through which he could see where this place was where he needed to come. After defeating that guy, a lot of events happened to me right away that he didn't have time to receive and take advantage of this reward. In addition to translation techniques during the trip, I was also able to gain the skill of cooking and energy distribution, which is very satisfying with many possibilities. He also didn't understand why he had the cooking skill because it's not a combat skill at all and it can't help you in battle at all. Also, he himself did not understand what energy distribution was. After all, he had never docked with something like this before. The teacher said that he did a very good job and began to thank him for going to this practice with him. The guy told them to tread more carefully. He understood that he had not been training all his life until he was 46 years old, and he wondered whether he could cultivate for 10 years in a year. He knew that in this life, under the guidance of a mentor, he was barely able to master meditation, which was very harmful to him and was really very difficult. He knew that he had innate abilities that would come, which in itself was an obstacle that he needed to overcome as much as possible. The guy understood that no matter how much he wanted to learn military techniques, he needed to overcome the most basic of them. The girl didn't understand why this guy was so nervous and watched him all this time while she was with him. She saw that he really became somehow strange and began to talk to himself like some kind of crazy person. He nevertheless decided to start distributing this energy because he understood that he needed to master at least some skill. He tried to master it, but it can be really very difficult due to the fact that he will be completely inexperienced in this matter. Yu-sung felt that it did not greatly increase spiritual energy and was not particularly different from meditation, but he still wanted to understand how it all worked. He understood that he had a degree of mastery due to which he simply had 0%, which he could not raise during this time. He thought about what he should do to raise it. After all, he also had the Eye of Wisdom. Before this, he had a passive sword art skill that was already level 4 and also 60%. But his strongest skill is the axe skill, which he was able to upgrade while training very hard all this time. He was sure that this energy could also increase soon, and he just had to work and not give up. He understood that even the very walking skills that he used would be just as weak initially, but then he was able to improve it. After all, when he can use this technique as many as 10 times, I don't feel that he can become much stronger. Yu-sung believed that if he continued to improve his skill, he would one day achieve success in his skill. The girl watched him and asked if he would train all the time as soon as they returned to that city. He was very scared that she suddenly appeared next to him because he thought that she was very far away. The guy said that he would have to train because he had no talent at all and therefore he would need to show everything. The girl told him not to talk nonsense because he was able to defeat one of the most powerful students who still existed. He understood that from the outside he most likely looks very good, but in fact it's just all because he knew the future. He said that he had already left a trace behind him due to the fact that he was an official student of this school. But unfortunately this all happens due to the fact that he simply knew the future. In fact, he has no talent. He understood that if he didn't have these memories he really wouldn't be anyone and his name wouldn't be anything. He even denies himself he couldn't be who he would have remained if these memories had taken over his head. He understood that most likely he was just lucky. He didn't know how long he would continue to do this. Therefore he had to train. The guy said that he didn't know how she saw him, but in fact he didn't have one at all and it was all a coincidence. The guy said that this was effort and he trained day after day to become the person he is now. The girl asked why he was trying so hard and it didn't matter to him, he could be an ordinary student. He said that he wanted to be the best in the world and he really said it from the bottom of his heart to become invincible. The girl said that these are his very wild fantasies and he is still very young to really think like that. He told her not to think about it and stop laughing because he didn't want to be underestimated. She said that she wasn't laughing at all, it was just that she had an itch. He said that he saw that she was doing all this on purpose to make him nervous and he didn't want to be nervous at all. And the girl said that she didn't want to do anything at all and just smiled, but he couldn't understand why she had a smile. She approached him to show him something and also wanted to add one very important phrase to him. She said that no matter what he looks like from the outside, she thinks that the haircut suits him very well when it looks like his friend. He got very angry and told her to leave immediately because he didn't like this haircut at all. The girl laughed very hard at this and it was clear that she liked the guy very much because he showed only his best side. He realized that since she was running away like that, most likely she was laughing at him and it looked very funny. The guy continued to train because he really wanted to prove that he was the best in the world and if he did that he would be invincible. The girl watched him and she really liked him because she couldn't even take her eyes off him. She admitted to herself because she really laughed at him, but all this was not only because she thought that he would not succeed. She said that she had to laugh because she thought so herself, but he decided that she was making fun of him. But then out of nowhere some wise man sat on the mountain and looked at the stars because today they are truly incredible. The sage continued to sit and smoke her pipe because he loved to enjoy this taste of nicotine. Many workers came running to him, and they said that they fled with all their might as soon as they found out that he was able to arrive in this city. This man said that he would like to know something because he had already heard about this incredible news in this city. The workers said that it was so, and indeed this news was not rumors. They told him that it was almost 2 months ago and he continued to smoke his pipe and created a huge pile of smoke. The stranger wanted to figure it out himself because he understood that this news was being said for a reason. He realized that in this city there really was a new strong fighter who needed to be dealt with because he did not like that he had another competitor. The teacher's assistant told him the whole truth, that they were attacked and therefore the practice was very delayed. He didn't say anything to him, he just walked away, which made him very happy because he thought that he would feel very bad. After that, life continued as usual, but some things could still change during this time. He knew that the students who completed the internship with him began to constantly follow him, and he was very tired of it. I asked for several months after completing the internship, and he continued to be the best. He knew that she had a Dragon and Phoenix exam to prepare. They passed many practice tests, including they passed tests for knowledge of light step and barrier techniques. And this was the poster along with the rating. His friend did not understand why all the tests could not be done on the duels. Yu-sung asked him what he's saying to himself on the tray, and he'll answer that he doesn't know anything because he's very offended by him. He also told him that he trains every day to achieve such results, but he thinks that this is just a waste of time. Yu-sung understands that after he was able to complete the internship, absolutely everyone began to talk to him differently. And also the only thing that has changed is that the same guy who was the best in school only got to 4th place, although he deserved 1st if not earlier. He realized that he was now much weaker than these three due to the fact that he felt the difference. It was really very big. Yu-sung told his friend not to say that because he could still catch up with him if he trained day after day. The friend said that he was not going to give up and would only work harder and harder to prove to him that he was better. Yu-sung watched him and realized that he was much stronger than he simply thought, and the girl was thinking about how to talk to him. He also said that after lunch he was going to sleep again because he really liked spending time alone. The girl was in 3rd place. I didn't understand how she ended up in such a place because she worked day after day to become at least 2nd. The girl, together with this guy who was previously the best, did not understand how they could really become better in such a short time. Yu-sung and his friend did not understand what was happening and why he started contacting this girl. The guy said that he needed to talk to this girl and also wanted them not to think bad things about him anymore. She said that she allowed him to talk to her and therefore began to move with him. Yu-sung didn't understand what was happening because she started doing something and showing him with some gestures. She waved her hand at him so that he would think that he needed to follow her because her opponent could be very bad. Still, they were able to go very far to get out of school because it was forbidden to fight in school. The girl was able to approach him and asked what he wanted to discuss with her. The guy said that these 2 years have changed them a lot and lately he has been very disappointed in everything. These two spies continued to watch them and they wanted to understand what was happening there. He said that from today he is leaving the pavilion and he needs to put his hand in order, and at the same time visited his hometown. She asked if he wanted to cry because he was moving. After all, they didn't usually communicate like that. It was very strange that he called her. The guy told her that he could give her absolutely anything she wanted and asked her to go with him on this trip. The girl didn't understand why he was asking her to go with him because for her it looked somehow very stupid. He told her that he was asking her to date because he liked her very much, but he was afraid to say all this. After this, the guys were very surprised that they really heard such disgusting salads. The guy asked what those sounds were because he was very worried that someone might hear it. The girl said that she didn't want to date him at all because she simply didn't like him and she had a completely different type. She said that he was just running away to get you, which was completely wrong because she thought that they could do it all here. She also said that he did not pass the practice due to the fact that he could not fight normally due to the fact that he was much weaker than her two friends. He said that this was not at all true, although it was true, and he suggested to her that she could join him in the same school if she only wanted it. The girl said that she doesn't want this because she has completely different plans for her life and she doesn't think it's that easy. Such words upset him very much and he didn't want to do anything at all after that and felt killed from the inside. The guy asked why she didn't want to date him and suggested that it was all because of one guy, Yu-sung. Yu-sung was shocked that he actually proposed to date this girl because he thought that his face simply did not dare to say such a thing. He also understood that why was he leaving? After all, if he stayed here, he would not be able to enter the Grand Alliance Academy. The most important one said that it was all because of this guy whom he simply hated and he just wanted to kill him for depriving him of all his opportunities. Yu-sung understood that if he had not been there in the first place, everything would have worked out well for him and he would have practiced with them. He understands that this is another inconsistency with history. This guy said that when they get up with him next time he will definitely kill him. He just took it and walked off into the sunset because he understood that he had nothing else to do here. Unfortunately, he did nothing to stop him, and in fact he was not his enemy, but they just fought and he won the competition. He understood that it was necessary to leave them alone because it was impossible for history to change so much because he wanted it that way. It was necessary to really think with your head before changing everything. After that he came home because he understood that he should not focus on this story all the time. He brought a bottle of alcohol and said that he had more important things to do now and he needed to deal with it. Waiting for him at home was this very cat which he loved very much because it brought him good luck and also gave him incredible opportunities. He noticed that with the help of this cat he was able to convince the inspector, and only thanks to this animal he was able to do this. And the cat has already grown up a lot. He didn't understand how this was possible because the animal was born just a month ago, and yet spiritual animals grow much stronger than real ones. He also began to stroke him and felt that this cat had really become very heavy and it was difficult to control him. Father was finally glad that he saw him because not everyone can stand the practice and not everyone is able to do this. The father said that he was very proud of his son who was able to undergo practice and prove to everyone that he is the best. The son opened the bottle and said that there was nothing special about it and he shouldn't praise him so much for it. The father was very happy for his son because he really kept reducing the value of everything. He had a very strong conversation because he wanted to talk with his father about one very important topic. He opened the bottle to feed his cat because she was already very hungry. The son told him not to go to the special village where he worked tomorrow. My father didn't understand why he started having such strange conversations because he didn't want his father to die. The father threw this cat away and wanted to talk to him completely. He didn't like that his son exaggerated everything so much. The guy just wanted to change the future because he understood that if he didn't do this his father would suffer very much. The father said that he had a very important reason to go there tomorrow because he had actually been given instructions that he was obliged to carry out. The son said that if he went there tomorrow he would be in very great danger. Therefore he needed to listen to his son. The father did not understand what he was saying because he thought that he had simply lost his mind. The son said that he would die if he did not go there because very bad things awaited him there in this life. He wanted to change the life of his past, so he thought that if he told his father not to go there then everything would change. His father got angry with him and said that he really dares to say such a thing, then he is not his son at all. Meanwhile, workers began to walk through the slums of the city because they needed to find out something. Unfortunately, everything there stank very strongly due to the fact that no one needed their own city. Here, in the most remote place, there is a small village where the poorest and most terrible people lived. Some people believe that they are at the bottom of society. There will always be those who are even lower. This is just such a place because the village of sewage mud has existed for a very long time, as the name of the village suggests. It is really very terrible and only the poorest live here. Fortunately, no one knew that his father was helping a family here. That is why he decided to go with him, and his father pointed to that very house. He didn't even realize that in a past life his father was such a cool person who helped everyone. He knew that for him it was only the same place where his father died, but in the past he took care of a friend's family after he passed away. The father decided to introduce them because they had not known each other for a long time. Father also said that we need to help those around us, even though he somehow got back on his feet. The son wanted him to immediately send him this man because he felt that his father's death would be very soon. The father began to open the door and wanted to go into this house to do everything again as he usually did. His father came into this house and said that today he would not let their eyes open and also meet a new member of his family. The children were very scared. They wanted to be rescued. Now they were not in the best situation. The children said that they wanted to take them somewhere, but they did not want to leave this place at all because some healthy person had come to kill them. Suddenly he saw a man who told him to just close the door and forget about it. My father immediately got angry and started fighting with him because he had no right to do this to children very late. The man told him not to bother him because he didn't need to bother people because he had his own principles. Because of this, the old man was hit very hard. And this man wanted to get rid of it all as soon as possible. Fortunately, his son managed to defend himself because no one but anyone could save his father. Yusung asked what kind of idiot he was and why he even allowed himself to do such things because he wanted to punish him for his actions. The guy calmly controlled such a big hand and he didn't care that his opponent was much bigger than him. The man felt that this guy was really very strong because he was able to hold his hand even when he resisted. The man asked where he learned martial arts because he wanted to fight with him because it was a battle for his life. The man understood that he needed to do something about it. And so he said that he was just trying to pay back the money that he lent them. The guy started asking how much money he needed because he didn't understand why this guy couldn't figure it out in words. The guy asked how much they owed because the stupid guy couldn't understand the question the young man asked him. Man asked him if he wants to return this money instead because he wanted to see something much more than just an ordinary day. He said they owe him 1,000. The guy was shocked that the children owed such a large amount. Yusung understood that this was not true. This goat simply holds a huge number of different places under him and therefore he has many opportunities. The man said that their head said that there are 4 categories of people in this world and began to take a stick. He raised it up to say absolutely everything he thought about the different types of people that existed. He said that the first category is those who are on top of the world and they have enough to distribute them left and right. The second category is those who do not need to borrow money to live well and they already have everything. The third category is those who borrow and pay back because there were rules that could not be broken. After that, he spoke about the fourth category and showed the toe of the feet that were not wearing shoes at all. The fourth category was about those people who borrow money but cannot pay it back. After that, the man pointed a stick at the guy and asked what category he belonged to. He wanted to find out how ready the guy was to fight. After that, he realized that he had really smooth movements with weapons and he was clearly a difficult hooligan and he had skill in combat. He also began to look at him completely and noticed that he had a tattoo with a black snake and most likely he was in some kind of gang. Yusung asked him why he was taking the children if they couldn't return the money because it was stupid. Well, he was just wasting his time on it. The man said that people from the fourth category could only do 2 things that were truly terrible. He said that these people can either return the money or sell something that will help return the money, and it was very disgusting that this still exists. Yusung asked him is he going to sell them into slavery because he understood that most likely it would be so. The man said that it was so and that he would give money not only for adults but also for children. He said that it doesn't matter if someone is a girl or a boy, they still pay you well because your pretty face will be torn off with your hands everywhere. The man said that for the elders this is a delicacy and they like really small children who could be kept with them. The husband poked him with a stick and said that he noticed that he was really a good fighter who knew how to stand up for himself. He said that he understood because he was able to learn combat techniques, but it's better not to get less because then there will be problems. The man threw the spider out and told him not to think about the fact that he was here alone because that would be stupid. He was told to stand still if he didn't want his father to die with him. The father shouted at him not to think about him and that it was better to take the children and leave. He started bleeding from his neck and he said that he should be killed immediately because he was about to lose his most valuable possession. People said that if he decided to play a hero then he should leave here because that won't happen here. Everyone started laughing and said that if he really thinks that if they kill him then her boyfriend walks calmly, then he is very mistaken. The guy was surrounded. The battle would indeed be very dangerous for everyone because his opponents were not easy. The children ran with all their might because they wanted to escape, but they saw that their mother was dead. Yusung knew that the mother of these people was very sick, so his father came here to raise them and somehow give them hope for life. The gang leader said that he doesn't care about these children at all and let them leave already. Yusung and asked them why he killed their mother because there was no need for it because she would have died soon anyway. The head said that the product should not have any damage or defects. That is why he immediately killed her. He said that the mother did not want to give up the children. Therefore, he had to talk a little and use physical force. Suddenly, he began to think about the fact that this guy had an injection on his shoulders, but suddenly he disappeared somewhere. He began to look around because he wanted to understand where this cat, which was really dangerous, had run away to. He already wanted to attack him for doing such obscene things to people. This Cosmos was able to turn into a huge tiger that was simply uncontrollable and he could really punish them. Yusung said that he was very interested in who the people were who killed his father and disappeared without a trace. The The leader of the gang said that this happened and he had to hit her a little and he didn't think at all that she would die so quickly. Meanwhile, the cat attacked one of them and he felt very bad because he was not in control of the situation. Yu Sung-on took out an axe to show them who is the martial artist here and who will emerge victorious from here. Thanks to this, he was able to block the man's sword and also cut him in half. After that, he had to take out his blade to deal with it himself because he understood that no one would come running to him to help. He began to block his opponent's weapon with an axe, and with the help of a sword he wanted to kill his enemy. That is why he did it all perfectly and his opponent's head was completely killed. After that, he pulled the sword out of this man's head and he wanted to watch him die for all these things he had done. He said sarcastically that he was asking for forgiveness and for him it was really very cool. He said that he just hit him once and didn't know that he would die so quickly. It looked incredible because he was able to quote his opponent's words.